so the planet keep it fast, standing. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. No mask, not even if it's old dark 30s. Good street made, even dirt roads, highway 30. 50, 40, 90, that'll get you 30. That's a clean sweep.
Welcome to Red Alert Houston Rockets Zone. I'm Hope Champion. Thanks for watching. Like, subscribe, and drop Clutch City in the comments. And lock in to hear Daily Rockets talk.
Yo. Okay. Hey, look, you know what I mean? Obviously, we getting ready to get in something new. All right, so I'm doing some mic checks and stuff like this, trying out this new, new setup, interface, user interface, whatever you want to call it. But so if you come in the building, man, as you come in the building, put a 1 in the chat. If I'm sounding good and if I'm echoing, drop a 2. Let your boy know something, man. Look out for it. You know what I'm saying? Each one teach one. Look out for your boy. If I'm sounding bad, drop a 2. Other than that, this is Houston Rockets Red Alert, unchained, uncut, unfiltered, and it's time to sound the alarm. What we got tonight? If my sources tell me right, our Houston Rockets face off against the Portland Trailblazers. The Trailblazers are what we like to call Portland, Oregon Trail. And your Houston Rockets have been on a tear, dominating the teams that we're supposed to dominate, with the exception being the San Antonio Spurs, and having trouble with the teams that, you know, get a little physical with us. So as of right now, I think we're about, we kind of even. We did pull off a big game against the Milwaukee Bucks, who got a bona fide all-time great on their team. And today could be a day where we take advantage of another team that's going to be shorthanded. But also today could be a day where we face a team that's going to be scrappy, that has gotten a victory over a champion, something that we couldn't do. And it could be a game that just turns into a shit show. Let's just be honest. With all that being said, we got the good, we got the bad, we got the uglies. And what are the uglies? The uglies have been just, unforced turnovers, forced turnovers, apple turnover, all kind of turnovers that we need to, tighten up on it, tighten the screws up on that. And the good has just been, a dominant offense, simply dominant offense. We don't really have to talk about the ugly. The ugly is when Jason Tatum's in the game early in the game, and he get to that little spinning hook shot in the paint. That's the ugly, because people tend to forget that Jason Tatum is a bucket in the post. People actually act like this dude is not a bucket in the post. It's ugly, bro. It's ugly work how good Jason Tatum is in the post. It's automatic. Jason Tatum in the post is automatic. But with all that being said, what I really want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to get to the flashback. Excuse me, yeah, I'm over here with it. Let me get to the back play of the game from Washington, right? Trying to wait till I get to 5 minutes. That way, possibilities is that they might not get to getting real janky with me. But I got the volume down and stuff like that, so I'm gonna mute it all the way up, and I'm gonna go ahead and get into this flashback play of the game from the Washington Wizards game. And what we're looking at here in this flashback play is, you know, it's just to me, this is like the Houston Rockets, one of the Houston Rockets' best offensive plays. Okay, boom. Automatically get the ball to your best player. Get the ball to your best player. And they get into a little action. The two best players get into a little action. And look, just a little give and go. Just a little give and go. And the whole defense collapsed. And why this play is so dangerous is because it's almost like the out of bounds play. The man who started the play at the top, who brings the ball, this is crazy work for this, by the way. The point guard that brought the ball up, that was at the top of the key, setting up the offense, now is automatically in the dunker spot. How did he get there? And he goes to a reverse jam. Let me tell you something. Let's put this to bed. Let's put this to bed. Let's put to bed the fact that E-Man is not getting creative with this offense. I'm going to tell you why we're going to put this to bed. Because nobody in the history of basketball, people who talk basketball, has ever said, hey, let's put two damn guys. Listen to this. So your point guard kicks off the ball right here, gets the ball to your power forward or your center at this point. Okay, boom. Now look, 1, 2, 3 on the strong side. Obviously, they swing your weak side right here, and cut to the basket. Little give and go right here. He drops it back off. Now look, you got two guys over here on this side of the ball for no apparent reason. This is what people would say we don't have no space. This is what Rockets fans have been crying about, no space. No space, no space. We got space over here with Josh Okogie, but ultimately, look at these people right here. Jabari and Amin are so close together, they could just hold hands. They could dap each other up if they wanted to. They could turn around and give each other a high five. If they wanted to give each other a LeBron handshake, they want to give each other, come here, show me some love, show me some love. If they want to do that, they can do that right here. That's how close they are to each other. No space right there, but it's just enough space to where one of these guys feel comfortable that they can contest this play. And what does that do? It opens up the most athletic player by some people's standards that we've ever seen in the NBA. And look where he jumps from, behind the backboard. He jumps from behind the backboard, catches the ball in front of the rim, and continues to take it up while he's jumping. First of all, let's just look at the fact that he jumped from behind the backboard. The ball was through on the way down, coming down in front of the rim, and he jumped and caught the ball on the way up and took it the rest of the way up. This wasn't an alley where the ball was above the rim and he just caught it and slammed it in. He actually caught the ball below the rim and took it up from behind the backboard and dunked this in. Salutes to Ime Udoka. Salutes to Ime Udoka for making the flashback play of the game with creative offense. We're not gonna say, hey, what's up with your Dipster 1967? Dipster 1967. I kind of feel bad. I don't know why you feel bad. How? I kind of feel bad. Okay. IGTG. What you feel bad about, brother? What you feel bad about? Let me know. You let me know. Let me know why you feel bad. What's going on? And salutes to you for putting up on the show today. With that being said, shout outs to Dipster 1976. Okay, so Ime Udoka has shown the propensity to be creative on offense. Like, have you ever seen that play ran in the NBA? Not only have you ever seen that play ran in the NBA, have you ever seen it ran so much? Because the Houston Rockets are spamming that play at least 5 or 6 times a game. It seems like they literally would spam that play until you decide to stop it. They literally are spamming the shit out of Amin Thompson backdoor cuts at this point. Your point guard cutting off the dunker spot, just drifting down into the either 3-point spot and Jabari, spaces out, or Jabari is staying tight to the corner and Ahmed is just going down and touching the baseline and cutting in. I don't know if Ime drew it up like that, but either way you look at it, it's a hell of a play for a coach that everybody says isn't creative as a coach. So I have to point that out. I can't point that out enough. And mind you, if Ime Udoka continues to be this creative and the Rockets offense continues to be this dominant, the defense will eventually catch up, and Ime could be in the runnings for Coach of the Year. To be a top 3 team without your starting point guard and have a top offense in the league, Ime has to be considered for Coach of the Year. Period. Point blank. I don't care about the black balls. I don't care about blue balls. I don't care about none of that. Ime Udoka has got to be considered for Coach of the Year at this point. All right. Now, let's keep it going. Should I keep it going? Let's keep it going. All right. So in tonight's game, we basically got about a good hour and 15 minutes to kind of get into some shenanigans, and I'm waiting on my people to get into the building, some moderators to get into the building so we can really kick it off. But as you come on in, I appreciate all your likes. I appreciate the likes. I appreciate the subscriptions. Thank you all for liking and subscribing. You know, means the world to me. You are my. Can't sing it all because I don't want to get strike, which I know how I feel about the likes and subscriptions. At the same time, we're gonna keep the party going. Should I keep the party going? We're gonna keep the party going. All right. Look, the Rockets 7-3 on the season. The Blazers 6-5 on the season. The Blazers have shown flashes. Let's just say flashes of being dangerous, especially in transition, especially forcing turnovers. So tonight's game is going to be about contrasting styles. Houston wants to establish the front court, the control. They want to control the glass. They want to dominate via execution. And Houston has veterans that are savvy and polished and professionals. On the other hand side, on my right hand side, and much more louder than my other hand side, Portland want to try to push the tempo, create chaos, force mistakes, get out in transition. Okay. And for the Rockets, they have to be disciplined, right? So discipline is going to be important in tonight's game. So before we really get to before we dive off the deep end, let's just get into some of the stats. We're going to get into a little bit of the stats, of the statisticals. And again, I appreciate all the likes and subscriptions. I appreciate those. Thank you. But let's get into a little bit of statisticals for tonight's game. If you're a Portland fan, hey, come on in, Mr. Party all the time. The doors are open, Mr. Party. Come on in the room. Come on in the room. I said, writes out all my scriptions. Huh? What do you do? Let's look at the we'll start with the Rockets today since last time we started with the Trailblazers. We'll start with the Rockets since last time we started with the Trailblazers. Kevin Durant is averaging 24.6 points after, he didn't play a lot of minutes again in the Washington game. He had 31 against the Bucks. So around 25 points. He's going down a little bit here and there. Okay. But he's still shown the ability to give you 30 when you need it, getting you 4.6 rebounds, 3.2 assists, and a steal, and a block, something like that, on 3 fouls, 3 turnovers. Good work. That's good work for KD. Alperen Sengun getting you 22 points a game, up 3 points from last year. Getting you 10 rebounds after last game. He just dominated the boys. Getting you 7 assists. Alperen Sengun is looking like he's really poised to average a triple-double this year. Alperen Sengun looks like he's poised to average a triple-double this year. He's going to have some games where he gets 13, 14 assists. And when those numbers start to really go up, when people really start to make shots, his points might go up a point or two, and his assists might go up 3 points, and Alperen going to look like he's poised to average a triple-double, 1 steal, 1 block, 4 turnovers, and like 3 fouls. Okay, cool. Here's where it gets tricky. Amin Thompson is averaging 17.6 points a game, right at 18 points a game, getting you 6.1 rebounds, 5.6 assists, a steal, and no blocks this year. 1.4 steals and no blocks when we thought he was going to average 2 steals and 2 blocks. But like I said last time, if he ends up moving back into the 3 or the 2, where he's more commonly in the dunker spot, he could eventually, start to get more action at some of those shot blocks that we know he's capable of. And then Jabari Smith Jr. averaging 14.1 points, 6.1 rebounds, 1 assist, 1.6 assists, and a block and a steal, 1 turnover, 2 fouls. Tari Eason is right behind Jabari Smith Jr., averaging 12.3 points, 5.2 rebounds, 1.6 assists, right at 1 steal, a half a block, you can call it, and only 2 turnovers, 1.8 turnovers per game for Tari Eason. In some way, the notion, the consensus idea is that Tari Eason turns over the ball 1 out of 2 plays, when he actually is one of the lowest turnover rates on the team. Mind you, he only is playing 25 minutes a game. He is, officially the 6th man off the bench, but you kind of can say Kevin Durant, Alp, Jabari, Amin, and then Tari play the most minutes. So with that in mind, for Tari only to be averaging 1.8 turnovers, I think it's pretty good. If he continues to play this well, you got to consider how valuable he is to the team at this point. Now, like I said, you come in, I appreciate the likes. I appreciate the, talking bots. And for my mods get in, let me know ones and twos according to how I sound. Ones and twos according to my mic check. You know what I mean. Let's see. Let's keep the party going right here. Let's see. Okay. Now, that being said, guess who's back in the mint? He has Isaiah Reed Shepard, IRS, the tax collector. A tax collector with 12 points a game. Get you a badass 2 rebounds. Also looking at 3.2 assists, 1.4 blocks, second on the team. 1.4 steals, second on the team in steals behind Amin Thompson, and 0.4 blocks, which is, decent. So actually Reed is second on the team in steals, and he's only averaging 1.5 turnovers a game, and he gets you little to no fouls. His assist to turnover ratio is 2 to 1. 2 to 1. Looking real good, Isaiah. Josh Okogie get you a badass 8.4 points. He'll get you 2.2 rebounds and 1.3 assists and 1.3 steals. and no block, but he also don't turn the ball over at all with a nasty 0.6, 2.2 personal fouls, and a 2.2 assist to turnover ratio. The big man in the middle is Steven Adams with 6.6 points, get you 8.8 rebounds, 4.8 of those offensive, and 4 of those being defensive. The 4.8 offensive rebounds is his strong suit, whereas he might be considerably the best offensive rebounder in the game. 1.8 assists, 0.8 steals, 0.7 blocks, which is way, to me, it's a little underrated stat because people not really trying him like that when he in there. If you're trying to run it down Steven Adams thinking he won't block a shot, your boy got hops. Your boy Steven Adams still got some more yards. He still can get up off the ground with his mass, you know. And as big as he is, he still don't get you but 2 fouls a game, 1 turnover a game. Big body Steve Adams, man. Clint Capella right backdoor Steven Adams with 3.8 points, 4.5 rebounds, point 0.4 assists, 0.3 steals, 0.6 blocks, no turnovers a game, and 1 foul a game. So that's good work. And then everybody else, Jeff Green, J.D. Davidson, Aaron Holiday, Jay Sean Tate, all equal up to about, let's see, that's 6, 8, 10, 11 points. And we have a total of 124 points a game is what we're averaging a game on great shooting splits. Let's see. In the last game, Tar Eason returned back to his normal shooting self, shooting 66.7% from 3. He only had one game where he went like 0 for 5. But other than that, Tar Eason has been shooting lights out since the second game of the season. He's been shooting a remarkable clip of 53.1% from behind the arc. And to have a defensive player with Tar's stature shooting 53.1% from behind the arc is absolutely insane. Insane, bonkers, diabolical, crazy. It's just ludicrous, not to be confused with Super Sugar Golden Crisp, that somebody like Tari Eason can shoot 53% from behind the arc. All right, now let's see. Let's pull over here and just take a gander. We're going to take a little gander over here and see what your Portland Trailblazers numbers actually look like. Let's take a little gander and see what the Portland Trailblazers numbers actually look like. Okay. We go a little clip from their game against the Pelicans. You see them getting into their action. And this is what they look to try to do. It's not going to happen often. All right. That's the slowest Euro step in the history of Euro steps. The slowest Euro step in the history of Euro steps. Okay. Denny Avdija, 26 points a game. 26 points a game out the gate. He hitting you with that work, crazy work. 6.3 rebounds, 4.6 assists, no steals, no blocks, 3.3 turnovers, and 4 fouls. Crazy work, Denny. Crazy work. Shaden Sharp, 21 points a game. Get your 5 rebounds, get you an assist and a half, get you a steal and a half, get you 2.8 turnovers and 2 fouls. That'll get you right, Shaden Sharp. Jeremy Grant. Jeremy Grant is one of those underrated, not underrated players, but just kind of been consistently, a mismatch his whole career, but just not consistent enough to be a superstar, right? At 26 minutes, 18 points a game, and 2.9 rebounds, 2.3 assists, 1.1 steals, 0 blocks, 1.7 turnovers. Jeremy Grant is one of those players that he can come in and be a missing link to your team, but something about it's kind of one of them things like, Drew Holiday, the guy that people love to hate, Drew Holiday, 8.5. Look at you, Drew. You're doing real good. 17 points a game. 4 5.4 rebounds, 8.5 assists, 1.5 steals, no blocks, 3 turnovers, 2.86 turnover ratio. Okay, cool. Tamani Kamara get you 12 points. He'll get you 5 rebounds. He'll also get you 3.2 assists, 1.2 steals, 0.5 blocks, and 1.8 turnovers a game. Donovan Klingon, the big man himself, Donovan Klingon. Klingon to get you 8.2 points. What did he get you? He'll get you 9 rebounds a game. He's 9 foot tall, and he'll get you 1.2 assists. He'll get you also get you 0.8 steals and 1.5 blocks a game. Okay, now as we look down the side of this thing, we see that other than these 5 players, everybody else is under double figures. So what does this mean for your Houston Rockets? That means unless somebody goes absolutely crazy, like Yang Hansen, tonight's going to be another walk-through game. Another walk-through game. Because even though we know Shaden Sharp can get busy on you, even though we know Drew Holiday is going to be trying to he's gonna be trying to campaign for a roster spot in tonight's game, you know. And Damian Lillard is out, but we don't expect Damian Lillard to play. We don't expect Damian Lillard to play. But let's look at the shooting. Let's look at the percentages. Denny Avdija is shooting 38%. Jeremy Grant shooting 40% from 3. And Matisse Thybulle shooting 66% on 1.5 attempts. Let's see. Reith shooting 57% on 2.4 attempts. Okay. That's pretty much it. So Denny Avdija is shooting basically 7 attempts. Shaden Sharp is shooting 7 attempts, and he's only shooting 27%. Jeremy Grant is shooting 5 attempts. He's shooting 40%. Drew Holiday is shooting 7 attempts. He's shooting 35.9%, or 36% for Drew Holiday, which ain't bad. It ain't bad to shoot 36% for Drew Holiday. You know what I mean? If Drew Holiday is shooting 36%, he can get off on you if you let him. But that's not really what we plan on doing tonight. This Denny Avdija character right here is having a good year. And could it be a problem? Yeah, because these are the kind of players that you really don't, they so crafty, and they got so much different different stuff to their game that you can't really just say, hey, look, hold them like this, hold them like that. They usually got a little bag. They usually got some kind of, they got a lot of tricks up their sleeve. Horrible. So the thing with Denny is shoots the ball well, 6'8", been in the league 5 years, coming into his own, his prime, rounding off into his better years, get you rebounds, plays defense, shoots the 3 well from the forward position, handles the ball, does a little bit of everything. And right now he's looking like the team leader. And with a point guard like Drew able to get him into his positions and know where he's at and trusting him, could be a problem. The only thing is he's going to probably be held by Josh Okogie starting the game. We're probably going to have Josh Okogie on this Denny dude to start the game if Josh Okogie starts, which I think most likely he is. And, Okogie's going to give him the treatment. He's going to give him the treatment. And there is no elixir. There is no potion. There's nothing you can do when Josh Okogie comes with that kind of pesky defense. What is it that I'm talking about? I'm talking about handsy. He's going to chase you through picks. He's not going to try to go, he's not going to go under the pick. He's going to fight through picks. He's going to jump through picks before you get to the other side. He's going to chase behind you. He's going to grab you. He's going to touch you up a little bit, Paul. He's going to be in your chest. He's basically going to be, wherever your jersey number is, you can just replace your jersey number with Josh Okogie's name, because all we're gonna see is Josh Okogie's name where we're supposed to see your jersey all night long until he goes to the bench. So even if you have a good game, you're gonna have to work for it. And that's one of the things I like about Josh Okogie that I've seen from his defense so far. That's been very understated, underrated. Really can't be highlighted enough, is that he brings something that you really have to accept that teams can really make good use of. And that's just a guy that I can expend all my energy. I can expend every ounce of energy just playing stupid foolishness on defense. I can just be an ass on defense. Now, I have nothing better to do in my life rather than to pester you on defense. Right? Nothing better to do than to harass you up and down the court, and every time you put the ball on the floor, to jump up in your face, like a fruit fly. If you got watermelon juice on your lips, a fruit fly just jumping up in your face, trying to sit on your mustache. You know what I mean? That's Josh Okogie. He like a fruit fly trying to get on your mustache when you're eating a watermelon. Um, so with that being said, we got into the flashback play of the game. Okay, okay, okay. Let's see. 7 o'clock. You know what I'm gonna do? Because let me say this. Let me unravel. Let me unwind a little bit. Let me unwind a little bit. Let me take my time with this. See, tonight's one of those games. Before I get into my keys to the game, players to watch, X Factor, all that stuff is gonna be, it's gonna be coming up. You want to know the keys to the game. You want to know who's the X Factor for the night. You want to know the player to watch. Stay tuned. I'm not gonna give it to you right now. I'm not gonna hit the commercial right now. What I do want to do is get into this right here. Tonight is one of those games that, you know, it does kind of have a certain significance as to what kind of team you are. And I know I said I wasn't going to have to say this over and over and over again. But this game kind of sneaks up on you. And the reason why this game sneaks up on you is because they just beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. And for a team that, snuck a win in on the champs, that beat you the first game of the season, tonight has a little bit more significance than what it would have had if they wouldn't have beat the champs. You understand what I'm saying? What I'm kind of getting at is they could really feel like they can beat you. They could really, for one, they've been tanking games. We all know about the fact that they've been tanking game and tanking and tanking and tanking and tanking and tanking and tanking. You know, you sunk my battleship. Um, but now they're playing feisty, they're playing scrappy, and they beat the champions. They might be turning it on and feeling like, hey, we can beat anybody. We got Drew Holiday. We got a champion. We got a person who can score the ball. We got a young rookie. We got decent defenders. We got Jeremy Grant who can, a Swiss Army knife, kind of, sort of. We got a big man that can battle with anybody in the post. So they might be feeling like our starting lineup can beat anybody's starting lineup. And if the people off our bench just come in and hold their own, we can compete with anybody. They might be feeling like that. And if they come out and they want to make a point, because here's the thing. Here's the truth about tanking. Even when you tanking, you still kind of want to go out and beat the best teams. You might want to lose 9 or 10 games, or 7 or 8 games in a row, something like that, to regular normal teams. But the best teams, you want to measure how good those things that you have in place, how good they actually fare in that situation. So you got a Shaden Sharp. So you got a Donovan Clingan. You got a Hanson. You got a Denny Vita. You want to see how they play against the best teams. Are these keepers? Are these sleepers? Well, what is it that I really actually have that I'm building around? So even if you tanking tomorrow, tonight, They might come in here like, you know what? Let's see if what we did to OKC was real. Can we come out and execute the same kind of game plan that we played against OKC and get another big win against a contender, a team that's supposed to be one of the upper echelon teams on the West? Can we do that? And if they can do that, they can sit back the rest of the year and lose, because now they know that, hey, we won these games last year on our own merit. If we add some more pieces, get a couple of free agents in here, we right back in contention. We right back in the playoff hunt. You see? So they might come in, they come in rah-rah. They could come in rah-rah, and they could come in excited with a little bit of energy and punch you in your mouth early, and you never recuperate. Why am I saying that? The reason I'm saying it is because you have to come in and do the mouth punching. You have to do the mouth busting early, bro. If you the Houston Rockets, you have to do the mouth busting. It's like this. You ever see people on, in high school or whatever, and they get ready to get in a fight, and they walking around shoulder to shoulder. Yeah, you ain't gonna hit me. You ain't gonna hit me. Bet you don't touch me. Bet you don't touch me. And one of them haul off and Jakob. He won the fight. It don't matter how many times he get hit after that. It don't matter how many times he get hit after that. If you got that first Jakob hard straight to the mouth of the person, you pretty much won that fight. Because you got a clean shot. All the rest of that shit was just trading punches. But you got one clean, hard shot. Straight to the grill. And that's what the Houston Rockets have to come up. If they let this Portland Trailblazers team knock the chip off your shoulder and steal off on you first, gonna be a long night, buddy. And here's what I gotta say about it. Not that if they lose to this team, I'm gonna say, hey, they don't got what it takes to be a champion, because we passed that. But I'm gonna say this: if they let this team come out, put their foot in their ass early, come out and outplay them with energy, I'm gonna say that this Houston Rockets team has to go reevaluate what's upstairs. You have to go reevaluate what's upstairs, because ultimately this is going to be a game not about energy, not about skill. This is going to be a game that basically boils down to what you did in the film room. What you did in the film room, because you know that this team is going to come out with extra fire, extra sauce. They coming to prove that what they did to Oklahoma City was real. Not to prove it to the league, they just need to prove it to the GM. The coach needs to show the GM, this is what we really have, this is what we have to build on. And so they want to come out and make that statement early. And if they come out and make that statement early, that means that you watched the film, and then you decided, okay, we're just going to let them do some shit, and we're not going to do some shit back. No, you need to be disruptive, all that stuff. So here's the thing. Hit the like and subscribe. I appreciate the like and the subscribes. I appreciate everybody who hit the like already. I appreciate everybody who hit the subscribe already. What I'm finna do, I'm going to come right back after this, and I'm going to give you the keys to I'm going to give you the keys to the game. And then I'm going to give you the player to watch. And then I'm going to give you the X Factor right after this.
Every show needs a spark. Ours, you. Step into the spotlight for a one-on-one fire debate. Call out a take, defend your own, or a beat and teach masterclass. Winners earn bragging rights and rewards. Email redalert.rocketzone@gmail.com to lock your spot or choose a topic from our board. Thanks for supporting the movement. Tap subscribe, drop a like, and if you want to buy us a coffee, Cash App, $26KG1. Every show needs a spark, and you are ours. Salute to you.
Hey, lo-fi. We back. Back again for the first time, man. We back again for the first time. Look, tonight's keys to the game. Brought to you by Harold Nurks. Check out the Harold Nurks merch. Get you some Harold Nurks merch. Link in the description. Um, tonight's keys to the game. Well, I think last time I started off with the offense. I say that every time, don't I? I think last time I started off with the defense. So we're gonna start off with the offense tonight. Crash the offensive glass. For the Houston Rockets, we need to crash the offensive glass. Portland Trailblazers rank 22nd in defensive rebounding. All right. We have to be aggressive on the glass and take advantage of their poor rebounding. Is what we do well. Hey, don't let them break you from being you. You break them from breaking you from being you. Be strong on the glass. Take advantage, bro. Take advantage. The next thing we have to do is attack the foul line. We get to the foul line a lot. We've been getting to the foul line a lot. And Portland fouls a lot. So, attack them, get in the lane, get downhill, get to the rim, see if you can get their players in foul trouble, especially their bigs. If you get their bigs in foul trouble, Alperen Sengun is gonna have a field day. And when Alperen has a field day, hey, we all eat. When he blow up, everybody blow up. Right? So look, we need to get down here. We need to get to the rim. We need to get into our action. Foul line, boom. Portland Trailblazers, they'll foul you. They'll send you to the line. Bang, bang. Boom, bing, bing, bop, bow. All right, that's how we want to do it. The other thing is their veterans don't score the ball efficiently. Right? So what we have to do is we have to rely on our key guys to, kind of force them into trying to do too much. Right? You don't really want Leonardo da Vinci, whatever his name is, to beat you because he's young. But if you could try to make Drew Holiday and Jeremy Grant, if you could try to make them guys beat you, you stand a good chance of. I mean, obviously we know Drew can get hot and get on a streak, but one guy can't beat you by himself. If you kind of take the lead scorer out of the game by making Drew and Jeremy Grant, making those guys into trying, the guys that's going to try to beat you, then you can take the lead scorer out of the game, gives you a better chance to win. So those are my offensive keys to the game. Defensively, you want to slow down the pace. You want to slow down the pace a little bit. We don't want to just try to outrun them. We like to control the tempo. We are like number 27 in pace. Portland is an up-tempo team. They like, they're in the higher above, top 5 in pace. If we make it a half-court war, we pretty much can dominate the game. So let's control the pace, slow them down, control the pace, make it a half-court slug out, and the shit goes into what I was saying about the offensive shit. Limit turnovers. Limit the turnover. We gotta continue to get our turnovers down. We've been doing better. The ball handler's been doing better. Alperen Sengun is still our leading turnover person. Tari's down. Amon is down. Reed is down. KD's going down. Mary J. I'm going. Everybody down. Everybody down. Everybody's down. Everybody's down. Nobody's up anymore. Nobody's woke. Nobody's up. Everybody's down. Everybody's down. I see down. Down. Everybody's down. Okay. No. Everybody keep the turnovers down. Right? Down as it's ever been. The most down as it can be. and that's going to allow us to protect the ball, get our confidence up, get extra chances, move the ball, things like that. Turning over the ball gonna lead them to fast breaks. Okay, so we keep our turnovers down. It keeps them off. Keep them from getting off to the races. Cool. Um, let's see. My third key to the game. Third key to the game. Hand down, man down. Hand down, man down. Contest all shots, bro, from the perimeter. This is a league, a 3-point shooting league, and with Avidija and Sharp, they can have scoring bursts where they just, shooting, both of them is shooting like 7 threes a game, and you don't want those guys to get hot. That's how we got beat in San Antonio. This team reminds me a little bit of San Antonio in how they're still young, but they still can get after you, and you don't really want these guys to go on you know, no Dragon Ball Z power up scoring burst on you and just get off to the races, shooting threes. So hand down, man down. Make sure you contesting all the shots. If you don't, you could be in trouble. And those are my keys to the game. Those are my keys to the game. Now, I think it's important that all those things go together. If every one of those things, because you want to piece one part with the next part, right? Um, you getting into the lane, that keeps you from turning the ball over, right? If you're not turning the ball over, they're not getting out in transition as much. If they're not getting off in transition as much, they're playing a slower game. It becomes a war, half court war. We get into half court war, we can contest threes better because we tend to miss threes in transition. We can contest threes better. We can beat them in the rebound again. So every single key fits like a piece to the puzzle to having another dominant game. You do one thing, it leads to the next thing leads to the next thing, and before long, you have another 20-point blowout that get Kevin Durant the hell off the floor early. Gets Kevin Durant the hell off the floor early, which is the mantra for the foreseeable future. I mean, get him his 20, 13, 14, 15 points early, get him off the floor. When they start to come back a little bit, throw him back out there, get him a couple shots, bang, bang, close out. We go home, 20-point lead, 25-point lead. Cool, cool. And we continue to have one of the best offenses in the league until we go on a real tough game stretch. But by that time, we should be, by the time we go on a tough game trip, we should be well oiled. We should be WD-40 like we bathed in WD-40. We should be a well-oiled machine by the time we go on a road stretch or a game stretch where we have a bunch of hard games back to back. As of right now, we got to take advantage of who's in front of us. You know, to keep it a bean with you, I can't be mad. I can't be mad if they're giving us easy game after easy game after easy game. Some of these games could be harder than what they was. We played our hard games early. Now we in a stretch where we have some easy games coming. We got to take advantage of these games. We cannot let these type of ones slip away. We need 20-point leads on all these shits. We need to show dominance on all these shits. There's no kind of way this is supposed to be a close game. It can be if we don't take care of business early. If we don't take care of business early. And in order to take care of business early, I think um, the player to watch tonight is going to be Shaden Sharp. Shaden Sharp is one of those players who could be a possible star on the team. He's a guy who has the name, who has all the skills, who has he has an aura about the way he plays and a proficiency about the way he plays, where it looks like, if he was on the right team, it could be a problem. But he just happens to be on one of the worst teams in the league. Um, but Shaden Sharp will get hot on you. He can get hot on you. He'll get in his bag. He'll make some moves, get to the goal. He can get you in foul trouble, and he can just flat out shoot it when he get hot. So I think in order for us to just make sure that the game goes as smoothly as possible, yes, Drew Holiday gonna be Drew Holiday. He's a consummate professional, a champion, this two-time champion, this, that, and the third. We know what Drew is. This Denny out Vegeta dude, you know, he gonna do whatever he gonna do. Okay, bang bang, and we know Jeremy Grant can do what he gonna do. But Shaden Sharp is kind of that spark plug. That if he really gets going, it can really be a problem. It can really be a problem if Shaden Sharp gets going, right? And that's where I think you know, Shaden Sharp is the player to watch for tonight's game. Now, let's look at this. Who is the Houston Rockets X factor for tonight's game? Who is the Houston Rockets X factor for tonight's game? There's only one. There's only one X factor until until further notice. Well, you know what? I mean, because last time it was Jabbar. Last time Jabbar was the X factor, and he did his thing. But I have to go. I have to go with Reed Shepard. I mean, just keep it a beam. Let's keep it a whole stack. We're gonna keep it a pile, right? It's one player that all everything on this one player hangs all the future of the Houston Rockets going forward until at least until the trade deadline. His name is Isaiah Reed Shepard. The tax collector is the X factor for tonight's game. He's probably going to be the X factor every game. And if we get X factor fatigue, I'll give it to somebody else. But as of right now, the X factor for this team is Isaiah Reed Shepard. Why? Why? I'm super glazy. I'm super glazy, bro. I'm super glazy. Pause. Pause all that. But I'm super glazy. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because this is the thing that we was talking about since he was in college. This is the thing that when we saw him in college and we were saying, hey man, look, you can't teach that. If you have that, then that's the thing. It's just like height. And mind you, we're going up against another person that we saw when they were in college and said, you can't teach that. I myself thought that, Edie was a better pickup than Klingon, but same. Edie, Filipowski, Donovan Klingon, Reed Shepard. Those were the four players. I said, you can't teach that. That's something you either have or you don't. You won't get that, 6, 7 years from now, and all of a sudden you will be a 60-point 3-point shooter. That's something you've already had in you. And Reed Shepard has it in him to where even when we saw him not doing it, it was just like, damn, why he's not shooting the ball? It was never like, those are bad shots. He can't shoot. The mechanics are off. None of that. I did say, hey, well, I wish he would not heat check. I wish he would not heat check first shot of the game. Shoot your actual form the first couple of times before you start drifting side to side while you're shooting. Well, that's neither here nor there. But when you are that kind of shooter, you're the X factor. You're the X factor. Until you become the main factor, until you become the factor, you have to be the X factor, because you're the one thing that if you get a spark, if you get going, and your last name start with an S and end with a Heppert, then the bottom line is there's nothing that anybody can do that can make them beat us. Listen to what I'm saying. Everybody else is going to do what they're going to do on this team. Tari gonna be Tari. If Tari don't have a great 3-point shooting game, so what? He's still gonna break up some passes. He gonna do some shit. He gonna get some offensive rebounds. Boom, boom, boom. If Jabari don't have a great game, so what? He gonna get some rebounds. He gonna block some shots. He gonna stretch the floor. Even if he don't make the shots, he's still stretching the floor and he's still playing good defense. Steven Adams, rebound. Alperen Sengun, ball handling. Kevin Durant, tall as shit. Josh Cole. Everybody does something that even if they don't have a good game, they still do their thing. You see what I'm saying? Everybody brings something to the table to where even if they're not doing the main thing that you expect for them to do, or the main thing that you would like for them to do, they still bring something to the table that they still doing that thing. They still doing something that thing that they're going to do regardless. Reed, on the other hand side, if he has a bad shooting game, okay, cool. We're not gonna bury him, but you want 2 blocks, 2 blocks and 3 steals, 3 blocks and 2 blocks and a steal, two steals and 3 blocks, whatever it is. It's just not the same as if you hit 5 out of 10 threes, or 6 out of 10 threes, or 3 out of 9 threes. Nothing that you can do can amount to the fear that people have when you start hitting threes. The fear that you bring, the fear that you incite in the eyes of the competition when you start hitting threes. I can almost guarantee you that when Reed Shepherd in Boston turned the corner, and I came on the platform and I said, no, Reed Shepherd is on his way to becoming one of the greatest shooters of all time. I can almost bet you that the league, worldwide, the league saw that game and said, damn, if he does that, they are contenders. And the truth is, if he does this, we are contenders. Not just this year, but next year, and the next year, and the next year. And until somebody finds a better shooter in some college or some playground, some park, AAU, Overtime Elite, G League, Moscow, Turkey. You have to find some kind of shooter that's going to be better than Reed Shepherd in order for us to feel like we're not a contender. As long as we have that guy. But he has to continue to shoot with that kind of confidence. He has to continue to come out and play with that kind of speed and that kind of pace. Yes, the defense is a bonus. The defense is the difference between, you know, Steve Nash and you know, a John Stockton or whatever. If you are known as a shooter and a defender, things get a little different for you, rather than just being, I'm a defender or I'm a defensive player or I'm a assist person. No, I'm an all around player that can shoot the lights out, and things get a little different. All right. Now, all that being said, what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna drop the link. If anybody want to pull up, tell me what you think about tonight's game. Tell me what you think about the game the other night. Hello, Willie. Hello, player. Okay. Tell me what you think about the game against Washington. Tell me what you think in general. Are my keys to the game, were they off? Am I overblowing the Reed Shepard thing? Maybe just a little bit. Is Reed Shepard actually garbage? And I'm just rose colored rockets, ketchup and mustard colored glasses. What is it that you want to say to me? Feel free to hit the link and come on up and talk your shit. Come on up and say your shit because ultimately, I don't care. I mean, I really at this point, I kind of don't care. I'm looking at it and I'm saying it's hard for me to see where I'm wrong. And if you want to tell me where I'm wrong, feel free. Feel free. The link is in the chat. We got 30 minutes to tip off time where we'll be watching our Houston Rockets take on the Portland Trailblazers. I do not plan on covering this game live. As of right now, I don't really think I got enough people in here to cover the game. And, to be honest, uh, meh, you know, it's not a super exciting game, something that I just feel like I have to. Then again, I said that last time, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get off of here, and I'm just gonna sit back, and I'm gonna watch this game, and I'm gonna enjoy this game, bro. If I tell you that them daggone Rockets came out and put on the show the first quarter, and I was like, dang, I should have been on that mug. I could have been hyped. But then after by the time third quarter hit, and then I was like, you know what? Yeah, I probably would have just gave myself a headache over nothing because this ain't really nothing to be hooping and hollering about. It's just a game against the Washington Wizards. Alex Saw and Cam Whitmore are the only two people on the team. And then I said that CJ McCollum couldn't give it to you like he used to, but CJ McCollum had just gave somebody 42. But then again, he didn't do that shit to us. So, he probably, what I mean? It's one of them things like the sun shine on a dog ass every once in a while, some shit like that. You know how they say. Every dog ass get a little sunshine. every, every, every dog get a little sunburn on their ass every now and again. You know what I mean? Every now and again, every some dog got to put suntan lotion on their ass. But CJ McCollum, bro, he hit the 42 on another team, and then he came in just like I suspected. Him and Chris Middleton, they're not gonna beat the Rockets, bro. That's just not what it is. It was the same thing with Drew Holiday. Drew Holiday can have a good game, but by no stretch of the imagination do I feel like if Drew come out tonight and he get a little 25 points or some shit like that, I'm be like, see, that's what I'm saying. Drew Holiday, man, Drew Holiday good. Yeah, he good, but come on, bro. That's Drew Holiday, man. When have Drew Holiday ever really been that boy, that boy? Like, Drew Holiday is, can I say Drew Holiday is slightly overhyped? Can I say that? Can I say, can I say that from my perspective, Drew Holiday is slightly overhyped. At some point, people start realizing how good he was at defense and how consistent he was at offense. And then they just start saying that Drew Holiday was just it. He was the it factor. He was the boy. Like somewhere along the line, Drew Holiday became like equal in comparison to like Clay to Kyrie and Steph. Like he's equal to Kyrie and Steph, but just not that good type shit. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. I think it's just a little overhyped. Speaking of overhyped, for those of you who don't know, um, supposed to be setting the day for the second showdown, the second debate for most overrated rocket of all time. So sometime between now and the next couple of days, we will finalize the day that we'll be facing off. With me and KOD gonna face off. Um, gonna face off in a head to head debate, 1-on-1, 1v1 time debate. Who is the most overrated rocket of all time? And I think it's gonna be a fire debate. It's gonna be another fire debate. I'm gonna bring the hammer. I'm gonna bring the slugs. And he gonna bring the smoke. He always had a little smoke for your boy, and it's gonna be a fire debate. If you want to tune into that debate, just make sure that you subscribed. And when I go in and fill out the change the date on the video, you will be notified. And when the debate kicks off, you will be notified. And you can come in and you can place your bet on who you think won the debate. It's gonna be fire. It's gonna be fire. It's gonna be exciting. It's gonna be lightning in the sky. Get, ooh, my secret. Oh, sparks begin to fly. Speaking of that, the new edition concert gonna be fire too, but that's a whole nother topic. Anyway, I the debate gonna be fire. We're gonna set the debate probably tonight. Maybe if I stay on tonight, maybe we come. Maybe he pop up. Know how he is. If I say his name 2-3 times, he probably pop up. Boom, jump out the woodwork, and then we can go ahead and set the date on you go ahead and set the debate. But then again, I got the new platform up, and I don't even know if it's how it's working, how it's showing, what it's showing to who. Is it going to all my regular people it goes to, or is it going 2 different places? I have no idea with the new user interface. Because I got new people in, I got new people in the building, and then my regular people aren't here today, so it's kind of a little bit different for me. And again, I appreciate everybody for coming in, and I appreciate your likes, and I appreciate your subscription. Good looking, good looking, good looking. You, good looking, fam. Appreciate that. Now, like I said, once we set that debate, you want to be in the building for a 1-on-1, 1v1 basketball debate. If you haven't ever been a part of one or witnessed one, you want to be there. And this is the platform. This is the only platform that does 1v1 basketball debates. No yipping and yapping, people talking over people, no cut you off, no screen, no time, no none of that. No gotta go to commercials, none of that. It's just a time clock, arguments, facts, truth, no capping, just hard hitting facts, working out the problems, solving the scenario, changing the narrative, and making the real noticeable is what we're gonna be doing. Bringing the light, shining light on the situation. We're gonna shine some light on some things around this piece. And I got some shit for your doggy's ass. I got some shit for your dog's ass. If you really want to be honest about it, then we're gonna keep it real funky around here when it comes time to get this debate thing popping. It's gonna be lit. Now, let's see if I share my screens. If I share my screens and we look at a little bit more of this right here. Okay. Boom. Josh Okogie. Bang. Steven Adams. Okay. Let's see. Okay. This is actually good defense for Kevin Durant to get his hand in there and still be covering this man out here. You can't really be mad at this, but you know, hey, is this the Jay Sean Tate play? Yep. It's your man's in them. It's your man's in them. Your boy Jay Sean Tate. Slam Whitmore. That boy, that's so boingy, man. That boy spring is the shit. Hey, I think we should be running more post-up plays for Jay Sean Tate. Tell me, do you think the Rockets should be running more post-up plays for Jay Sean Tate? Just to look, just right here. Boom. Just get the ball to Jay Sean Tate in the post. You don't even gotta look. Kevin Durant is shooting a 20-footer When Jay Tate could have posted up on this guy and got you 2 points, easy. Jay Tate could have posted up this dude, easy 2 points for Jay Tate. Like, let's be honest. Let's be honest. This guy holding Jay Tate has no chance of stopping Jay Tate in the post. None. Like zero. Kevin Durant getting to his bag. Okay, that's another little fadeaway. You know, like can we be honest? Can we be honest that a lot of times we've been making shit harder than what it got to be? Jay Tate can post up this man and get you buckets. Like, oh, Isaiah. Oh, look at the in and out, the hezzy dribble. He get nasty. That's nasty work. Oh, look at that. He didn't turn his back. He kicked the ball out before he picked it up. Spaced all the way to the floor. Got that man out the way for Kevin Durant. Let's see where we at. And then slap him off, your armor. Ooh, dart. That's a dart. Lou Dart. Jackson Dart. Behind the back. Look at your boy. He always think he got the little Kenny Smith behind the back dribble. Get in there, turn the ball over. What he got? Turn it over. Man, look. Amin Thompson dunks don't even look fly, bro. Like, his dunks look so bland. He jumping too fast, man. He ain't even jumping. Look at Clint Capella. Like, Clint Capella is bigger than Amin Thompson. It looked like he be jumping higher than Amin Thompson. Cam just in the passing lane. Look at where he jumped from. Whoo, that boy can fly. That's come fly with me type shit right there for Cam Whitmore. That's come fly with me type shit right there for Cam Whitmore. No, I honestly think that we should run more plays for Jay Tate in the post. He in the game. Not that he should be in the game all the time. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that when he's in the game, just drop the ball down to him and let him get the bucket. Like, we don't even have to go through all the shit. You got him in the game, post him up, let him get to his bag, drop it down, bang, bang, easy money. Because at some point, you got to just take what's there. You got to just take what's there. You don't have to do all that extra. And we be doing a lot of extra stuff that's unnecessary, I think, in my mind's eye. In my mind's eye, I think we be doing a lot of extra shit sometimes. Let's see. Exactly. What's this? What I got? Oh, yeah. Appreciate your subscription. Appreciate your subscription. Let me see what I got to go to right here. Sheesh. Oh, let's see. Okay. Well, we're about 15 minutes away from the game. We're about 15 minutes away from the game. I'm not gonna lie. This new user interface is a little crazy. It's a little crazy to even look at how it's functioning. But I'm kind of digging it. I'm digging it, but it's kind of hard to keep up with. Oh, I see. So I got two different joints. I actually got two different going at the same time. I can't tell what's what. So they different. They got different stats on them at the same time. So they got different stats. I wish they was all just going into one pile on the stats. They're actually going into two different statisticals. They're going into two different stats. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Now, so what if you take away from your overall joints? Splash, Tari. Splickety splow, and some Oprah shit. Splash, crisper. Look at that. LP, get a ball up to your mans and them. Give it right back to him. Nope, can't give it to him. They about to steal it. And y'all should not have did all that. Look at that, man. This is dangerous, bro. This is dangerous because look, for those of y'all still in the building, something like the same play we saw earlier for the play of the game, but it's different because now, boom, boom, Reed Shepard got the ball. Now, if he get a ball right here to Almond, then Almond can dump it right down to Clint. Look, Clint calling for the alley, but Marvin Bagley kind of looking. Reed probably could have got that shit there. I think Reed could have got that shit there. Clint calling for that shit back though. Oh my days, Reed. Oh no, Cam Whitmore finna get that shit. Cam Whitmore finna get that shit. He finna go get that. Yeah, Cam Whitmore finna get that. So then look, whereas he could have threw this ball to Shangoon, and they could have ran the little Almond go backdoor type shit. Instead, he throw the ball to Almond. They collapse on Shangoon, and before you can get back, 27 feet, 6'7". Look, oh, Crisper, right back at you. Looking down the pike. Missed it. Marvin Bagley out there looking like Brendan, like out there looking like Haywood Spencer out there, motherfucker. Looking like Bob Lanier out there, motherfucker. That nigga Marvin Bagley out there, bitch, looking like a microphone. And Marvin Bagley out there looking like a microphone about the head. Marvin Bagley out there looking like they out there looking like float on, looking ass out there. Yeah, Marvin Bagley out there bitch looking like he finna disco fever out this motherfucker. Tied in a mug out there bitch. Looking like boom chicka boom chicka boom chicka boom chicka. When you get out the car looking ass. That nigga Marvin Bagley get out the car, hear that boom chicka boom chicka boom. I can't fuck with Marvin Bagley with his hair like that, dog. That nigga flat that man, that nigga Afro ain't even real, dog. That nigga Afro ain't even real out there. Throw that shit. Clinton, Bill Clinton Compeller. Oh, that bad. Hey man, we gotta start asking ourselves this question. How good is Alvin Shangoon bag for real, man? Cause I done seen some bigs with some bags like AD. AD got a real serious handle, right? Joel Embiid done had a real serious handle. Elijah Wood had a decent handle, but he wasn't doing no major. He was doing regular crossovers and, you know, he'll do regular crossover and then jab step and the spins and all that stuff into a fadeaway. But this nigga LP be pat that rock, man. He be patting that thing, man. Like with speed and rhythm, he be pat 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 pat. Look at him. Oh, get it back to him. And then let it fly. Yak. Yak. Let it fly. I ain't gonna hit y'all with it, but y'all know it's bullets in the gun, motherfucker. You know he got bullets in the gun. Y'all know LP got bullets in the gun, right? Everybody know LP. Hey, look, I appreciate y'all for hitting the like, man. Appreciate y'all likes. Appreciate y'all subscription. Dipster, appreciate your subscription. Appreciate your likes again, man. Uh, I haven't seen who all hit the subscribe and who all hit the like, but I do see the subscribes and the likes on the joint. So as soon as I figure out who did what, I'm gonna shout you out. As soon as I figure out who did what, I'm gonna shout you out. If you want me to shout you out, if not, we'll keep it low key. We'll keep it low key. I ain't gonna shout you out if you don't want to be shouted out. All right, let's see. Look, Jabari not looking stiff. Oh, getting in his bag. That's another thing too. I've been saying that all year since I made the check out the mini doc. Check out the Jabari Smith Jr. Big Shot Bar mini doc, man. Because people slip on Jabari handle all since he been in the league, and that boy handle ain't never really just been trash. Look at Josh Okogie, bang. Josh Okogie, straight out of got that shit straight out of Zimbabwe, boy. Alex Saw, the duck head shot. What got the duck head shot? Oh, look at the come on, man. Look at this boy handle with the Allen Iverson crossover. Alvin Shangun, man. Come on, let's not sleep on this Allen Iverson crossover. Watch this crossover. Oh, that's AI. Look where he got the ball at. Do y'all see where the ball is at on this crossover? This AI cross. Ooh. And then cross right to the middle, right past the man and pick the ball up. Not a step farther. Took like 16 steps right there, it looked like. But all he really took was enough to get to the basket. I'm telling y'all something, man. This boy Alvin Shango handles is different. He ain't nothing but a big guard, bro. Alvin Shango is just a big guard. If he was 3 inches taller, 3 inches shorter. If he was literally 3 inches shorter, he'd be a small forward. Small forward or shooting guard. Y'all will be saying Boyan Bogdanovich. Y'all will be thinking that Boyan Bogdanovich out there, man. Y'all know LP don't be sleeping on that shit. LP be making this shit look like light work. Yo, let's see. Let's see. Okay. Uh, drop it off. Boom, banged on it. Easy hop. Man, his hop's too easy, man. He got to do something with the ball when he get up there. Just going up with two hands like that every time make it look too easy, man. You need to cock it back, do something with it. Oh, look at LP. Right hand, left hand. Ah, ah. You know what I'm saying? Back do a back scratch or something, dog. Do a back scratcher. You can't just jump right there and then just jump from right there and then just dunk the ball like that. That boy Cam Whitmore get you about 3-4 dunks a game. He got a butt red. That boy got a butt red. Look at him. Pressure. Dribbling right on your pressure. And then pull up on your face for reaching. Get out on my face for all that reaching. I'm talking about, look, jab right here. Pull up midi. City High or the J Show? Thought that was City High out there. Thought that was Pusha T out there. Thought that was Pusha T out there. That's City High out there. That's J Sean again. He out there on look, that boy out there on Spencer Haywood. Give up the dunk to Spencer Haywood. Look, you giving up dunks to Spencer Haywood, bro. That's not a good look, fam. That's not a good look, fam. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what your agenda is. Oh, look at that. Oh, oh yeah. Got some shit up in this shit. Oh man. Shit just got real. Hey, so where we at? We 4 minutes to the ball game. Um, give you a couple of my last minutes. Give you a couple of my last minute thoughts as I'm on my way out the door. For one, I just want to say everybody who pulled up, watched the stream tonight. Every show needs a spark, man. For this show, you are it, bro. You are it. Ladies and gentlemen, men and women, whoever pulled up and watched this stream, I appreciate y'all being here. Without you, this show is absolutely nothing. You know, I appreciate everybody being here. If you just came just to see what I was gonna say, I appreciate that. I appreciate that too. If you came to see what I was gonna do, appreciate that as well. Appreciate that as well. Either way it go, I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Let's see. Hmm. Oh shoot. Okay. Now, with that being said, Albert Shangon averages 22 points. And that Portland has some weakness inside, I would consider to take Albert Shangon over tonight's bet. Anything over 22. If you're gonna place a bet tonight, now I'm not gonna tell you what platform to bet on, you know, but I'm not even gonna tell you the bet. I'm just gonna say that I would say for my own personal likings, that Albert Shangoon averages 22 points a game. Portland has weaknesses inside. Consider Albert Shangoon over, depending on the line. I think that's a good bet. Over 22, over 22.5. Yeah, 23 points. He should get 23 points tonight. I think that would be a good bet. Um, Kevin Durant is safely a safe bet. I mean, safe to say under 27. I would probably say under 27 for Kevin Durant because I don't think he's going to be in the game long enough to get 30. You know, I don't think he's going to be in the game long enough to get 30. But if they had Kevin Durant at 23.5, eh, I might would take the over. Well, around 20, 22, 23 points for Kevin Durant, right? Good bet. That's a good bet. Um, total points. Total points combined, maybe 235.5. Take the under. 235.5. Take the under. Um, so most of the spread models suggest that the Rockets gonna win. You know, 65, 72% of them say we're gonna win. But the Blazers could cover the line depending on the movement. So if you wanted to bet the spread, I don't know. I wouldn't take the spread either. I would bet the under on the spread as well. I would bet the under on the spread as well. So those are my picks for tonight. Again, again, I'm not gonna tell you what what platform to bet with. Pick the one that you like best. Pick the one that you like best. And again, Shangoon over 23, Kevin Durant under 27, under 27 for Kevin Durant. Shangoon over 22. I say Shangoon over 22, over 23. Kevin Durant under 27. Point line under 235. Bet the under on the spread. Something like that. Something like that. Try that. That's probably what I would go with if I was you. All things considered. The game is already jumping. And I'm gonna get a little look at it. I'm gonna get a little look at it and see how it's looking. If it's looking like a good game, I might hang around and talk shit with y'all right quick. If it's looking like it's gonna be boring, I'm gonna cut this joint off immediately. If it's looking like it's gonna be boring, I'm gonna cut it off immediately. You understand what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying? Know what I'm talking about? Because I could be cold chilling in the cut. I could be straight chilling in the cut. Let me see. Hit me, hit me, hit me. Cool in the party, rocks in the bar, playing incognito like I ain't no star. I'm gonna have all kind of strikes. I be singing everybody music on this mug. I be singing all kind of songs on this Mojo filter. On this Mojo filter, 79.2 for the Rockets to win, 20.8 for the Celtics to win. I don't know about all that. Crazy work, son. Mm-hmm. Like a nigga start back buying boudin. All right, let's see what we looking like. Oh boy, 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 boy. Cause you know why? You know why? This game look like it's gonna be trash. This game look like it's gonna be dumpster juice right now. I'm telling you that right now. But it's Friday night. I ain't got no job tonight, and I ain't got shit to do. So therefore, I might as well keep the party going. At least for a little while. I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling. Um, now tell me what you think. Tell me what you think. Money in the bank. Shout out what you think. I got money in the bank. Shout out what you think. Come on. That's another strike. Goddamn. About 17 strikes saying people's songs, bro. If I sing one more song, YouTube probably jump on this mug and slap the dog. Come on my stream and slap me live and in person. Mars, man. This is Mars. Bruno Mars out here. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah, we gonna jam tonight, man. We gonna jam tonight. I could go ahead and jam. I got jams for you. Should I pull out my soundboard and play a little music? Cause you know how it is when you just got you got a couple of people and you like, you know what? Just for the sake of appreciation, man. Hey, this what I did do. This what I did do. I said to myself, I said, I really got to learn this new interface because I almost wasn't gonna come on tonight because I'm a little under the weather, and I ain't trying to have that Dr. Sabi in my throat. You know what I mean? I ain't trying to have too much of that Dr. Sabi going back in my throat. I don't like that. So I was like, you know what? I'm not even gonna go on tonight because it ain't nothing. Like, what is it? What is it? Something major gonna happen that we don't know about? Nah, ain't nothing major happening that we don't know about, Brody. Sheesh. So what I did do, I said, well, I take me a little medicine, you know, make me a little something to sip on, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go out here and get it. Go out here and bring it to the people. And I know I probably sound a little raspy, and then my voice got rasp, but that's all right. That's all right. I'm a little raspier than usual, maybe a little nasal, nasally than usual. But it's all right. The reason why I know it's all right because you know, we gotta do what we gotta do. Gotta do what you gotta do, man. Got to do what you got to do. I don't know what's up with my volume. I don't know what's up with my volume on my joints. George Koga, don't you shoot that ball from out there like you Steph Curry. Okay, I thought you were gonna shoot that ball from Curry. Oh shit. Hey, overall, what's the feeling on Kevin Durant, man? How do y'all feel about having Kevin Durant on the team now? Like scary? Is it nerve wracking? Is it nerve wracking having Kevin Durant on the team? Like overall, is it nerve wracking? Like, do you get the jitters? Do you get the jitters when you see him out there? Because every time he shoot, like almost seven, 7 out of 10 shots, he gets fouled. 7 out of 10 shots, he gets fouled. Is it nerve wracking? Do you feel like, damn, I wish, you know, I wish he was, I wish he was a little more, something like that. I don't know. Let me know. Let me know. I let, I still kind of, I'm still kind of nervous. I'm still kind of nervous when I see Kevin around on the floor. As much as I've always liked this game, I've always liked this game since college. But I wanted him on the team when we had Harden. When it was this go around and they were talking about getting him, I was like, yeah, but I don't want to give up a lot for him because I don't know about the health concerns. That's a fair argument, I think. That's not an indictment on the player. It's just saying that I don't want to give up healthy players for non-healthy players. So even with him being on the team now, I'm still I'm a little bit leery when I see him play. I just be a little bit skeptical. Not that I don't like it because the efficiency is different. It's different. Let me tell you something. It's different because even as much as you like Alpha Shangon or you like this player, that player, it's not nobody. It's not nobody that you can be like when they shoot the ball. It's like, okay, I'm so glad he shot that ball right then. All right, and the game is underway. Jabari Smith kicking the LP. All right, we got a little action going right there. So I like this court. I like this court. This court is fire. Dang. Somebody outside hollering. I'm talking about outside hollering. Hollering? They out there hollering? Yeah, they out there hollering. All right. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna leave this up for a little while, talk a little bit, and then tell me what you think, man. I'm gonna just leave it here. Leave. I come back. I'll let you know where I'm at. Let you know what I think if I come back. I might shut it up. I might stay down. I don't know. But as of right now, I'm going to leave this up because I'm messing with the trying to learn this new interface right now. They made some changes up in here and I haven't been on since they made the changes. So I'm just in here kind of playing around with the new joints. And if anybody want to say something to me, say something to me. If you don't, you don't have to. It don't really matter to me. It don't matter to me. Don't matter to me. Look at this. See? That's what I'm talking about. That's a foul, Brody. Hair transplant turkey. And the backboard say hair transplant turkey on the top. Brought to you by Alfred Shangoon, hair transplant turkey, man. It's a hair transplant turkey on the top of the backboard, bro. Y'all, come on, man. Give it up for your boy, man. Give it up for your boys, man. Give it up for hair transplant turkey. Hair transplant turkey on top of the backboard, man. Hey, don't get me wrong. I'm gonna tell you right now. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna tell you right now. Like, she kind of look like what's it called? I ain't gonna tell you what she look like. But look, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. If I had the money, I might have to go to Turkey, man. And give me a little hair transplant. They got the Family Dollar. Oh, that's Kroger brand. The Family Dollar coconut oil. I tell y'all my secret recipe to make your own coconut oil at halftime. Y'all want my secret recipe to make your own coconut oil at halftime? I tell you my secret recipe to make your own coconut oil. It starts with a coconut, by the way. you basically got to have a coconut to make coconut oil. Man, she got a lot of teeth in her mouth. God dang. What you must have got extra teeth when she was born. Extra teeth. Smiling out there, mom, looking like Hassan Whiteside. Look, inside, look. The most consecutive 20-point games versus Portland. Kevin Durant, 20-point game. 29. He got the most consecutive versus Portland. Jeez and rice. Why did I not know that stat before the night started? Oh, Armin. Oh, shit. Armin down there took all the paint off the front of the rim. Who is this? Haji DJ? Haji DJ shooting threes? All right, get strong with him, KD. Get strong with him. I like that. I like that kind of KD. Get physical. Bang. That's light work, man. That's light work, KD. Let me take my banner down. Bruce Banner's over here. Oh, good pass behind the back. You got to make that basket. Kick it, kick it. Come on, Josh Okogie. Josh Okogie just shooting up anything. Out there looking like Jay Cutler. I don't think. Look, Drew Holiday on him. That's Drew Holiday. Splickety splow. Splickety splow.
That's how you supposed to shoot. From now on, that's how you shoot.
Splickety splow. They got to play better defense than that. That's what I'm saying. This game already don't look right. Look, Drew Holiday on Armor. I like how Armor just still attack. Oh, don't you do that. Oh, stop and pop. That stop and pop work will work for Kevin Durant. He get into that stop and pop game, it'll work. the right now, it's just like what I said. This team came out feeling like they can beat anybody, and they showing you that they can't beat anybody. They showing you that they can beat you right now. Now, obviously, you ain't got into your bag, but they got the players that can match up with anybody if you don't play the right game. That's what they showing you. See, you think you just gonna hit threes and they gonna just keep doing this right here? Oh, now he gonna pull up one and dang, big ass clinging down there. Josh Okogie done shot 4 threes today, man. Let me tell you something. Josh Okogie, boy, you better. We're still by LP. That's who we want shooting the three. That's who we want shooting the three right there.
That's how you supposed to shoot. From now on, that's how you shoot.
Splickety splow. He just shot that mother like it's nothing. He already almost got 20 points, goddamn. How many points Kevin Durant got already? 10 points, probably all of them KD's. 7 out of the 10 for KD already. And we only down 6 points, and they ran off. They came off running off points that early. KD got 5 points, and Tamuni Kamara got 8 points. And the Rockets back in the ball game, man. The Rockets back in the ball game. Hey, look. Don't get mad at me if the Rockets lose this game. I didn't jinx them. All I said was they got to come out and not let nobody punch them in the mouth. That's all I was saying. That was my whole entire point, was to not let somebody come out, bust you in your shit, and get off to the races. And that's what they did. So, but at the end of the day, they don't have the bench. They don't have the bench firepower to compete with us. They're going to have to play their starters 40 minutes to beat us. And unless they're ready to play their starters 40 minutes, because they can do that until we put Steven Adams in there. Because Donovan Clingan is a smart basketball player. He's not doing that shit on Clint Capella and Steven Adams, but Al Pachango, he kind of play around different areas of the court. So you can get some of that shit on LP. Look, LP finna give him work. Oh shit. Jakob. I gotta give you that LP.
Son of a... You done messed up.
I gotta get that to you, LP. Oh, good pass. And it's actually we're looking like 6-point ball game. It's a 6-point ball game. And the Houston Rockets looked close the deficit. And try to avoid being 0-2 in this in-season tournament cup game. Oh, look at Reed with the forward pass. Looking like a young Billie Holiday out there throwing that thing coast to coast. Isaiah come right in the game and get him. I thought he finna get him a steal. Got him a assist right out the gate. He looking more confident, man. He looked like he confident. He know exactly what he want to do, where to pick his spots at, and how to be effective in the game plan. And every player on this court is learning their role. Jabbar know I got to shoot the ball. Hey, I'm a shooter. Look at Reed foul. That's what I'm talking about. Good foul. Way to get aggressive. Now the referee called that shit.
That's some dysfunctional shit.
Yeah, that's a dysfunctional shit. You don't supposed to call that on Reed Shepard, man. You gotta let Shep get away with that. You gotta let old Shep get away with that. You understand what I mean? No, I'm talking about because I'm real. Stop and pull up. Look, fouled him. There you go. Fouled him. Hey, if I told you to take K under 27, what did I say? Under 27? I think you still might be safe. He is on a shooting spree right now, but I don't think he can be in the game. I think we're gonna blow this game out the water in a little while. Sooner or later, we're gonna make some stops and go on the run. But the way they playing, it looked like they trying to make this a basketball game. But they was up like what 17-6 or some shit, and we just made a comeback all the way from 17-6, and now we 24-24 finna be 25 to whatever it is. Sooner or later, we finna step on the gas and we're gonna put them out of their misery. Sooner or later, we're gonna step on the gas and put them out of their misery. Sheesh. All right. Let's see. That's 2 fouls on Isaiah. That's 4 fouls. Let's see. Isaiah got 2. See, Jeremy. Oh, that ain't Jeremy. That's all Time Lord. What's his name? Well, get out of here with that nonsense. That used to be his boy, though. No, Time Lord used to be his boy. They used to roll together. Like 6s and 8s. Let's see. Okay, let's see what this right here. Oh shit. Oh shit, that boy. Right there, real quick like that. Yo. Okay. Let's see. At any rate, man, like I said, we're gonna put our foot on the gas right here. We're finna put our foot on the gas. And no, you gotta get that ball to Reed. He was finna shoot that thing. He was finna fire that regular pistol. KD, you hog balling. He trying to go for a big number tonight. God dog. Oh, boy, look at the Reed. Hey man. Reed picking the defense apart. Passing the ball up the court, getting the ball up the court quick, and making good reads early. Leonardo da Vinci missed a shot. There you go. Isaiah shooting the ball fading to the side. Shoot your real shot, man. Shoot your real shot, buddy. I know you think you Stephen Larry Miller, but you shoot your regular shot, man. Just shoot your regular shot. You ain't no Draza Petrovic, bro. You ain't no Draza Petrovic. What's that? Bobby Hurley, Draza Petrovic, all that. Oh man, that's that Mexican OT, right? Hey, look. So this game so far, it started out slow. The Rocket coming back. I don't think it's gonna be a close game past the second quarter. Once we get in the second quarter, Rockets gonna take off and blow this thing open, and then it's just gonna be a regular game where you outplaying your competition. Like they came out hard, they came out with a lot of energy, but they bench can't really keep up with our second unit or none of that. So as soon as we get into our rhythm, we got guys missing shots right now. As soon as we get into our rhythm, I think it's gonna be another wash. If we can get Kevin Durant off the floor. Because he doing a lot of shooting. I don't know if he's trying to cover his point spread or what. He going to the goal every time. He going to the goal like he got to try to score his 20 points before he go sit on the bench. Which I mean, I guess that's not covering the point spread. That's just making sure your stats look right before you go sit down. Which is smart though, to be honest. Which is smart though to go to be honest. Boom. That's the same play I was just talking about right there. The ball on fire. They got the on fire, the lightning ball behind the shot. I be telling myself I'm gonna record these games so I can use the highlights that they be showing on here for some of my highlights. I need to be more due diligence um, when I be preparing for game. But I got so much stuff I'm working on to be honest. So if you hit the subscribe button, you won't miss none of the stuff that I got. I'm working on, and I am working on some stuff, man. The show is doing good. The channel's doing good. Thanks to you all. I appreciate that very much. And it's only going to get better. I know it seems like it's stagnant. It's just, the same thing over and over and over again. But it's slowly developing. It's a maturation process. I'm adding little things here. I'm adding little things there. The user interface is changing a little bit here and there. And I got things that I'm working on the back burner. I got things I'm working on the back burner, you know? So and we'll see how everything turn out as it starts to develop. Oh, look at that! He's shooting that bitch from anywhere. That's what I'm talking about. Hey,
That's how you supposed to shoot. From now on, that's how you shoot.
pooped on him. Isaiah on fire today. Isaiah on fire. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm talking about. That boy said that shit quick. I couldn't even keep up with it. I know he said don't play it like that. I know he said if you pass the ball like that, you got to be able to get back. And I don't know what he said after that. He said something like don't play it like that when he passed the ball. Something you got to be able to get back. I didn't see what else he said, but coaching up Reed, he coaching him up. I'm telling y'all, Reed Shepard he gonna take the starting point guard spot sooner than later. On the sooner hand side, rather more than the other than the later hand side.
Over basketball.
I'm over here clickety clacking in the background all over the place. Don't pay me no minds. Don't pay me no minds. I can't believe nobody showed up in the what's it call it today. Nobody pulled up in my chat except for one cat. Man, that boy launching t-shirts out there. Yeah, it'd be funny. Like whenever you see people in the stands and they be just jumping or dancing or whatever, and when the camera get on them, they start moving super crazy, bro. Like they be doing a nice little cool little play, a little two step or something like that. And then the camera hit on them, then they bust out in like the the Carlton or some shit like that. But not even the regular Carlton. It'll be like a super exaggerated version of the Carlton where they hips going one way and the elbows going a totally opposite way, I'll be like, man, why you had to change your whole body makeup just because the camera on you? You got to turn your whole body to the side just because the camera. You cannot be that excited to be on that camera, bro. You cannot be that excited to. Good still, Atari. No, it's not that ball. It's our ball. You cannot be that excited to be on the camera, buddy. You know what I'm gonna do? This what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and put on some music. Let me see. Do I want to put on some music now or don't put on some music later? I'm gonna put on some music now, and then what I'm gonna do is you know what? I wonder. Dylan Brooks over there making history in Phoenix. Dylan Brooks is making history in Phoenix. And then y'all try to tell me Dylan Brooks wasn't a good player. And then you know what? Since ain't nobody out here but me, I'm gonna go ahead and say this shit. Cause ain't nobody here but me. I can say it. I can say it, damn it. I can say it. We talk about we always talking about who give people credit and this, that, and the third. I know how many times I go on platforms and people shoot me down for saying shit. I know for a fact. People come on my platform. People come on my platform and tell me I be wrong about shit. The only difference is that when you come on this platform, if you tell me I'm wrong about something, I know exactly what show you was on, and I can go back and look it up. I can go back and look it up because I know exactly what show it was. I don't have to guess. That's the only difference. But I know I be on platforms saying stuff and people will shoot that shit down, turn back around. What the hell is that? Turn back around and then act like they never said it. Oh, that's dope. I don't know what that beeping is. Hold on. Oh, I know what that is. Okay. I'm getting hit up over here. Man. Yeah, man. So look, I'm messing around with this new interface. You know, if you got anything you want to get off your chest, you want to get something off your chest, you want to tell me something that you feel about these Houston Rockets, about this Houston Rockets, about any Houston Rockets for that matter, feel free to come up, let me know what you think. Let me know. Or put it in the chat. Put it in the chat what you think about the Houston Rockets. Are they playing good? They playing bad? You seeing reoccurring problems? Anything, any other thing of the sort? You want to talk about it. You want to chat about it. You want to get your thoughts out. And then you can get your credit. You can get your credit. Because see over here, if you say something to me that I've never heard before, I'm going to give you credit. And I'm going to remember you said it. I'm gonna shout you out. I'm gonna remember you said it. And then when you see the shit coming to fruition and it start to pop off like you said it would, I'll be the first to come on here and be like, yeah, such and such, you know. I mean, Rob Cortez said all you gotta do is pump fake the ball in the passing lane and Cam Whitmore jump in the passing lane. See, I remember stuff like that. You know what I mean? You know, you know. I remember little certain things. Splash. Oh, he missed that. That's just like if Dorian Finney-Smith come back and he a great player or some shit, he's some kind of extraordinary, you know, better defender than everybody else besides Armin. I'm gonna remember who told me that. I'll be like, yeah, money did say Dorian Finney-Smith was gonna be like our second or third best defender. I'm gonna be like, yeah, I never thought it. I never thought it, never believed it. But it was true. But it was true. Let's see. Let's see. Uh, okay, okay. Let's see. All right. Let's see. Real quick like this right here. Uh-huh. excuse my excuse my little sickness. Like I said, I'm not feeling too great. All right. Let's see. Let me look over here and see if anybody in the chat, anybody got anything to say. Okay, nobody said. I do got people in the building, so if you're in the building, I appreciate your likes. I appreciate your subscription. I even appreciate you sitting with me through this boring ass stream and this boring ass game. Even though the game is close, it's actually a boring ass game because we know that the Rockets is not playing good. There's been some missed shots, and probably at the half, it'll probably just go bonkers or whatever. And as for right now, I'm just kind of chilling, trying to learn the platform. And, like I said, if anybody got anything they want to say, you can feel free to pull up and, say it, chime in the chat, chime in on the thing. Um, cool. That's cool in the game. Oh, shit. That's a foul on Drew Holiday. He just straight ran into Tari Eason. Booty bumped the shit out of Tari Eason. He just booty bumped that man in his hip. Oh, no. Foul on Drew Holiday, man. You can't booty bump that man in his hip bone like that. Let's see. Let's see. All right. Well, all righty then. Hey, can y'all tell anything different about the stream? Anything look different? If you've been here before, can you see anything different about the stream? Or are you here on the new vertical layout? If you're here on the new vertical layout, tell me how it look on the vertical layout because obviously this is a new feature and we haven't had this before. And we haven't had this before, and I'm just trying it out. I just now found out how to even find it and look and see what it look like. So it does look a lot different than the Tombat thing. So I'm gonna be working on how to make the vertical look a lot better. I'm gonna be trying to figure out how to make the vertical stream look a lot better. Cause I like this you know, little vertical jump off joint like that. But I can't like I said, I don't really know too much about it. I'm just still learning. Drop a couple of happy faces in the stream. Yeah, I got happy faces in the stream. Yeah, I got water in the stream. Yeah, try to put me by a string. Yeah, I got money. What you mean? Yeah, oh, watch me do my thing. Yeah, diamond shine, pinky ring. Yeah, Hugh Rocket is my team. Yeah, smiley faces on the string. Okay, the Rockets have just took a lead and Okay, the Rockets took a lead in there. From now on, okay, that's pretty much it. I mean, that's pretty much the ball game. That's all we really were waiting on was for the Rockets to take a lead and get a lead going into the half. And once they get this lead going into the half, it's a wrap. They just came out lackadaisical, man. They just came out lackadaisical. And as you notice, when the Rockets come out lackadaisical, they'll let a team get busy on them. And once they let that team get busy on them, it can be a long damn night. You understand? You understand me? Know what I'm talking about? Because I'm real. Know what I'm talking about? Because I'm real. Coming down Peace and Chain, Old Shiny Grill. So that's, I'm really over here shucking and jiving, y'all. I'm really shucking and jiving. I ain't gonna even hold you, to be honest. I'm doing all kinds of shit. I'm not even barely focused on watching the game. Hair transplant threw me off. I think that's what got me. Mm-hmm. Hey, guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? Check this out. Guess what? Guess what? Guess what? I got 0 people watching. And guess what? I'm still on here popping my shit with no people watching. I'm still a goon. I'm still a goon. I'm still a goon with nobody watching. Guess why? Oh, my bad. Not that. I ain't meant to push that. I meant to push this right here.
You have an inconsistency in your own argument, and that's another example of why I call you Michael Jordan fans, because you're not consistent in your own argument.
And then you think about it. Look, in real life, true story, I don't really care. To be honest, I don't really care because I say enough shit. I say enough shit that other people don't say to where that I know basketball to a degree that if you're listening to me, you might not agree with me when I'm saying it because I'm not the best person at saying the norm. I don't say that. I've never since I was little, I've never said the normal shit. I've never been the person to just follow the pack, say the norm, rhetorical rhetoric type, say the normal shit that somebody got. That's never been me. I've always thought outside the box, stepped outside the box, drew outside the lines, colored outside the line. That's what's made me successful over the years. If I follow the pack, if I follow the crowd, 9 times out of 10, I'm fucking up. I'm fucking up. I have to be outside of the lines in order to be my most successful self. What am I saying? What am I saying is I'm saying that the thing that makes this particular platform different is I'm not going to come on here and try to tell you what I think people are going to say or what I think makes me look smart. I'm going to say what the hell I think I would say on a regular day to anybody. Just anybody. If I'm talking to my brother, or if I'm just sitting down watching basketball, the regular shit that I think in my head, that's what I come on here and say. That's what I come on here and say. See? One thing he could do, finger roll. Like if I come on here and I say, look, Alpha Shangoon just did one of the best finger rolls I've seen since George Gervin. Then somebody will come on here and they'll be like, man, they said Albert Shangoon is George Gervin. And I don't care. If somebody say I said Albert Shangoon is George Gervin, I just said that he did one of the best finger rolls I've seen since George Gervin. Somebody might disagree. Somebody might not disagree. I really don't care. I really, like in my mind, I really don't. Because if I feel like he did one of the better, which I don't, but if I feel like he did one of the best finger rolls since George Gervin on that particular time, then I come on here and tell you. And usually I got a reason to back it up. Usually I got a reason to back it up, but not always. Okay, looking like this finna be halftime. And at halftime, I'm not gonna shut it down. I'm gonna keep the party going. Gonna keep the party going. Let me see. Oh my bad. All right, all right. I have no idea what's going on over here. So let's get into it. Hmm. PC. PC. Let's see. You want to go PC or you want to go MP3? Jesus, Christ, people. Oh no. I don't know what I'm doing. Hey, but at the same time, I appreciate everybody. I appreciate the likes. I appreciate the subscribes, man. Appreciate the good looking. Oh, that's nasty McNuggets right there. That's nasty McNuggets. Oh shit. Little stuff. Oh. Oh, yeah. What's this one? Hey, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? Is this a good game or no? Is this a good game or no? Because I'm watching the game. I'm really not watching the stream. So if anybody pull up in the stream, you know how it go down. And nobody. Hey, no shits, bro. What's up? That's what I'm saying.
It's gonna start to move.
Okay.
Either, I guess.
Okay. I'm doing some other stuff over here on the back end. So while I get that ready, let me see what kind of music I'm gonna give y'all because it's been a very quiet stream. Um, at halftime, your Houston Rockets have just started to play basketball. Low scoring second quarter for the Houston Rockets and the Portland Trailblazers. Look, the score is 69-60. Kevin Durant got 20 points. Albert Shango got 12 points. Jabari Smith Jr. got 15 points, shooting 3 for 6 from the field. Josh Okogie is shooting 0 for 2. Armin Thompson shooting 0 for 2 from 3. And Armin Thompson also has 11 points. For the Portland Trailblazers, Tamara Kamara, 12 points. Drew Holiday, 13 points. Shady Sharp, 8 points. Jeremy Grant, 5 points. Shango has 7 rebounds. Well on his way to another triple-double. He only has 3 assists. LP stupid, man. Albert Shango stupid. They said she asked LP what's the keys to the game. Albert Shango said, it don't really mean too much to us. We just want to win the game. And basically in nutshell, he's saying like, it really ain't no key. We just gotta go out here and beat them. It ain't really no keys. We just gonna go out here and just win. that's the key. Key to the game don't really mean shit to me. I'm just gonna go out here and be better. Albert Shango the fool, man. LP a fool for that. Key to the game don't really mean shit to me. I'm just gonna go out here and just win. That's all. That's all we trying to do. We ain't worried about no keys. Anybody never had no keys, no game. I'm just go out here and win. That's all. That's some player ass shit for somebody for one of your best players to say though like that. Like, keys to the game. Shit ain't really shit. I just win basketball games. That's all. That's all we do. We ain't doing none of that other shit you talking about, player. Man, you come straight out of a country. Think about. Let me see. You come straight out of a comic book. I don't know. So I don't really think there's no keys to the game either at this point. I thought it was keys to the game at first. I don't really think there's no real keys to the game. I mean, it is. They trying to play fast. You want to slow them down. The number one way to slow them down is stay crashing the boards, stay beat them on the boards, and don't turn the ball over. That's the number one way to keep them from getting out and running. And if you do that, eventually it'll turn around. The game will turn around. It'll just be another regular game, like we expected it to be. Um, and that's kind of where we at. We kind of at that point where it was getting out early because we was missing shots, and we missed a lot of shots because we was shooting some threes. We was missing some threes, and they was just taking the ball off the rim and just running. Now what happens is when we start getting to the rim and not missing threes, they're gonna slow down because this you can only run from so far. And so you have to make shots, you have to not, miss shots, but you also have to not turn the ball over and make them a half court team. So just like I said earlier with the keys to the game, it's gonna be largely contingent upon whether or not you can make them a half court team and slow them down and just keep them from getting out in fast breaks. You know, that's kind of where we at. We just don't want them running up and down the court all willy nilly. Um, and so long as we keep them in the half court game, then our defense will take care of the rest. And our offense is way more powerful than theirs. So there's no way they can really keep up with us scoring unless they just get super hot. And I'm not a rapper. Get it? Super hot, not a rapper. Those is bars. Monquel. Siddly, 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 whoa. Yeah, you don't get out my face, bro. I don't know that. What in the hell? That's all I want to do. This right here. Okay, let's see. Oh no, 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 baby. That's Buku, baby. The pumpkin knocking on my door. Let me see what's going on out here, boy. That shit straight out of Turkey, boy. Let me see. I'll go ahead and put this on right quick.
Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murder, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Rush, but the prayers ain't good. Get your body hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murder. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't yes. Red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Body hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murder. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, body hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murder. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Get your body hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murder. Get yourself so touched. Where the angels clutch heat, where the halos and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Body hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murder. Get yourself so touched. Where the angels clutch heat, where the halos and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding.
Hey.
I'm trying to get you. You ain't got it.
Red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, yeah. Dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Rush for the prayers ain't much. Red alert, party, party, 12 touch. Rush for the prayers ain't much. Rush for the prayers ain't much. red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Rush for the prayers ain't much. Red alert, body, body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I'm murder, I'm yourself, so touch. Red alert, where the haters clutch heat, where the hate flows. When the ops rush for the prayers ain't much. Rush for the prayers ain't much. I dip into the now. Came up, took lost off the boss. Now talk, keep go. Look at wrist, look at gang, look at shit, stay lane, never trip, never quit. Wrong with he never miss. Me keep go why the heart sound sit I don't stop it with the some be profit talk about really about it. Red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Wait, more. Red alert, get your body hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I'm murder. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush for the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I'm murder. Get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat.
I ain't trying to gas you.
You ain't gotta ask, I know what it is. You ain't gotta trip, I know how to live. I ain't trying to own, I'm just trying to build. If you talking games, keep it real, listen, I ain't pressed. I'm just trying to build. If you're talking games, like I ain't trying to gas you. I'm just keeping it 100. Ain't no leashes, ain't no weak shit. You bossing up, I keep it. And you ain't out here stalking for attention, girl, you geeking. That's the type of energy that keep up on reaching. See, I ain't trying to slow you down. I'm trying to slip the pace. Stay out here playing checkers. I just mistakes. Let them stress, let them guess, let them run in place. You and me, that's a flex, ain't no need to chase. You ain't gotta ask, I know what it is. You ain't gotta trick, I know how to live. I ain't trying to own, I'm just trying to build. If you talking game, I'ma keep it real. You ain't gotta ask, I know what it is. You ain't got a trip. I know how to live. I ain't trying to own. I'm just trying to build. We just let it go. We ain't got a force. We just let it flow. Ain't no handcuffs. Ain't no ego. If we both got wings, then we both won't.
I'm just trying to feel. If you're talking game,
but I ain't trying to gas you. I'm just keeping it 100. You ain't gotta ask. I know what it is. You ain't got a trip. I know how to live. I ain't trying to own. I'm just trying to build. If you talking game, I'ma keep it real. You ain't gotta ask. I know what it is. You ain't got a trip. I know how to live. I ain't trying to own. I'm just trying to build. If you talking game, ain't no drama, ain't no stressing, ain't no questions, ain't no guessing, ain't no drama, ain't no stressing, ain't no questions, ain't no guessing. They confused, ain't it? Yeah, let them hate. We ain't worried about them now, we just getting paid. Yeah, let them hate. We ain't worried about them now, we just getting paid.
you ain't got a trick. I know how to live.
You ain't gotta ask, I know what it is. You ain't got a trip, I know how to live. I ain't trying to own, I'm just trying to build. If you talking game, I'ma keep it real. You ain't gotta ask, I know what it is. You ain't got a trip, I know how to live. I ain't trying to own, I'm just trying to build. If you talking game, I'ma keep it real. Yeah, they watching how we slide. You got your own bag, I just double what you drive. Ain't no petty flicks, I ain't worried by the side. If they ask me what we doing, I'ma tell them we alive. I know what it is, yeah.
You got a trick. I know how to live. I'm just trying to feel. If you're talking game, I'ma keep it real. You gotta ask. If you're trick.
Rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. I ain't trying to gas you. You ain't gotta ask. I know what it is. You ain't got a trip. I know how to live. I ain't trying to own. I'm just trying to build. I'm trying to real. Press.
I'm just trying to feel. If you're talking game,
but I ain't trying to gas you. I'm just keeping it 100. Ain't no leashes, ain't no weak shit. You bossing up, I peep it. And you ain't never start before attention, girl, you peep it. That's the type of energy that you on bitches. See, I ain't trying to slow you down. I'm trying to slip the pace. Stay out here playing checkers. I just make mistakes. Let them stress, let them guess, let them run in place. You and me, there's a flex, ain't no need to chase. You ain't gotta ask, I know what it is. You ain't gotta trick, I know how to live. I ain't trying to own, I'm just trying to build. If you talking game, I'm just keep it real. You ain't gotta ask, I know what it is. You ain't gotta trip, I know how to live. I ain't trying to own, I'm just trying to build. We just let it go. We ain't gotta force. We just let it flow. Ain't no handcuffs, ain't no ego. We both got things we both wrong.
I'm just trying to live. If it's all in game,
Look, I ain't trying to gas you. I'm just keeping it 100. You ain't gotta ask. I know what it is. You ain't gotta trip. I know how to live. I ain't trying to own. I'm just trying to build. If you fucking game, I'ma keep it real. You ain't gotta ask. I know what it is. You ain't gotta trip. I know how to live. I ain't trying to own. I'm just trying to build. If you talking game, ain't no drama, ain't no stressing, ain't no questions, ain't no guessing, ain't no drama, ain't no stressing, ain't no questions, ain't no guessing. Confusing. Yeah, let them hate. We ain't worried about them now. We just get paid. Yeah, let them hate. We ain't worried about them now. We just get paid. I'm keeping it 100.
you ain't got trade. I know how to live.
You ain't gotta ask, I know what it is. You ain't gotta trick, I know how to live. I ain't trying to own, I'm just trying to build. If you talking game, I'ma keep it real. You ain't gotta ask, I know what it is. You ain't gotta trick, I know how to live. I ain't trying to own, I'm just trying to build. If you talking game, I'ma watch it, I'ma slide. You got your own bag, I just double what you try. Ain't no picky fix, I ain't worried about the side. If they ask me what we doing, I'ma tell them we alive. I know what it is. So,
You ain't got trade. I know how to live. I'm just trying to live. If it's all in game, keep it real.
red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding.
No, this shit been plugged up all day, bro.
but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't yes. Red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't yes. Red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grass standing. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grass standing. rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust. And the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust. In the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust. In the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust. In the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust. In the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust. In the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust. In the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body whole 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, in the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't ask. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, catch your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos bust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Red alert, get your body, hold 12 alert. If I shoot, I murk, get yourself so touched. Red alert, where the angels clutch heat, where the halos rust, and the ops rush, but the prayers ain't much. Don't mess. Red alert, red alert, red alert, yeah. Got the dirt on my soul, no grandstanding. Hungry in my belly, but my spirit staying rich. Came up in the trenches where they quick to leave you missing. Found a way to fix it, had to move a little different. Never been a puppet, cut the strings and play the lead. Had to plant my roots, watch them grow and they was trying to doubt me, now they watching how I breathe. Each step I take, it's like I walk in prophecy. Came out the mud, had to learn how to swim. Praying to God while I'm dodging the sin. Scars on my soul, but I never give in. Like when the line I was built for the wind. They put me to wolves, now they call me the leader. Fed them the truth, now they keep from the feeder. Trying to take you far, I don't need a visa. Looked in the mirror, I found me a keeper. I done took the long way home. Had to go the long way home. Road's dark, and I'm trying to keep from falling asleep. Sometimes it's hard to make it right up the street. Ain't no mercy when you coming from the bottom of the city. Either selling hope or you serving to the gritty. Either make it out or you die before you pity. I just chose to hustle, now my pockets looking pretty. Still keep a bob on the dash. Gotta keep it when you chasing the cash. Dodging them demons, they quick with the mash. Trying to lay traps, but I step right past. Look, real ones more like the hands on the clock. Stay on the grind, never ran from a shot. Like when the line put my plans in the pot. Cooked up a dream and I made me a lot. Took me a minute to learn how to pivot. Pain in my soul, but I never admit it. Walk with a limp cause my burdens be heavy, but I keep it moving, my spirit is steady. I done took the long way home. Had to go the long way home. And I'm trying to keep from falling asleep. Sometimes it's hard to make it right up the street. Looking at the sky, wonder how long rain gon' fall. Sun won't show up, I just hope it stalls. Really been tested, but I'm built for the haul. Mountains turn into pebbles, seem so small. Still keep a block with a Bible seat. Praying to God while I'm riding with it. I ain't no preacher, but I talk my script. Faith in the hustle won't make me rich. Pain in my past, but I just don't get it. Lost some homies, paid that price, I'm not forgetting. Jesus Christ, I done seen darkest nights. Now I see clear through the brightest lights. Grew from the gutter, stutter, step on the path. Try to move too fast, can't drive, you crash. Trying to touch heaven, but I'm still in the trap. Can he walk with the saints while he watching his? Baby girl, just in case. Cause I don't wanna ever do nothing that will make you feel out of place. And if we just get right down to the point of it all, and the point of it all is just, I don't wanna lose you now. 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 I don't wanna lose you. I think I wanna say you're special. Think I wanna treat you cool. Think I wanna give you everything, invest everything in you. Honey, I'ma take precaution. Baby girl, just in case. Cause I don't wanna ever do nothing that will make you feel out of place. And if we just get right down to the heart of it all, then the heart of it all is just, baby, I'ma treat you extra special, baby, I'll treat you cool. And if we just I don't wanna lose you now. I don't wanna lose you now. I don't wanna lose you now. I don't wanna lose you. There ain't many things about this world I know for sure. But one thing I know for sure is I don't wanna lose you. As long as I'm living in this world, there is the shore. Girl, I'm gonna make for sure that I'll prove it to you. I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you now. I don't wanna lose you now. I don't wanna lose you now. You can share love with me. Takes for the love with me. You can fall in love with me, girl. You can fall in love with me. You can share love with me. Takes for the love with me. You can fall in love with me, girl. Love with me. Hey, I'm talking love with me. Oh, yeah. Don't try that. You're perfect just the way that you are. No, just shine. I wanna let you know that you're a star. And I get the feeling the same way about me. If you feel like I'm feeling, you don't have to hesitate. Come with me, honestly. I ain't never felt like this before. Possibly, if you feel the same, this is something we should expect. L-O-V-E, keep it simple, girl. Let's be the L-O-V-E. In the end, it's all we really need. I'm feeling the same way about me. If you feel like I'm feeling, you don't have to hesitate. Come with me, you can fall in love with me. You can share your love with me. Taste for the love with me. Fall in love with me. Supernatural. I think it's paranormal. I think it's spiritual. I think it's supernatural. I think it's paranormal. I think it's spiritual. Pick a card, pick any card. Don't forget it, put it back anywhere. Was your card an ace of hearts? Levitate or level playing field, meditate for forever, coming down, feel like landing, who really ever flows. For my final act, I'm gonna fix what's broken, break from the dream of big break. For my final act, I'm gonna stick two parts back together when the curtains close before I leave the stage. I think it's supernatural. I think it's paranormal. I think it's spiritual. I think it's supernatural. I think it's paranormal. I think it's spiritual. I think it's supernatural. I think it's paranormal. I think it's spiritual. I think it's supernatural. I think it's paranormal. I think it's spiritual. But I get the impression that you might feel stereotypical love affairs have left you feeling alone and ill. I can see it in the way you are. Your demeanor promotes your heart. But I can be of assistance, baby. See, it's not too late. Let me start, let me make up your baby. Make up your child, baby. Make up your baby. Don't be afraid, let me change it, baby. So let me amplify this situation, start up dignified conversation, and let me magnify your anticipation, and all this will justify the stimulation. I can see it in the way you are, your demeanor promotes your heart. But I can be of assistance, baby. Not too late, let me start, let me make up your baby, make up your top, baby, make up your baby. Don't be afraid, let me change it, baby. Let me change your attitude, baby. Let me show you a love that you ain't never seen. Oh, give you a point of view, baby, from a place that you ain't never dreamed. Make up your baby, make up your top, baby, make up your baby. Don't be afraid, let me change it, baby. Thought I would tell you that you got my heart, and I would follow you to wherever you are. Can't escape all that you meant to be. So I just recreate ways to say I love you so that you won't forget. I know you know, but this is just a reminder. I'm sure you know, but I had to remind. Maybe I should tell you this how you make it. Yeah, I don't kiss your touch. I'm so in love. Promise I'm gonna stay right. I can't pretend that you are not my everything. So I just remix it and find many ways to say. Let go, your baby. Let go, your top baby. Let go, your baby. Don't be afraid, let me change it, baby. If I only told you a million times about my love, then I need to take this time to tell you 1,000,001 I love you. I love you. Let go, your baby, let go, your top baby, let go, your baby. Don't be afraid, let me change it, baby. Motion, wrist frozen, yeah, we lit. Talking money, let's be honest, I'm the chick. They was capping, now they acting like my friends. Shoe was up when I was broke, that's a myth. It was me, big motion, big bag, big flex. Too much sauce, got them dripping off the set. They don't like me, but they watch me like a check. Tell them level up, rookie, I'm a vet. I just hopped up off the jet, check the altitude. Shawty bad, but I need her with an attitude. She ain't talking money, that's a pass, I ain't mad at you. You be chasing likes, I be counting what the bag will do. Big stepper, two-tone flexing. I just got a call, said the load just landed. New chain dancing, wrist Titanic. People dancing, about to make the bank panic. A brand new coupe off the lot, ain't no lease. Penthouse views, I be chilling overseas. Numbers don't lie, check the stats and analytics. Say you got motion, need to stop or be specific. Big motion, wrist frozen, yeah, we lit. Talking money, let's be honest, I'm legit. They was catching, now they acting like my friends. You was up and I was broke, that's a myth, you was me. Big motion, big bag, big flex. Too much sauce, got them dripping off the set. They don't like me, but they watch me like a chick. Tell them level up before they talk to the best. I be in my zone, I don't see the competition. I don't even talk, let my pockets do the business. Came up off the trenches, now the penthouse got a kitchen. I ain't signing nothing, we did it independent. BBS froze, got them blind in the club. Baddie on my side and she fine just because she don't need a filter. She ain't got a filter. She say she a vibe. I say, damn, you different. I just left the lot with a bag on me. You just left the gram with some cap, homie. Your sign must be California, all cap speech. If it ain't capital, can't capiche? Big motion, wrist frozen, yeah, we lit. Talking money, let's be honest, I'm legit. They was capping, now they acting like we friends. You was up when I was broke, that's a myth. You was me, big motion, big bag, big flex. Too much sauce, got them dripping off the set. They don't like me, but they watch me like a chick. Tell them level up before they talk to the best. So much distance, but still so close to all the things we always dream of. We should be symptoms. So much symptoms, so much more, but it seems it's just sickness. So where will we find your?
Where will we find remedy?
Remedy. Oh,
Is there anything short?
anything that
Make us not feel empty.
empty and pour into you. I pour into you, to you, pour into you, oh, pour. Fill up emptiness.
Why, oh, why?
Do it always be what systems can't control? These systems so far from the things we always imagine in our difference. Oh, so the difference. So much change, it's all the same. So where
Will we see change?
will we will we try to remedy today?
Is there any change?
Anything's okay.
Make us not feel empty.
Why do it always yourself? Ooh, butterfly. It was magic, oh magic, yeah. I could see in your eyes. Ooh, butterfly. One day you'd fly. What's a tree with no roots? What's a star with no sky? What is life without the things that makes you smile? So fly, spread your wings so wide, you gon' fly. The wind will be your guide, no matter where. I'll be close by. I'm so proud of you, my butterfly. You brought color to my life, yeah. Ooh, butterfly. I found what beauty really is. Oh, really is. It's not a thing that lifts me up. Oh, butterfly. This world shines brighter because of you. And I'm not lost for words at all. I can say so many wonderful things, not enough to make you know why I still smile. So fly, spread your wings so wide, you gon' fly. The wind will be your guide no matter when. I'll be close by. I'm so proud of you, my butterfly. The world may seem crazy and things don't always add up. You just look inside yourself and internalize. Yeah, when the storms come and skies gray, I know everything is okay. Because I've seen you fly. Oh, fly. Spread your wings so wide, you gon' fly. The wind will be your guide no matter when. I'll be close by. I'm so proud of you, my soul fly to the skies above. Carry my heart, carry my love. You'll always be my joy, my pride, my daughter, my butterfly. Oh, yeah.
All things. Share. And the things that we love the most are hard to just one of us, we can want. And we feel love. We don't look behind. There comes a time that we have to spread our wings. Fly.
Bright stars in the sky, running through the city. Bright stars to the night, running through the city line. Bright stars in the sky, running through the city.
Robber, yeah. Get the block, know the hustle from the start. Trees big, gotta picture me like art. The sharp for the silence, raised in defiance. Stacking bills like the Kindle fires. Determined like a turn up on my turn. Lessons learned like suppliers. Got life's an open books and lit page. Stories look like we on the grind, rip stage. Rap game maze, rap make waves. Craze with the big delays, no fade.
Bright stars in the sky, running through the city line. Bright stars in the
It's my heels exposed. My soul's is full of holes, flows I compose. Soul float over the struggle, weathered every storm. Looking down from the top where I was born, didn't stop. Adversity space, now I'm battle tested. Made it past the hate, how I handle pressure. Every beat a heartbeat, every bar breath. Trap got me racing, left behind the rest. Made my mark, left a legacy, never forget.
bright stars in the sky.
Let the roof down, see stars like Hollywood. Let the sea back, see stars like Hollywood. Looking at my review, I see I'm finally good. City lights, bright stars in the sky. Running through the city lights, bright stars in the sky. Can't change me. Someone can't change me. Can't change me. I know fear. Seen people lose life over nothing, but I also know strength and no faith. Still, that's why I'm overcoming. I've been at the bottom, so I not fear heights. I have walked through darkness, but no talk on love from a flight. nights, made it freeze. Know if I'm in ice that I heat. Yeah, I'm in the berg, on my wrist just peep. So me also to my hands, them weak. Government checks can't stretch 2 weeks. Grandmama was a real my dear. Blessings from again, I wish you was still here. Mama work, my brother held me down in the clutch. Now me want carry them, I'm a back on one of mama. Me feel the weight, me feel the fight, me feel them wish, me lose the sight. But you don't tell me, stand up right. Know me up, I'm God full bright. Money can't change me. No, me flex, but me never switch sides. Money can't change me. Maybe the chains from my neck, but not my mind. Money can't change me. No, no, money can't change me. Oh, oh, money can't change me. Money can't change me. Fake friends try to pull my back to the dirt. Them want see me win while my back in a hurt. But my focus, the goal too firm. To pay my dues, now the tables turn. Money can't change me, my heart too clean. Me keep back to the block to feed my team. Miss enough man switch for a little gold chain. But me never say me spoil for the riches I feel. But me never would I make it, but me here still. Them say me never be no king, but me bet me are real. All the nights I feel lots to find will. When me make a toast, I'm cut my spill. Money can't change me. No more flex, but me never switch sides. Money can't change me. Maybe the chains from my neck, but not my mind. Money can't change me. No, no, money can't change me. Oh, oh, money can't change me. Money can't change me. Money can't change me. No more flex, but me never switch sides. Money can't change me. Maybe the chains coming neck, but not my mind. Money can't change me. No, no, money can't change me. Oh, oh, money can't change me. Money can't change me. Tell me how the walls turn sheep when the lights out. Tell me how the real turn weak for the right clout. Tell me how the world burns slow when we pipe down. Tell me how we stand on truth, then lie down. I spin home split ball, blue check down. Die for a street band, invest, put the pain in the cuff just to slip through the stress. Turn a heart full of gold to a chain on their neck. What's the cost of living if you get too high? What's the point of wings if you're scared to fly? What's the point of love if it's laced with lies? What's the point of pride if it leads to demise? Yeah, I heard the devil talk smooth like an R&B track. Said the money come quick if you don't read that. You said fame ain't a game, but they all read lips. And if the pain don't kill them, then the laws read that. Tell me what the plan is. Young one, if the river come now, will you run, right? If the karma keeps circling like the sun done, we can change or explain where you're from. I see reflections in the water, but the face say mine. I see the weight up on my shoulders, but I call it time. If the reaper got a number, then I know he down mine. But I'm busy counting sins, trying to make them all dimes. Who the realest in the mirror, huh? Who the one that pull the trigger? Who the one that talk about it, but don't move a single finger? Who the one that pray for peace, but still be clutching on the banger? Who the one that hate us, but below he envy all his neighbors? Tell me what's the mission? You trying to make a killing, or you trying to make a difference? You trying to touch a meal, or you trying to touch forgiveness? You trying to be the realest, so just place it for an image, huh? They say it's never well between the top and here. I see the preachers and the dealers trying to shop and sell. I see the ones out here trying to fuck the bull, but won't invest in their own fam, man, the plot is cruel. Smoke, rise, mirror, fall, what you see. If the price on your head, whole city on the loop on repeat, either go to or you weak. For real, can't gas me, I seen the tanks on me, I seen a man give a
Yo, 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 yo. Got people in the building, man. What up, people? What up, people? Archon, salutes to you, Archon. Salutes to you, KOD. SP, man, SP. Shout outs to SP in the building, man. Shout outs to your boy SP in the building, man. We deep in here. We thick in here, man. We thicker than syrup maple, man. That Brer Rabbit syrup in here tonight. Hey, look. Y'all gotta, hey, I'm in here troubleshooting all different kind of stuff, trying to keep things going. Obviously the new changes they made to the user interface. Got new stuff going on over here, so I was just trying out new stuff, and I appreciate everybody pulling up on me, seeing what's going down. Now, obviously, I can open up the call line. I can open up the link. Um, let me see. I can drop that link right now for y'all if anybody wanna get off anything. Um, I saw King in here a few minutes ago. Yeah, yeah, I was. That's what I'm saying. They put that mobile phone UI in here. Where it's vertical, and it actually was sending people two different routes. So some people wasn't even getting my stream today. Um, different stuff was going on. So I was just trying out new stuff and trying to, feel my way around it. But and then trying to figure out how to incorporate music from the back end, different stuff like that. So that's why y'all hear the music playing. Usually I just have my music directly in the system. And so I was trying to hook up my other system into it and, trying different stuff, you know. But y'all some real ones for even being on the stream this long and seeing if I was gonna come on and say something. Because in my mind's eye, I was just it's really like a trial and error because I'm constantly developing in it. And since I'm still a struggle streamer, since I'm since I'm still a struggle streamer, it ain't no biggie smiles to me, you know what I'm saying? By the time everything get going and get functioning, I'll be up and running and I'll be able to do everything that everything I want to do when I want to do it. With that being said, King, don't duck. Don't duck, bro. We gotta we gotta settle this thing, King. We gotta settle this. We gotta settle this dispute. For one, Archon gave you some false information, man. Archon gave you false information. I went and looked at some different stuff and I want to know if you still want to if you want to set the date on that debate. We can sort that out tonight. Get that cleared up and we can let the people know when we gonna have this knockdown drag out. Um yeah, 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 yeah. Well, maybe not false information, but I think um, when I was looking into the I have to refute the claim. I think it was a misconception, maybe a misconception, maybe false info is the wrong word, but it was a misconception that I have to refute his arguments, and not that I have to refute it, but that I have to refute it directly after he says it, or that I even have to refute it any other time other than when I choose to refute it in order for it to be um refutable. And mainly since I started the debate, he should have, refuted what I said. I didn't really have to refute what he said until my last round, which I did do. And so as I was looking through it, um and checking my sources, I did find out that my strategy was valid. It was a valid strategy that I did. And, you know, all things considered, I'm like, okay, you know, it really would because for one thing, I don't like to be intellectually dishonest. You know what I mean? And if I say that, okay, um, this is my debate, this is my stance, and I take that stance, and then somebody say, okay, well, you was your strategy was invalid or whatever. You went first in the opening statement. Yo, that's the opening statement. That opening statement is just setting up the. It's basically almost like the moderator, bro. When you just giving your opening statement, it's just saying what you're gonna do. But when the clock started, when the actual clock started, um, I went first. So I actually set the first argument, and then you were supposed to refute me, and then by that point, I was already in full stride. So yeah, King know what time it is, man. Catch KOD, man. KOD know what time it is. Um, this is this is a hey, shout out to SP, man. This is a long standing back and forth we got going here since the beginning of the stream down there. And it is I know he probably on the job, so he probably can't pop up like he want to, but he'll sneak out of there. He'll he'll sneak out of there and get on here in a little while, and I can go ahead and let him know. And y'all can get ready to hear this. This is gonna be hilarious because I don't even have to do this, but I'm gonna do it in good faith. You know what I mean? I'm gonna do it in good faith. I'm gonna reveal tonight something that's going to set the table. As soon as he tell me what day he can take the debate. No, 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 no. First of all, let's say this. Let's put this in context. Let's put this in context. I won the debate easy, bro. I won the debate easy. That was one of the easiest debates I ever had in my life. And I took the unpopular opinion. I know you're on the gig. I know you're on the gig. I know you know what I'm saying. But I took the unpopular opinion. Do you know? Can you put in the chat when it comes to judging a debate, each point must be addressed as if and if possible refuted. Closing is not for rebuttals. That's true. That's true. But the point is that I didn't have to refute his argument because my argument was made first, and the overall premise I stated in my opening, and then I just piled on. Every um I just piled on every single chapter every round I just piled on top of my opening statement, which and you know yeah, yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see what I have here. Yeah, so if King can let me know what day he might have, what day he might want to take this debate. Cause I'm gonna make it light on him. I'm gonna make it light on him. I'm gonna make it light on him. I'm I'm gonna make it light, but I'm gonna make it hard on him at the same time. Cause you know how I do. When I come with the heat, I come with the heat. Now I'll just tell you right off the bat what I got right here. Let me just give you informal or competitive debates. You are not required to respond instantly to every argument right after it's made. What matter is organization and strategy. You can let your opponent's argument stand for a moment, continue building your own framework, like defining greatness, and come back later to show how their points don't fit within your definition. That can actually be more powerful because it reframes the debate on your terms. Build your own definition frame. Boom. You know. So basically, kind of what I did. It means I'm establishing the lens through which all arguments must be judged. Right? So when I started out by saying, we have to look at things like this. We have to see what this actually means. Let's look at deeper into the definition of what these things mean. I'm setting up the debate in my opening statement. And then when I started my debate, I just went straight into defining what things were great about these other players. And then when he came out and said, well, James Harden did X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z, then I just double back and said, well, he did this, 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 and this. See? So by doing that, I'm just, I'm not saying, well, James Harden didn't do that because he didn't say that James Harden's greatness was based off of this. He just said James Harden did X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. And so all I got to do is come back and say, well, this player did X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z, X, Y, Z. And then you compare them up, and then you can say da 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 da. But then when I go back and I do my closing statement, bookends what I started out by saying, that we have to define what is greatness and how we have to define greatness in the Houston Rockets culture. So it was one of them things. It went something like that. Well, but see, here's the thing about debates, King. Here's the thing about debates. The thing about debates is it's not always about the truth, bro. It's not always about the truth, because you can say something is true and it can be objectively true, or you can say something is true and it can be your opinion. But what we're looking at is who makes the better argument. And my argument was simply better because of the fact I'm looking at what it requires to be considered great and not just looking at what people already consider good. What you was looking at is what people consider good and how good is it. And so by me defining the greatness of a person is why I end up clapping you. And then I also define what it means to be clear cut great, clear cut number two. And that's why you got clapped. I mean, it was simple. It was simple. But you know what? Let me go ahead and kick this off. You put a date in here and then I'll tell you which we know I don't have to tell you who I'm gonna pick, but I just want to entertain it. I just want to see what your date is first because I don't want to give you too much time. No round twos. Oh, we gotta have a round two. We gotta have. Oh, you talking about round two on the James Harden debate? Oh, we don't have to do the James Harden debate no more. We don't have to do that no more. So how Wednesday? This Wednesday? You mean like Wednesday coming up? Bet. Let me tell y'all what I'm gonna do. Let me tell y'all what I'm gonna do to King on Wednesday. And I want everybody to be in the building. Send this out to your brother's mother's brother. Let me well, I can't let you pin me down on this one, Archon. Maybe on another debate I can let you pin me down because I can't let you pin me down on this one. I can't let you pin me down on this one. Reason why I can't let you pin me down is because what I'm finna do is finna be epic. It's gonna be epic. Because no, I'm gonna be fair. I'm finna tell you. I'm gonna tell you who I'm gonna choose as the most overrated player ever. You told me who you gonna choose the most overrated player ever. I'm gonna tell you who I'm gonna choose as the most overrated player ever, and we just gonna match wits. We just gonna match wits from there. I mean, that sounds fair. It sounds fair. The only thing is that well, see, here's my thing. When you're talking about, you know, pick a side, it's not like, yeah, who's the most overrated or who's the most overrated rocket ever? Okay, cool. Who's the most that's what I meant. Because we're saying he gets to pick anybody, he get to draw anybody out of a hat, I get to draw anybody out of a hat, and it's up in the air. I understand what Archon is saying. Archon is saying, let him tailor it up a little bit to where it's a little bit better. But what that'll do, that could give him a linchpin that he could kind of pull that linchpin. I want him to have to stand on what he said, and I'm gonna gift him a fair shot at winning. Just for the sake of debate, just because it's how good I am. Now, with that being said, nobody else in the building? Well, I'm finna gift everybody the most interesting thing that you will probably ever hear. Y'all ready for this? Okay, here it is. Here it is. King is gonna try to prove to me and prove to y'all that Tracy McGrady is the most overrated Rocket ever. He's gonna lose. I'm going to prove that James Harden is the most overrated Rocket ever. I'm gonna win. I'm going to prove to y'all that James Harden is the most overrated Rocket ever. And what I'm really actually gonna do is prove that Tracy McGrady can in no possible way, can Tracy McGrady be the most overrated Rocket ever. So I really have two jobs, two tasks in this debate. One, prove that King is totally wrong, and just making an asinine claim that Tracy McGrady is the most overrated Rocket ever. And I'll also at the same time prove that James Harden is that person on Wednesday in his raw pomposity and splendor on Tuesday. On his raw pomposity and splendor on Wednesday. King about to catch the smoke. King don't want listen. Listen, I'm gonna tell you what happened, SP. Let me tell you what happened. Today is Friday. See, they know tomorrow is beat and teach Saturdays. And they know I'll start beat and teach on Friday. So, you know, it wasn't strange, but I kind of figured nobody was gonna pull up today. Because beat and teach could have started on Friday and went all the way to Sunday. But I know tomorrow it'll be people pop on here. And I'm gonna do some beating and teaching tomorrow. There's gonna be a little beat and teach going on tomorrow. And you know, we'll get into some of that real smoke tomorrow. But when Wednesday come, it's about to go down. I feel like King about to run out of work. King about to run out of work when I said James Harden the most overrated Rocket ever. I can just imagine. What his face looked like when I said James Harden. And I wonder if he was thinking the whole time, like this whole week, like, man, EF gonna say James Harden. If he knew I was gonna do that, he should know me by now. You should. I mean, in a way, you kind of should know me because I was thinking about other players, and then I was like, meh, you know, let me make it light on him. Let me give him a fair chance to win. So, James Harden, a most overrated player, not Tracy McGrady, and you know, since I'm the challenger, I'll go first. And unless he want to go first. If he want to go first, he can go first. And to make it suitable for Archon, because I know that Archon's a little more technical than most debaters, we can set the premise up like that. James Harden is the most overrated player, not Tracy McGrady. Boom. Tailored it, tied it up nice, put it in a bow, gifted it to him. Let's make it an epic show for my second debate on the platform. Okay. Now, it's gonna be good. I noticed. Look, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 comments and no response. No response. I know he at work. I'm just fucking with it. Yes. But you have to know though, okay? You have to know though, bro. You have to realize by now that I'm not a lightweight at this. You have to realize I'm not a lightweight at this. You know. And you know what? And the thing about it is nothing I like more than a delusional, confident debater. There's nothing I enjoy more than a delusional, confident debater. It's like it's the best. It's the best. Because at the end of the day, you have absolute see, what happens is on most platforms you go on, you can get off one hitter quitter and then 7, 8 people will jump in and pile in and hit you with a bunch of cheers. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I said the same thing last week. Oh, I said that first. You said it first. Man, that's stupid. Blah, blah, blah. And then the other person never have a chance to get off why he thinks what he thinks. Huh? No, 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 absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm trying to listen. All I'm gonna do is say this. I'm gonna say this because this is like the weigh in. And I know, it's not fair because I got the mic and, you know, you got strong thumbs. But this this is something like a weigh in, something like a weigh in. So I'm gonna give you this, bro. Be prepared. just just be prepared, bro. You know me better than that. You know, it ain't gonna be that easy. I mean, you look. Everybody knows. Everybody who come by, everybody who's been on this platform knows he can talk shit with the best of them. That's why he's one of my favorite people to have on this show. Matter of fact, I even go as far as to say he is as important to this show as I am. That's just facts. That's just facts. Since the beginning of this show, King has been as important to this show as I have been because he can talk shit with the best of them. The problem is the best of them is me. That's the only problem. The only problem is talking shit with the best of them means he can talk shit with me because I'm the best of them. But no, it's not. It's I mean, you know, the the shock value, the extremeness of what I just said should let you know that this is not going to be easy for you, bro. It should let you know. Just the fact that I even picked that person, like I went to sleep, I woke up, I said, huh, boom, went through my day, went back to sleep, woke up again, and then all of a sudden it hit me like a bolt from the sky. I thought, hold up, wait. It's only one person. There's only one person that I should pick for this debate. And it's pretty easy from now. Pretty easy from now. So, what's tomorrow, and then we got days in between. So, man, look, you know, tell everybody, come check out the debate. You gonna cook me. You gonna cook me on the debate on my own platform. Let everybody know. Come check it out. It's gonna be a real one. It's gonna be a real fight. The only thing is the only problem is this, is that it's easy to get caught up in. Is that all the game for the night? Yep, that's all the games for the night. It's easy to get caught up in who's right and who's wrong based off of your own, ideas, not based off of um not based off of who makes the best argument. I think if we actually get it, if we actually just if which that's gonna be my biggest challenge. My biggest challenge, and Archon might attest to this, my biggest challenge is to get people tailored, to get people mindset um as to how to listen to a debate, not from an emotional or personal standpoint, but listen to the debate from a logical standpoint as far as what arguments are being made. Because everybody will come in with what they feel about the situation. And my biggest task is going to be, hey, you might feel this way about the situation, but listen to what I'm saying and see if you understand my argument. Whether you agree with it or not, did I make the points that I was trying to make? And if I can get people just to listen to the points that I'm trying to make, then maybe, just maybe, I can get people to view things the way I see things. And if I do that, I win the debate. Even if I don't do that, I mean, I'll make the better argument. I'll make the better argument, even if people don't believe it. Even if nobody believes what the hell I say, I'll make the better argument. Well, I'll always win this style. I'll always win this style. And I'll always win the argument. And I'll always win the evidence. Now, maybe the evidence is 50-50, but I'll always win this style. You know. And ultimately, I think style is how I won the last argument. I mean, even King would have to agree to that. Even King would have to agree that my debate style is just classic. It's just classic. It's you know right, right. So it's gonna be a challenge, and it's gonna be fun to me. It's gonna be fun to me regardless. Um, because of the fact that you know it'll be you know no way nobody can cut me off. You have to let me get through all my points. You have to listen to the you have to listen to the fluctuations in my voice. You have to go through the whole emotional roller coaster with me, and I get to take you on that journey. You got to ride that journey with me. And when you on the journey, you gonna get there. You'll get there. Even if you don't agree with me. Even if at the end of the debate you be like, the most overrated Houston Rockets is fucking John Lucas. even even if at the end of the debate you be like John Lucas is the most overrated Houston Rocket, you will still have to go on the roller coaster with us and enjoy the trip from both sides, from my side and from King's side, because I know he gonna bring his shit. I know he gonna bring his shit. I know that. I know that. I know this gonna be a hard fought battle for me. Is why I chose what I chose. It's why I picked what I picked. I wanted to be exciting. I wanted to be cutting edge. I wanted to be, you know, right on the fucking edge, man. I'm right on the fucking edge. Right there on the tip. And that's what we're gonna get it to. So it's gonna be interesting. Now, about tonight's game. About tonight's game. Y'all tell me what y'all thought about tonight's game. And then I'll tell y'all what I thought about tonight's game. What you got for me on tonight's game, Walkon? You did you see something that was did you see something that was exciting? Was it too close? Did it seem like it was gonna be um did it seem like it was gonna be more than what we expected? I mean, because I definitely at one point was like, I don't want to watch this no more. It was definitely times of the game that I was like, I don't want to watch this no more. Let me start off by saying this. Let me start off by saying this. I did tell people that they probably can take KD under 27 points. I did say that, but early in the game, I realized I was wrong when I saw he was jacking that shit up every time. So if anybody took KD for under 27, my bad. The nigga was a plus 37. It was crazy. It was crazy. Immediately I was like, okay, I was wrong. I was wrong. KD is going crazy early in the game. And I did say that you can take Alpha Shangoon over 23. If you took Alpha Shangoon over 23, you got it. I said take the under on the point overall total, 235. I was wrong. 235. This shit was 256. I was wrong about that. So, um, under the point spread for the Blazers, I was right about that. So out of the four, if you took all four bets, you know, you probably made a little bit of change. You know what I mean? Because they definitely didn't cover the spread. And Al Pachenko definitely was over his points total. So you could have got away 2-2, and you could have made a little bit of money if you bet it on whatever platform that you wanted to bet on. um, let's see. Didn't watch the match. I listened to it, but it was what I expected and expected in result wise. Facts, facts, 100% facts. I have no faith in teams like Portland. True. Now this okay. Okay. We're gonna get into that. I'm gonna go right here. They are competitive. They are competitive. But let's get into this. You 100% right, Ocon. Tonight was a game where I said, something like I said, um, with the Dallas and the San Antonio game. This team reminds me a lot of San Antonio, as they have shooters that could have got off, and if they shooters start hitting open shots, it could have spiraled out of control. They could have just started hitting open shots early and took us out of our game plan. All it took was for them to be physical early, get us out of our game plan, and then start hitting shots, and this shit could have went a totally different way. They did start hitting shots early, and they was a little physical early, but they couldn't sustain when they went to their bench. And ultimately, the minute they had to go to their bench, and we get to go to our bench, it's wraps. It's curtains. It's curtains. Mainly because KD was on a mission from jump ball. KD was on a mission to. It's like he was trying to get himself out the game early, but it was like, okay, I need to get my points up. Tell you something. What I noticed about KD. KD is smart in this way. He's not ball hogging for the sake of ball hogging. He ball hogs on games where it's like, okay, I can get my numbers. I want to get my numbers. I want to keep my numbers up. I'm not going to do it at the expense of the team, though. I want to get my numbers up, but I'm not going to do it at the expense of the team. This is the team where I can come in and get my numbers up. And that way, if I have to score 22 next game, I don't have to worry about my numbers. And I like that. I like that about KD. It's very, very, team friendly basketball. This is a team that I can get buckets on. Let me go ahead and get my buckets, because if it's a game where they doubling me or they blitzing me or whatever, I just want to get the ball out of my hand and play good basketball. I don't want to have to be forced to worry about, am I going to break the records I want to break or any of that shit. So when I started seeing KD getting into his shit early, I wasn't tripping. I was like, damn, he going for the gusto early, but I'm not gonna trip because, this team they're not gonna, really be competitive for us long. They took us all the way to halftime. They took us all the way to halftime. But by that same token, I knew that once we got to halftime, okay, once we get to halftime, it's a wrap. Once we get to halftime, it's a wrap. And I kept saying, like, okay, they came out, they got a 17-6 lead. They was up by 11 points or whatever it was. But once we got that shit down to like 12 to 17 or whatever, it's a wrap. You know, y'all had a chance to beat us, and that was it. That was it. Any team that would get some payout from jacking threes would beat us. Hey, look. Hey, look, that's a fact. Who is that? Taran. You a Portland fan? You a Portland fan, Taran? Shout out to Taran in the building. Shout out to Taran in the building. Come playoff time, we see what you're about. That's a fact. That's a fact. Oh, Hawks. Okay. Well, look. Um, in the playoffs. Well, here's the thing. First of all, how do you feel about your Hawks this year? Let me know how you feel about your Hawks. Do you feel like y'all are a legit contender on the East with all the teams being out? Do you feel like you all have a chance to actually make it past those elite teams? Because if y'all have a chance to make it past the elite teams, you know, I think y'all can keep y'all team together. But if y'all don't go make a deep playoff run, some y'all probably gonna blow up some shit over there. Y'all probably gonna blow up some shit. The Hawks win the East, but the Nuggets win the chip. So you think it'll be Denver versus Atlanta in the finals? Is that's what you're going with? King said my debate style is like a construction worker, a lot of heavy lifting. The fuck out of here, bro. Oh my goodness. No, this is in no way. This is in no way an indictment on you, King. But no, that's just plain and simple not true, Brody. Oh my days. Let's see. Okay. Let's skip all that. Okay. Look, do I need to pull this? Hope I don't get no echo off this right here, but I'm gonna put it back up. Y'all let me know if I start echoing. What's that? Nah. Y'all let me know if I start echoing. Drop twos in the chat. I'm pulling up some stuff over here. It might make me echo. It might twos in the chat if I sound like I'm like if my mic sound like I'm taking a deuce, and ones in the chat if if I still sound clear. Just let me know how I'm faring on that end. Um, Mic check. Okay, 1, 2. Mic check. I get a 1. Okay, good. All right, now it's that triple D style, dirty, difficult, and dangerous. Oh, man, look. Appreciate you all come for the one in the chat. Appreciate you, SP. I worry about others scoring for H Town in the playoff. Well, here's the thing. Boy, it's crazy, man. Boy, it's crazy. I worry about others scoring in H Town in the playoff. Here's the problem. Here's the problem. Let me touch on this right quick. First of all,
That's some dysfunctional shit.
absolutely not. We get Kyrie, we got no chance. If we get Kyrie, we got no chance. This is the thing. Kyrie, Chris Paul, anybody that KD has played with in the past, Russell Westbrook, Devin Booker, I don't want none of that shit. I don't want none of them shits because he already didn't win with them. He already didn't win with them guys. If he played with a guy and didn't win, I don't want that shit. Now, by some stretch of the imagination, you'd be like, KD and Clay. Then I might be like, okay, because they won together. Even though Clay's having a horrible year, I can see it in my mind as somebody that he won with. But if you tell me, hey, get this guy that he played and they didn't win, I'm like, nah, I'm good. Even James Harden, I would have to second guess that. I would have to second guess that. But scoring in the playoffs, here's the thing. We're doing so good. Our half court offense is night and day from last year. We are, I think, a top 4 half court offense. Well, we was the best offense in the league, and the majority of our offense is half court offense, which we know that in the playoffs The game slows down to a half-court game. It's not all that up and down running and throwing alley-oops between the legs and all that stuff. It's gonna be a knockdown drag out in the playoffs, and we have title fighters. We have prize fighters on our team now. We got Kevin Durant. We got um, we got Steven Adams. We got Ahmed Thompson, and Reese Shepard is rounding into rare form. And with a player like Reese Shepard, your half court offense is just as good as a fast paced offense. Your half court offense is just as good as a half paced offense when you have a player like Reese Shepard on your team. Right? Now, as far as the Atlanta Hawks go, y'all gotta get y'all half court offense together because y'all can run and y'all got Reese Shea and a couple of guys over there good defense or whatever. But the problem that y'all have is that Trey is small. He can shoot the ball, but he has to really, be a factor on defense. And he has to be a factor on defense and he has to be able to get the rest of the guys involved early and often in order for the Atlanta Hawks to be a real contender, especially on the East when you have to go through Jalen Brunson and how the guys, Paulo Banqueros and everybody over there. It's gonna be a uphill battle. And the Bucks got Chris Paul, I think. The Bucks got Chris Paul. Did they pick up Chris Paul? If the Bucks picked up Chris Paul, I thought they picked up Chris Paul. I'm not sure. But if the Bucks picked up Chris Paul, it's looking hard for y'all on the East because that's all they need. Listen, this is asinine, bro. It, it, listen, you say the same three things. You say I move the goalpost. You say I conflate. You say I deflate. Then you say I conflate again. Then you say I move the goalpost. I mean, you know, call it what you like. Call it what you like. It's the art of war, bro. It's the art of debate. It's the art of debate. Just pull up on Wednesday. Matter of fact, whenever the next game is, whatever. But Wednesday, I'll set the time. I guess I'm gonna set it around 8 o'clock. We're gonna get it in. Wednesday around 8 o'clock, we're gonna get it in. Do you think we need a point guard? I think no, I don't think we need a point guard. The short answer, the long and short of it, no, we don't need a point guard. We got two good point guards that's growing right now. I think they could be better. I think by the 62 games from now, we'll have a point guard. I think we could get a point guard. It would make us better, but I don't think we need one. I know everybody keeps saying we need one. We need a point guard. 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 I think me and King has been constantly saying we don't necessarily need a point guard. We just need the ones we got to play good. Because you can get a guy who plays good in certain situations that can't do other things, and then you'll be saying we need a shooter. We need a shooter. We need a shooter. We need a shooter. But then you got a person who's a shooter who's not getting the reps and he never gets to learn how to shoot in real game situations. So you can kill one thing by trying to go hunt for a bird in the hand, be two in the bush. That don't just mean, if you got a bird and you let it, that means that if you actually got something that's already that you got right there and you keep trying to grab something else, you're gonna let this thing here go. And that's what was happening to Reed, is that we started looking at what we need to do for a point guard, what we need to do for a point guard. And at the same time, we sticking him on the bench. Oh, we need to let this person play and this person. But the more you let him get out there and throw caution to the wind, he's going to get better and better and better and better. Now he's making defensive plays. And like I said, Reed Shepard, when the team come to us and hype him up because he get a steal, you get a big steal, and the team come galvanize around you and show you that they got your back and support, and they big up in you, you're gonna turn him into a beast. He's gonna get that dopamine in his head, and he's gonna be wanting that all the time, and he's gonna be out there going ham, trying to rip everybody. Better without Trey. Yeah, I'm tired of hearing Drew's name too. I'm tired of hearing I don't want to hear no Drew. I don't want to hear no Drew Hill. No, none of that. I don't want to hear none of that. No Drew Hill, no Drew Holiday, no Drew Carey, none of that. I don't want to hear none of that. Yeah, we better without Trey. Hey, I tell you something right now, bro. Trey Young is a beast, man. Y'all better not sleep on Trey. Trey just need a coach that know. Let me tell you something. If y'all really want it to be good, y'all will hire Mike D'Antoni. Just hire Mike D'Antoni. Mike D'Antoni will make Trey Young into an all not just a all-star. Mike D'Antoni would make Trey Young into a Hall of Fame player easy within 2 years. It makes no sense that y'all have Trey Young and y'all haven't hired Mike D'Antoni. Coach that don't need you to play a lot of defense. He gonna make your offense super great, and he knows how to work with small guards who can pass the ball and shoot the ball. Got high usage rates. That's what he specializes in. High usage rate, small guard who can pass the ball and shoot the ball. Don't need you to play defense. Mike D'Antoni is the perfect coach for Atlanta. I don't know who the hell the GM is, but he on that hookah. Um, Trade for AD. Hopefully, that's crazy. If all that running and gunning is a recipe for losing for us, yeah, most definitely, most definitely. If we running and gunning, it's not in our, you know, OCP at the Clippers. No, we're not a run and gun team. We're a half court offense. If we get in the half court offense and we slow down the other team, we good. No CJ McCollum. No CJ McCollum. We don't want no CJ McCollum, no CJ Stroud, none of that. None of that, bro. None of that. The grass is greener nonsense. Right, exactly. You're exactly right, Archon. They get you caught up on that oh yeah, man, we need this, we need that. And then like King said, um star whores. I give you one better than that, King. Just name whores in general. Just big name whores in general. You know, it don't even have to be a star. It just have to be somebody with a name that you recognize and you associate that name with, something that you like. You know what I mean? Like if I say shooter and then you think of JJ Redick or we need a shooter. What's your boy name that play for Memphis or whatever? See? Like if I say shooter, you think of old boy that played for Memphis for a little while. Name start with an M or whatever. And you be like, yeah, man, we can go get him. Yeah, that's because you associate that with him, but there's other guys that can shoot just as well. Probably not that good, but that can do what we need them to do. And so that name association will get your ass overpaying for a player, make you overpay for a player, and will get your team dismantled. It'll get your team dismantled real easy like that. Because they'll look out there just like this, like Derek White. They say, okay, well, Derek White is a good player. Oh, well, they really need a point guard. Let's get Reed Shepard and Tari Eason for Derek White. Now just think about this. If Dallas would have called us a week and a half ago and said, we'll give y'all Derek White for Tari Eason and Reed Shepard, half of Houston would have did. Matter of fact, if Dallas would have called right after the Detroit Pistons game, I mean not Dallas, Boston. If Boston would have started calling right after the Detroit Pistons game and said, hey, we want Tari Eason and Reed Shepard, we'll give you Derek White. 97% of Houston would have been like, yeah, let's do it. 97% of Houston would have been like, yeah, oh yeah, Reed Shepard and Tari Eason and Fred VanVleet, yeah, sure, let's go. Let's do it. 50% of Houston will probably still do that shit. 50% of Houston will probably still do that shit based off of Derek White and what they have made him out to be. The legend of Derek White and what he is on the lips of the media, but the media big heads and all that Derek White is basically an all-star and all that shit that they've been saying for the past 2-3 years. Right? And think about this. Think about it. Real life speaking. You could have walked around in Houston and said, hey, you want to give up Tari Eason and Reed Shepard for Derek White? Yes, yes, okay. Boom. I'll move him. I'll take him. I'll pack him. Everybody would have did it. Mostly. Mostly. I mean, some of us on this channel probably would have said no. Some of us on this channel probably would have said no. We know Buckmo would have traded him. Buckmo say he may been trying to trade Reed Shepard since the first daggone day he got him. Goddamn. You ask Buckmo, Buckmo been saying Reed was gonna get traded for the past goddamn 2 years almost. I ain't even known him that long. But No, I mean, overall, all in all, I don't think we necessarily need a point guard. I think tonight's game was just another example of, beating the team that you're supposed to beat and showing that you can do it a myriad of ways. Jabari Smith Jr. with 22 points, 4 for 9 from three. You know, Jabari hitting 4 for 9 from three. Well, what you gonna do when Jabari hitting 4 for 9 from three, get you 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 offensive rebounds, 2 defensive rebounds. And what you gonna do with that? Jabari's on a warpath like that. He 4 for 9. Shangoon 4 for 6 from three. What you gonna do when Jabari, Alp, and KD 12, 17, 12 for 17 or some shit? What's this? That's 12 plus 9. 21, right? 21. So they 12. So they basically 11 for 21. That's 50%. They basically 50%, 11 for 21. I mean, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? Almond was 0 for 3, but he still shot him. He was 7 for 7 from the free throw line. And you know what they say about players when they shoot good from the free throw line. That means their mechanics is there. They just have one or two things that's wrong with their shot. They need to fix one or two things that's wrong with their shot. So he's shooting 7 for 7 from the free throw line. He's not a bad shooter. He's not a bad shooter. He just got one or two things he need to work on, which means in a year or so, that 3-point shot gonna start landing for real, for real. He was 6 for 17. He had 19 points. Josh Okogie had 11 points. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. If I don't tell you nothing else, I'm gonna tell you this right here. If I don't tell you nothing else, I'm gonna tell you this right here. If I'm gonna tell you this right here, if I don't tell you nothing else, I'm on my Dr. Umar shit. See, when I repeat it 3 times like that, then you can feel I'm getting my Umar on. Josh Okogie with 11 points is almost a guaranteed victory. If Josh Okogie got 11 points, it's almost a guaranteed victory. You almost guarantee you can almost guarantee a victory if Josh Okogie got 11 points, bro. That's just what it is. And then we go all the way to the bottom there. I'm just skipping over everybody because Torrey, he was okay. He was 1 for 4. He didn't really play a great game, but he had 5 rebounds. He had a steal. He only had 1 turnover again. And we got to put to bed the notion that Torrey be turning over the ball all the time because he's averaging 1 turnover a game this year. So again, the Torrey turnover nonsense is kind of meh. It really ain't real. It's really a myth. Torrey don't even turn over the ball like that. But Reed Shepard, 3 for 9. Let me tell you about this 3 for 9. This is one of the best 3 for 9s that you could ever have. This is one of the best 33% shooting from three that you could ever have. Because the threes that Reed Shepard hit was timely threes. They was just timely threes. It was just rise up, not thinking about it, bang, knock it down in your eye,
That's how you supposed to shoot. From now on, that's how you shoot.
in your face. And when Reed is shooting like that, it's really nothing you can do with this team, like I said. What the hell? Oh, and that's one of the Buck Mo. Nah, you say E may want to get rid of Reed. You've been saying E may want to get rid of Reed since day one, man. I know you in the back there listening. Let me see. What about Trey? No.
dysfunctional shit.
Get out of here, bro. Get out of here with that shit, Archon. Archon trolling. Look at Archon trolling, man. What about trading our young developing core for Bradley Beal? It makes sense. He's over 30, injured. Everybody knows his name. And he's currently on a trash team. Perfect, right? Exactly. Exactly, bro. Exactly. That's the perfect person. Bradley Beal. And to top it all off, he just left a team where he was on a team with Kevin Durant. That's the whole thing. That's everything. That's everything you need to be the perfect player. That's the whole everything. He just got off the team with Kevin Durant, injured, over 30, on a trash team, haven't had a good year in a couple of years. They stunk when he was on the team with Kevin Durant. It's everything you need for Bradley Beal to be the perfect person. Everything. Can't get no better than Bradley Beal right now. Bugmo say he said he wasn't saying get rid of Reed. Nah, you wasn't saying get rid of Reed, but you was adamant. You was adamant that Ime didn't like him. You was adamant that Ime didn't want him. And I was almost starting to believe you. I was almost starting to believe you. And he probably, to be honest with you, boy, I'll give you this. He probably was on his last damn leg with Reed Shepard. But like I told you, that order came from upstairs. That order came from upstairs. When Stone said he got to be good for his period, he kicked the can down the road. He put that job on Ime. Ime took that job, and I got to give it to him. He unleashed the Kraken. Ime showed why he's considered one of the best coaches in the league. Because I came in here and I said it. I think it might have been Archon in the chat said the same thing. Is that it's on Ime. It's on Ime to make Reed what he can be. Get the best out of him that you can get out of him. And game after game after game, me and King been out here talking about the improvements. What improvements we see, what improvements we don't see, what he need to do. He changed this. Okay, he's not doing that. He changed this. Now he's doing that. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Making this pass. Now he's shooting confidence. Now he's shooting confidence and playing good defense at times. Overstretched. I said, before 60 games, he'll be the starting point guard. I seen Ime coaching him up. And he told him something. I couldn't tell exactly what he said, but he was like, "Hey, don't do that like that." He told him, when you play it like that, you got to be able to get back before they pass the ball. You got to be able to get over here and get back before they pass the ball. You know what I mean? So him being able to talk to Reed in the course of the game and coach him up and tell him how to get in the position to where he can make those plays, and Reed being able down the stretch. I'm a little sick, man. I am a little under the weather, man. But excuse me. But Reed being able to make the adjustments, in real time, listen to hard coaching, be better, come out, validation come from inside the team. Validation come from inside the locker room, bro. It don't really come from the fans. It don't really come from, it's when your peers congratulate you. When the people who you share the floor with, when they come and they hype you up off of a steal, when you get on the ground and you rip somebody, you jump out in front of somebody, you sit in the chair, you rip their point guard, you get on the floor, you scrappy. That's validation. And when you're a young up and coming player, especially the ones that they say, hey, we pick on you. We pick on the white boys. So if you can't shoot, you're gonna get play off the floor because we're gonna pick on the white boys. Reed say I can shoot and I'm gonna D your ass up. I can shoot and I'm gonna D you up. Now what you picking on? Picking your ass up off this floor and finna go take your ass to that locker room and take a shower because I'm gonna ran your ass off this court. Reed said he ain't playing no game. Reed, hey, listen at this. Name one white boy that has been an excellent shooter that had excellent defense. They Hall of Famers. They Hall of Famers. Whenever you think of that one, the one you thinking of that can shoot like that and play defense like that, he a Hall of Famer, buddy. He a Hall of Famer. You can shoot like that and play defense like that at the point guard position, you're a Hall of Famer. And let's put it all in context. Reed can be a Hall of Famer. Army can be a Hall of Famer. Al P can be a Hall of Famer. Jabari might not be a Hall of Famer, but he gonna be a hell of a role player. But we can't say that he's not gonna be a Hall of Famer because you know the way he playing, he's showing that he can be hella efficient. But we know for a fact we got 3 players on our team that can be Hall of Famers. What are you gonna do? You gonna break these guys up for Bradley Beal? you gonna break them up for Bradley Beal? You gonna let them play together? I don't know. I don't see no reason to break them up. I say you let these guys grow together, man. You let these guys grow together. In my mind's eye, like I said, is one thing that I think needs to happen. That's trade Fred VanVleet, what we like to call the fuck off the team. What we like to call the fuck off the team. That's how I mean. At this point, let's be honest. Let's be honest. Which is what I was saying last time. I think me and Buckmo was having this conversation, and Archon was on here with us, and I kept saying, really, what we really need is another shooting guard, a shooting guard that can handle the ball. I don't even really think we need that. But if I had to pick something, that's the route I would take. The reason why I say that, the reason why I say I would take a shooting guard that can handle the ball is because I do think I still think it's something to be said about somebody who really can create off the bounce other than KD. I know LP can. We know Umber can get to the rim, but I mean somebody that can create off the bounce. Just like you know, a real like a Jordan Clarkson or somebody, somebody not somebody like that, but somebody who got those kind of skills. I can get my shot from wherever I want trying to get a shot from. A real live hooper that can shoot the ball from anywhere, get to the goal, shoot the three, shoot from deep, put the ball on the ground. You know, I think it was Buckmore Smooth saying like a combo guard. Yeah, you can call it a combo guard. I call it a shooting guard. You know, mainly because you can shoot, you can dribble, but 6'4" combo shooting guard, whatever you want to call it. I still think we kind of need that. And like I said, I think we had this conversation, and they were like, "Who would be the perfect person to go on this team?" And I said Vernon Maxwell, because that would be like the perfect kind of person. Just a tenacious defender, lightning quick, can dribble the ball good enough to get to his own shit, and can shoot three, 35, 40, 35, 36, 37%, and play tough D, and be super fast, make a world of difference on this team. Especially when they can get to their mid range, they can shoot from three, they can get to the goal, and they can punch on you. John Starks, you know what I mean? Somebody that got a little, they got some action. Somebody that got some action from anywhere they go, you know. Um, so yeah, if the one thing that I think we could use if we had to move anything, it would be that. I don't really think, you know, I don't really think a point guard is. I don't think I'm taking the ball out of Reed and Armin's hands. Um, you know, if I could upgrade the position that Josh Okogie is in to a shooting guard, or just bring a shooting guard in and put him on the bench with Tari and Reed. And I really would be trying to, you know, to be honest, I really would be trying to put Reed in the starting lineup the better he gets. But I mean, right now he's not there. But the better Reed gets, I'm trying to put him in the starting lineup. And if you got a shooting guard that can come off the bench with a Kogi and Tari and Clint Capella, you're doing good. You're doing good. You got a good shooting guard that can score the ball. You know, that would be a perfect fit for what we need, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? Like just for an example, if we would have traded Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks and Jalen Green was coming off the bench right now, how much deadly would our team be? How much deadly would our team be if Jalen Green was coming off our bench? Which is what I was saying last year. I know King was probably in the on the panel or in the lobby when Elder thought he was cooking me last year when when I was saying that shit on the stream and everybody was laughing at me like I was stupid, you know. And I was saying, yeah, but I'd rather get rid of Van Fleet and Dylan Brooks rather than Jalen and Dylan Brooks. I'd rather get rid of, I'd rather keep Jalen because Jalen coming off the bench or Jalen being the third or fourth option is better because we'll still have a score rather than a scorer that can handle the ball. And no, you right about that. You right about that. They didn't need the ball in their hand. They weren't volume shooters, but well, let me say this. Rudy T did want Vernon to shoot more threes. He actually said he wanted Vernon to shoot between 8 and 11 threes. You know, they just had that big African down there. They just had that big African down there that wasn't gonna let you do too much. Elijah wasn't gonna let you do too much. I'm hitting him with lateral movement. I'm hitting him when he can't do nothing. I'm hitting him with lateral movement. You talking about Pastor? Talking about Elder? Elder be saying anything, man. Elder say any damn thing. And the thing was, this is the thing. I was saying, look, I said, this was the thing. I said, first of all, I don't have a problem with getting KD. I myself personally, I would rather try to. I said, I understand that if KD comes, it's better if we have a point guard. I said, but KD's gonna have the ball in his hands a lot. Al Prince gonna have the ball in his hands a lot. You know, I would rather try to keep Jalen Green to move to try to pick up a Giannis in the future. Or if we end up not getting Giannis, we still have another score that we can have. So where we don't have to have, the ball always in KD hand or Al Prince hand. And then, we'll still have somebody who can handle the ball. I said, but for my likings, I'd rather have Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet. You know, that's just the way I felt. Is that I'd rather get rid of Fred VanVleet than Jalen Green. Now, I know hindsight is 2020, and I know that if Fred was here, we'd be a different team. I know that. I'm not arguing that. I'm not saying that Fred VanVleet's leadership and orchestrating and, you know, like me and King say, the myth, the unicorn effect of Fred VanVleet is not a real thing. I'm not even gonna argue that right now. What I'm saying is that if you got Reed and Armin coming into their own, or you're gonna put them on the bench so Fred VanVleet can be old out on the court with Kevin Durant. Or would you rather have Jalen go ahead and let Armin let them matter of fact, let them play it out and see who plays the best out of Armin and Jalen. When Armin beat out Jalen, which we know he will, then you put Jalen's ass on the bench. That's it. Or you put them in there together, Armin and Jalen together with Kevin Durant. It's still a dope ass team. It's still a dope team. And then you have KD and Albert Shangoon. And guess what? Now you got Jalen Green as your third option. And Elder's thing was, man, you stupid the motherfucker had no third option making $35 million. Well, guess what? You got a nigga making $25 million to lay up in the bed. You got a fifth option, a sixth option that you're going to pay $25 million to, even if he comes back. So why not have a third option making $35 million who can go out and get you 40? Or would you rather have a guy who's going to get you 5 rebounds and 6 assists, but he's not going to turn the ball over, but he's making $25 million? It's so stupid. The logic is so stupid. And I'm saying, but even with that being said, even push the stupidity aside. Push the stupidity aside. And then let's say just the idea of having Jalen, Armin, Reed, KD, Jabari, Tari, Al Princengoon, Steven Adams, Clint Capella, Dorian Finney-Smith, that team is much better than Fred VanVleet, Armin, Reed. Come on, bro. Don't, you know what I mean? Facts. Facts, Archon. Facts. 100% facts, bro. Facts, Archon. It's just, people, and this is my thing. This is my thing. We can disagree all day. We can disagree all day. But when you start trying to belittle somebody and calling them stupid and doing all the flexing and stuff, like, I just don't like your argument. Your takes are the worst takes ever. I just don't like when you come on here and make your takes. You really be acting like, I don't want to say it, but you know what I mean? It's kind of like a jealousy thing to me. It's kind of almost like a pushing the boundaries of jealousy, like because you want to. I just kind of take it as like sometimes people get. It's like this. I'm gonna use you for an example. Okay, you've been on this stream. You come on here, you talk. King, come on here, you talk. I'm gonna use y'all both of y'all for an example. Let's say 3-4 years from now, somebody start coming on the stream and they just start, they be saying random shit that you don't agree with, you know, and so you feel like you have the cachet or you grandfathered in. It's like you grandfathered into the stream, so therefore they automatically stupid. And that you don't even have to listen to what they're saying or try to understand what they're saying. Yeah, King. You know what I mean? King is more likely to go off on somebody and tell them that they're stupid as hell, but he'll do it in a cool way though. Sometimes King get a little King get a little, abrasive with his shit. But all in all, you know, he still might say that is stupid. What you're saying is stupid. He's not going to really just call them stupid or try to belittle them because he don't like them. If he don't like your argument, he don't like your argument. He's not gonna try to belittle you because he don't like you or he don't want you to talk. What I realized that Pastor does, he doesn't want anybody to talk but himself. So therefore, he'll try to belittle anybody who talks other than himself. That's what my problem is with that. So that's why when I'm saying when I go back and I look at certain things that I say all over YouTube, and I'm trying to break myself because I've been around YouTube long enough to where it's starting to rub off on me. But I don't be wanting to be like, man, I said this, I said that, I said this, I said that, I said this, I said that. People heard what I said. People heard what I said. People know me because they know what I said. They done heard my voice. They done heard the ridiculous stuff and then looked around and then seen the shit come to light. They hear me say ridiculous shit and then the shit come to light in real life. So I don't have to go back and repeat it, but this thing is probably not going to come to light, so I'm going to repeat it. Jalen Green would be better on this team right now than Fred VanVleet. That's the facts. That's the facts. That's what I'll be trying to tell people. This is what the fuck I'm talking about. You got a player who's hurt. You got another player who's old who might get hurt. And Jalen Green will be better on this team. Fred Van Dam Bleak. He say slander. He say slander. I thought I was big up in you, bro. I thought I was big up in you. You know what I mean? Somebody got to be the good cop, bad cop, bro. Somebody got to be the good cop. Somebody got to be the bad cop, man.
You have an inconsistency in your own argument, and that's another example of why I call you Michael Jordan fans, because you're not consistent in your own argument.
Why I call you Michael Jordan fans? Listen. This nigga's a Michael. The nigga who said that shit is a Michael Jordan fan. He he say that's why I call you Michael Jordan fans. Not that you Michael Jordan fan. I just call you Michael Jordan fans because you inconsistent. If you inconsistent, I'm gonna call you that regardless. It don't even matter. It don't even matter. No, I definitely think. I definitely think. I mean, I know this. All things considered, this team needs a Jalen Green esque type player. It would make us a lot better. I mean, not that Jalen's not hurt, so I can't really just say, "Hey, Jalen's hurt, Fred VanVleet hurt," you know. But I mean, if we knew that Jalen was coming off the bench in games, would you feel a little bit better knowing we got Jalen on the bench? Oh man, listen, listen. We ain't even gonna talk about how good Al Pacino. Al Pacino, one of the best guards in the league. Al Pacino, one of the best guards in the league, bro. 4 for 6 from three, 10 rebounds, 9 assists, 3 steals, and 3 blocks, 7 defensive rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds. Dude was a plus 21, bro, on only 3 fouls, bro. Only 3 fouls and 0 turnovers. 0 turnovers, bro. Look at this right here. 0 turnovers. You see that? Can y'all see that? 0 turnovers on Al Pacino name. It's craziness. It's absolute craziness that dude had 0 turnovers with them numbers. Not only did he cross over Buddy over like Allen Iverson in Washington, hit that ball with the Allen Iverson crossover, and then Euroed into the lane. Did the Bob Cousy to Giannis Antetokounmpo all the way down the court. Bob Cousy Antetokounmpo. He came out this game and just went crazy. Went crazy shooting threes and that behind the back pass to Armin. Let me tell you, I'm gonna tell you something right now. His first year, I knew I was gonna like LP. As soon as I seen this dude come in his first year doing behind the head passes, no look passes behind his head, because Jokic don't do that shit. Jokic will do some shit. He'll do some shit, but it don't be looking like LP. LP should be looking like Magic Johnson type shit. I'm not even gonna look. I'm just gonna throw the ball right there because I know where you at. man, man, we ain't gonna do this tonight, bro. We not gonna do this tonight, fam. This can't be life, man. This can't be life, Brody. Hold up. Oh no! Look, Albert Shangoon is easily. Albert Shangoon is easily, man, making it. He gonna put himself. Albert Shangoon is gonna put himself in the conversations for best passing big mans of all time. He gonna be in the top 10. Alpha Shango gonna be in the top 10 of passing big men of all time. Um, the thing about Alpha Shango passing is okay. He's not gonna be Wilt. He's not gonna be Jokic. He probably not gonna be um. Who else who else was a great passing big man? Oh, Avita Sabonis. That's 4. Bill Walton. That's 5. You know, I mean, Dream was he was okay, but Dream nowhere near the passer Alpha Shango is. Um, I mean, you know, when you get right there, you got to start looking down the line and saying Alpha Shango can creep up there and best passing bigs of all time, somewhere around the top 10. He can do it at the rate he's going. You know, when you pull up his passing highlight reel from rookie season to whatever day he retire, you're gonna have what looks like damn near Magic Johnson at the center position. You're gonna see some shit that look like Magic Johnson at the center position. That's what LP gonna look like when he retires. Numbers gonna be similar as well. As far as Jalen coming off the bench, yeah, that would have been ideal in my opinion, but I think he would have taken a moral hit and regress. I always thought he would be that KO punch off the bench. I mean, that's what a lot of people have said about him, that he'll end up being a Jordan Clarkson or something like that if he don't get his shit together. And all it takes is for him to lose a little bit of athleticism. Um, but he still got a little fight in him. He still got a little fight in him. He got a little fight in him. He got to quit. He might have to slow down on you know, on the home business a little bit. Maybe taking it a little rough at home. And you see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Jalen got a girl that has his whatever she is, baby mama, whatever, who has had, I think, allegedly other relationship with other women. So he has a lot of effing leeway to do a lot of shit. So it's not like his legs just gonna be where they need to be for when they need to be there. His legs gonna not be where they need to be when they need to be there. Is what I'm saying. When you got a girl that might like girls, I gotta keep it thou with you, bro. He probably not gonna be healthy as much as he should be. He gotta kind of tear himself away from some shit and get his health in order. Um, but my point was that we need something like that. We need something like a Jalen Green type player. Obviously, they don't grow on trees. That's why I was making a case that he was a top 5 shooting guard on the West. Um, and obviously people wanted to argue with that, but I don't think it's it's safe to say that Jalen, those type of players don't grow on trees. And if they did, they would all be like number 2s or whatever. But you can find a Malik Monk. You can find guys with hops that can dribble the ball, that can put the ball on the floor, that have that have that have range and versatility, you know, and that's basically what we need. A Malik Monk coming off the bench or something like that. Any of that kind of shit like that would be a little good. I mean, from a mental approach, he was the guy in the right, right, right. Yeah, I get you on that. Yeah, yeah. If you just all of a sudden Kevin Durant come and you all of a sudden be like, hey, yeah, we're gonna start reshipping and Amin Thompson. Hey, come on, Brody. If 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 we was able to get a player like a Malik Monk or somebody, just a guy that could score the ball. In a situation like this, I'm gonna tell you, um, a Zach Levine, the Zach Levine contracts always be crazy, bro. But if Zach Levine contract was better, he would be the perfect kind of player. I never wanted to get Buddy Hill in his teeth. I just don't Buddy Hill in his teeth, man. I just don't trust him. I just don't trust him, man. I don't trust them teeth, bro. I don't never know, man. Cause people like that, when they teeth be like that, you never know when they run into you and then some weird happen, bro. I just don't trust them when you got the teeth like that, man. But it got to be players out there that's athletic, and I guess I haven't been watching enough basketball to just really remember the player's name. But I did see, who did I see yam on somebody the other day? I saw somebody I saw somebody do some yamming the other day. Took off on somebody and banged on them. But that's pretty much what we need in my mind's eye. I kind of think I kind of think we need to a shooting guard for Fred VanVleet and something, some Jay Sean Tate. So, but then again, like I said earlier, like I said earlier, we forget about this. When we go to our bench, Ime could just post up Jay Sean Tate. Ime could just post up Jay Sean Tate and get you some buckets. Like if he really needed to just get buckets, like we just need somebody to get buckets. You could just post up Jay Sean Tate and get buckets. You could post up Jay Sean Tate 4 or 5 times in a row, and out of that 5 times, 2 or 3 of those he gonna make. Like 2 or 3 out of 5, nobody stopping Jay Sean Tate in the post. I think that's like the secret weapon. That's like the you know break glass in case of emergency type shit. We looking for scoring off the bench, and nobody really just get. Type that shit so fast. He heard that shit. Type that shit so fast. No, but for real, that's the that's the break glass in case of emergency, bro. If you need buckets off the bench, bro. If you need buckets off the bench, no, I'm being serious. I'm being serious. I'm being serious. Hold up. Let me hit my vape right quick. Okay, okay. If you need buckets off the bench, you pretty much can go to Jay Sean Tate. If you had Jay Sean Tate in the game, um, Steven Adams, you got Tate, you got Steven Adams, you got Tari Eason, Josh Okogie, and Jabari. No, not yeah, and Jabari. Okay, listen. No, I'm not trolling. I'm saying this real life. This is real life true story. This is a real life true story. Y'all saw that. Y'all saw when Tate was in the game. Listen, y'all saw. Oh, come. Listen, y'all saw that. Okay, y'all tell me this. Tell me real life true story. Did y'all see Tate on the post up the other night in Washington? He got the ball, spin real fast, layup, quick. Get the ball, real fast, real quick layup. Tell me, tell me the truth. Y'all didn't see that and say, damn, that boy Tate look good on the post up. I'm the only one who saw that. I'm the only one who saw it. Come on, bro.
That's some dysfunctional shit.
Y'all gotta be honest. Y'all gotta be honest with yourself, man. Because y'all done heard me say this before. Y'all done heard me say this before. In the post, Tate is an automatic bucket. They did try to throw him the ball today, and he lost it. He didn't catch it. I saw that. I saw those. Yes, I see those. But when he do catch the ball, if you just post up Tate, if you just post up Tate 6 times, he gonna get you. He gonna get to 10 points, bro. He gonna get you. You post up Tate 6 times, he gonna get you at least 6 points. He gonna get you at least 6 points out of 6 post ups. He said I must have been in the washroom. That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. No, for real. Y'all, okay. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find the Tate post up play, man. Cause y'all be acting like Tate don't be balling, man. Y'all just be capping on Tate. Y'all be acting like that man don't be hooping. That man be hooping, and that man y'all know that dude can post up. Tate is a little Louis Scola, man. Tate ain't nothing but a little version of Louis Scola. Tate and Louis Scola down there the same player. Matter of fact, y'all seen when y'all y'all seen when Tate and the Kogi chicked in together. I like thought I was seeing the double mid twins out there. They got Armin and Sore out there. Tate and the Kogi the same damn person, bro. Only difference is that take and score. Take and score, bro. Take and score in the post. No, I'm being serious. I'm just being serious. I think so. I think if it's me myself personally, in the clutch, that's Freudian slip. I didn't mean to say in the clutch. I mean not in the clutch, but when you have to go to your bench, I'm running post up plays for Tate to give me easy 2 buckets, bro. It's been times where I looked out there, I was like, damn, why they don't just go to a Tate post up? You don't got LP in the game. You got KD on spread out. You got Jabari and KD out there. Put Tate in there and go to a Tate post up play. Now it would be funny. It would be funny. Don't get me wrong. It would be funny to say, "Hey, KD's on the floor, but we running the play for Jay Sean Tate." That would upset that would upset the majority of people in Houston, but I would understand it because Tate gonna get you easy too. KD gonna fall down. They gonna hit him while he trying to shoot. He gonna fall down. You maybe get to the line, but he can take and get you some easy buckets at the rim, bro. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to. That's all I'm trying to get people to realize. Let's see. Hmm. See what I'm saying? So I'm saying. Okay, so let's see. Did I miss anything on the game? Did I miss anything? Was it something? Jeff Green played 4 minutes tonight. Tate played 4 minutes tonight. Nobody scored. Tate did shoot the ball one time and missed it. He got a rebound. Tari Eason was 1 of 6, 1 of 4 from 3. He didn't shoot the ball well tonight. Up and down the last couple of games for Tari Eason. 1-0-5 one game, and then 4 for 6 or 7, whatever it was last game, and then today 1 for 4, with 5 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 turnover and a steal. Cool. 4+4. Steven Adams did work. 11 rebounds. Steven Adams doing Steven Adams thing. I want to see Steven Adams shoot a 3-pointer before the year over with. Clint Capella, 1 for 3. Aaron Holiday, 3 for 6. He was 1 for 4 from 3. I don't know what's going on with his 3-point shot, but 13 minutes, he was a +3. And JD Davidson played 3 minutes. He was a -6. He ain't get a shot before they took his ass out the game. This dude, this Vita Dingy dude, Dingy or Vita dude, he better than what I thought he was, but he was just trying to run over people. You talk about play wild and light contact, this dude be running into people all willy-nilly. He the real Manu Ginobili. He ain't no big Ginobili. He just Manu Ginobili. He just straight Manu. He just running into people, get all wild, out of control. Get you 10 rebounds, 22 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists. You can't cry over that. Can't cry over that at all. Drew Holiday was 3 for 7. Tommy Kamara, Tamani Kamara was 3 for 7. They didn't have a good shooting game, but they literally shot like 36% from 3, 47 from the field, 76 from free throw line. But we shot 38% from free, 50 from the field, and 85 from the free throw line. So, what you expect, man? Drew Holiday had 13 points. Drew Holiday had 13 points, 6 assists, 4 rebounds. Like, I don't know. Do you like Shaden Sharp? Do you like Shaden Sharp? He had 3 turnovers, still in the block. Who is better, Tamani Kamara or Shaden Sharp? Who do you think the better player is out of the two? I'm a little like they both good. They both good. Both of them got to grow. But Shaden Sharp been in the league a little bit longer. Well, Shaden Sharp is 22 years old, 6'5". Been in the league for what? For this would be his 4th year. Let's see. Tamani Kamara is 6'7". Been in the league since 2003. So yeah, he came in right after the year after Shaden Sharp came in. 2nd round pick 52. Come on, bro. This dude's a 2nd round pick playing like that. That's what I be saying. They be finding players and they be good ass players too, man. They be good players as 2nd round pick. I don't think he'll start me. He'll starting guard. Dude, I mean, he would have got him in forward. Legitimately starting, playing like he playing. They was had him at small forward, but that nigga was balling though. I ain't gonna even hold you. It was Shaden Sharp, Drew Holiday. So Kamara at was a power forward. Now they got 2. He's 6'8", so he must have been a power forward. Then he got BD Jada. Avdija. Avdija. That's one of the hardest names to say ever. Avdija. Gotta do a lot with your jaw to even say his name. um, I don't know, bro. I don't know. I think they like formers. They basically forming teams over there. I mean, they basically forming players over there because we still ain't seen Scoop Henderson or none of them players. They just over there on the bench just collecting dust, collecting dust. Let's see. Someone has just smacked him with the alphabet for it. All right. How can you even pronounce that, bro? You can't even pronounce ad I don't even know how you can say that. I don't even know how you can say that in real life. It's one of them things where if you try to get that off, if you try to get that name off it real fast in the floor, you're not gonna be able to get it off right. You're not gonna be able to get it off right. But Jeremy Grant, 13 points. Robert Williams, we've seen Tom Lord. We've seen the Tom Lord sighting. It's like this. See, it's one of them things. Last year, when LP wasn't playing so great, it was a ton of people saying, man, we need to get Tom Lord. And then they would turn around. Okay, let me show you how my mind worked. It would be people saying, man, we need to get Tom Lord. And on the same, like the next 2 or 3 weeks later, they would be like, we need to get Malcolm Brogdon. And I would be saying to myself, hold on. Malcolm Brogdon and Tom Lord is on the same team, and that team stinks to high hell. Why do we need to get two guys that are on the exact same team doing absolutely nothing? Like, does that make sense to anybody but me? Like, both of these guys are trash right now. Both, and not that they just trash, but not that they bombs like that. But I'm saying both of these guys cheeks, and within a 2 week, 3 week period, you will want one of them because of what he used to be, and then you'll want the other one because of what he used to be, and neither one of them can give you what they used to be. Not even close. Not even close. Time Lord is nothing near what he used to be. Nothing near what he used to be. I mean, this dude ain't had over 2 blocks this season. Reed Shepard got more blocks than Time Lord. I mean, you want Time Lord or you want Reed Shepard? You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna get Time Lord, put him in the post. Why? You got Reed Shepard, put Reed Shepard in the post. He'll get you a block before Time Lord get you one. Hell, I'd rather have Josh Okogie in the post than Time Lord. A B C D E F G D. That's what it. That's exactly what his name sound like too. A B C D E F G D. Goddamn. That's why my attitude about the draft is ambivalent. At best, more non-top picks pay off playoff than picks at the end of the top picks at the end of the day. I mean, true, mind you, that there are more numbers that are not top picks than there are numbers that are top picks. But I get your point. I get your point. I mean, you know, you only got six top picks, and then you got a 60 draft number. So the odds of those other guys panning out over the top six is high. But um, I definitely agree that there is a absorbent amount of top picks that don't reach the level that they should. I definitely can agree that a lot of these guys who be in the top, like, you know, 1 through 3, a lot of these guys who be like 1 through 3, they don't be what they supposed to be. A lot of times it'll be that fifth, sixth, seventh guy that just really be stupid good. Be stupid good, be a effing Hall of Famer, you know, by his 6th year, you'd be like, wow, man, this is the best, one of the best. Especially you get around like 9 and 10, 9, 10, 11, and 12, you be finding all kind of players. You be finding all kind of players and be way better than what you thought. Understand the Rockets fandom is a big circle jerk. Hey, look. No, let me tell you something. YouTube in general is becoming an echo chamber. It's one of the reasons. Now, I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. I've been on platforms where, you know, people like to push back and they like to, you know, they like to push back. So I give that to a lot of people in the Rockets community that they like to push back. If you have a platform, you don't mind the pushback. You like for people to push back. You like for people to bring good arguments. Most people do. Most people. But what happens is a lot of people don't have legitimate arguments, so they just ride with whoever the person who has the platform or the person who is doing the best talking. Whoever talks the best, we just gonna follow behind this person and say whatever the hell they say, right? Um, Funny story. I'll give y'all a funny story. So I go to a couple of platforms. One of the platforms I go to is a guy, and he got a pretty nice following. Pretty nice following. But, but, but we have a difference in theological. We have theological differences, and we have some scientific scientific differences, right? Put it short, he's a flat earther. Okay. Now, he believes in the flat earth. I don't know if he believes it as much as he says he believes it, or that he doesn't believe that, you know, the system is being transparent. So since the system is not being transparent, we're gonna just stick to this conspiracy and we're gonna ride it all the way out until some transparency comes about. I don't know. But here's the thing. Flat earther. I often go to the platform and this person knows me, knows that we don't agree on the shape of the earth or theological stuff, right? But the minute he sees me in the chat, I'm always invited up in a roundabout way or sometimes directly. The reason why is because he knows that the rest of the people on his panel gonna blow smoke up his ass all night. He literally could go on there and be like, yeah, man, I think that it's 7 suns and everybody has their own perception of sun. And the people on this panel would just be like, yeah, sometimes when I look in the sky, I don't see your sun and you don't see my sun. My sun is inside of my mind projecting from my own reality. He could say anything. And at least the majority of people on his panel gonna come up with some bullshit to agree with what the hell he say. And I just feel like, because I've said it, I've been on his platform and I've said it. I say, y'all think this dude really like y'all blowing smoke up his ass all day? Y'all really think he like that? Y'all think he respect y'all because y'all blow smoke up his ass all day? This man can come on here and say anything and y'all will back him up? Y'all think he respect that? That has to be the most annoying feeling in the world. So if I come on here and I say, now I do say some stuff sometimes, and I'd be like, it's a thought. It's just a thought. But for example, let's say I said, hey, we need to build the team around Alperen Sengun being the point guard. Right? if I if I say we need to build our team based around Alperen Sengun being the point guard, and everybody on my panel was like, "Yeah, let's do that," because Alperen Sengun is a top 5 ball handler in the league, and he averaged 9 assists, so he can be the point guard. And then, we're gonna be big and we're gonna be tall. We just need to get everybody need to be 6'10. And then every time I come on here, I said something as equally um what's the word? Equally far-fetched as that. And never did any of y'all, Archon, King, Amin Moore, Rob Cortez, SP, Buck Mo, Smooth, Higher Heights, Laro, if nobody said, man, EF, you full of shit, I would lose my damn mind. I would literally lose my damn mind. Because at some point, I would ask myself, am I full of shit? At some point, I would say, damn, ain't nobody agree with that shit. Everybody think Alperen gonna need to be the point guard. like everybody. Hey, let's put LP at point guard. Let's put Jayshawn Tate, since he's one of our best post players. He probably has the most post moves out of anybody on the team rather than LP. So since LP is the best point guard that we got, let's put Jayshawn Tate at center. He can be like PJ Tucker. LP at point guard, he can be like James Harden. They play kind of the same. And nobody challenged that shit, I think I would lose my mind. Said all that to say this. The long and short of it is, yes, a lot of these YouTube streets are echo chambers. Not a lot of, not so many that I've been around in the Rockets thing, but the people on the chamber, people on the panel tend to just side with whoever talks the best. Because do y'all watch Jordan Peele? I think I've asked y'all this before. There's a Jordan Peele where it's the one where they talking in circles and the one guy don't have an opinion for himself, and every time somebody say something, he just be like, "Oh yeah, that." You know what I mean? So like whatever somebody say, he basically is agreeing with it or shooting it down. He don't never have an opinion of his own. That's how a lot of people are. They'll just say they'll go on a panel, they'll say some random shit like as for tonight, they would be like, um, Kevin Durant had a good game tonight. Um, you know, Amin Thompson, he played good. And Jabbar had a big game tonight too. So I'm glad to see Jabbar doing good tonight. Then they'll just fall off in the back. Oh no, they'll say this. This what they'll do. They'll go, exactly what they'll do. Watch how I break this down. Hey, Jabbar had a good game tonight, and I'm glad to see Reed Shepard, still playing with confidence. And KD, man, it's so good to have KD. We got one of the best shooters in the world. Now we got somebody who can roll out the ball and he can get us a bucket. But I still think, and I don't like to see Alperen going out there with the ball at the 3-point line. We really need a point guard. That's what they really need, a point guard. I wish Fred VanVleet was back. They'll say some shit like that. The next person come in, they'll say the shit like this. They'll do this right here. Man, Kevin Durant had a good game, but Jabari's game was good too. The only thing is, we need a point guard because Sengun had the ball and he was dribbling out by the 3-point line. You see what I did there? I just said the same thing. I just said it in a different order. That's what I'm saying. And the next person to come in and they'll be like, Sengun was passing the ball because he had it at the top of the key. And if we had Fred VanVleet, Şengün wouldn't have to do that. And he can pass the ball to Jabari because Jabari had a good game. And then Kevin Durant had a good game too. And said it the same shit. I just said it the third way, different ways. The next person, and then on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on. And that kind of echo chamber is worse than, I say something and then, y'all either agree or disagree. If everybody come in and just saying the exact same shit, which is why I can always guarantee you that when you hear me talk, I'm gonna say some shit that you don't expect somebody to say. I've never been a person who thought inside the box. I've never been a guy who thinks inside of the box. I always think outside. It is not on purpose. It's not like I sit back and I be like, oh, let me think of some hot take type shit to say. I just literally see shit differently. I literally see shit differently. I literally honestly feel, and I know King probably think I'm bullshit, but I say it because I honestly feel it, that if we needed buckets, we could go to Jay Sean Tate in the post. I honestly feel that way. I honestly feel like Jay Sean Tate can get you buckets in the post. And if you're being honest, you have to agree. You have to agree. You have to agree. No, you have to agree, bro. You can't tell me that you don't agree with it. I'm not saying that it's the best thing in the world, but I'm saying like if you really needed a bucket, and let's say for example, Kevin Durant is on the bench. You going out there with your second unit. You got your second unit on the floor. They're not really getting it done. You just need to get a bucket. You need to get a stop. You need to get a bucket. You got Tari on the floor. You got Jabari on the floor. You got Steven Adams out there. So you got your rebound and you got your defense out there. And you got Reed out there to hit some threes. You got Jabari to hit threes. You got Reed. You got Tari. Everybody can hit some threes. But I just need 2 points. I just need 2 points to give me just to make sure that we get some good sets, just a couple of good sets in a row, and give Alper Şengün and KD some rest. Nothing in your mind said that Jay Sean Tate can get you some easy buckets at the rim with the post-up move. It just got to, bro. It just got to. You can't tell me that, bro. That's how I know you're a Jordan fan, and you might be a flat earther too. You might be a flat earther, bro. Flat power. Um, Flat Earth, if I run into another one of these, I'm going to leave the country again. As someone who actually taught, and studied science, I cannot tolerate. Hey, man, flat power, man, flat power. No, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you, I'm gonna tell you the truth about flat Earth. Some of these flat Earth people are so fucking smart, bro. You would not believe how smart they actually are. You can be so smart, and I know this because I probably used to be like this at a time. You could be so damn smart that you study everything and convince yourself of all this shit that you study and forget the simple shit. Yet they never can prove the earth is flat. But here's the thing though, SP, check this out. Check this out. Because I can do this because like I say, I actually, I frequent one of the biggest flat earthers. Like we cool. Me and one of the biggest flat earthers is pretty cool. You know what I mean? Like pretty much like one of my homeboys almost. And what he would say is, go look outside and tell me what a curve is. And then they go through the whole curvature thing. And they go through the whole curvature thing. And then you would say, like, show me a model. Like, show me a model, like, show me a model of the flat earth or some shit like that, right? right? Let me see. Uh, now you as and if you was to ask like for a proof that the earth was flat, they would show you some shit like this. Let me see. Let me see. Hold on. Let me get this right here for you. Oh my days. Oh my days. This should be funny as hell to me. Hold on. Not happen. I just say let me see. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about basic physics. Here's the truth about basic physics. Hold on, I just saw this other thing. Hold on. That ain't smart. It's called BS and drugs. He said BS and drugs, no, bro. Basic physics. Here's the thing about basic physics. Basic basic physics only take you so far. Basic physics only take you so far. One of the reasons you have a problem with people is because physics take you so far, and then what physics don't understand, they make up stuff, they guess about it, and what they don't know how to guess about, they say, well, if we don't know it, you can't know it either. That's where flat earthers get the gall and the gumption to keep pushing because they know that you don't know shit, and your answer is if we don't know it, you don't know it. So where scientists go, hey, look, we don't know that shit, so you can't know it. And a flat earther will say, well, what I'll do is I'll study everything we know, syncretism and and everything from the ancestors, the whole entire shit, signs, and all the shit that the ancestors taught from beginning to end and know all that shit. And anytime you talk to me about anything, I'll just say, well, the ancestors said X, Y, and Z. Yeah, the ancestors said some shit about a star too. But they was also talking about, you know, manifesting in your body and this, that, and the third. And so the problem with basic physics is that the scientists gatekeep knowledge because they feel like if they don't know it, nobody else can know it. Ever gonna look to take for some damn bucket, man? King, man, you gotta know take and get you a bucket, bro. We listen. It's actually very hard to prove that the Earth is round without referencing something someone else said or an artistic or mediated rendering. Exactly. That's one. That's one thing. That's one thing. If you can't go out there and look and see it for yourself, then you can't necessarily know. Well, so you take cosmology, you take ancient cosmology and syncretism, you put them together and you say, well, look, since all the shit that's been written down and saved and whatever, all the way up until just 400 years ago or whatever, all says shit is still learnable. We still can learn shit. It's not up until about 400 years ago where people start saying, if we don't know, nobody knows. And that's the problem. The problem is that about 400 years ago, people started saying, if we don't know, nobody knows. Up until then, anybody can know whatever the hell they figured out. And a lot of it was ancient cosmology and syncretism and, you know, um, theology mixed in. No, I do see your point. Let me guess. This is about that vibrational shit. Not so much. Not so much. Take and go get your bucket of water. Take and go get your bucket of water. It's crazy. Take and go get your bucket of water. Cosmology is not basics. See my point? Well, you're right. You're right. And this is what I'm saying. This is why the flat earthers have some leg to stand on. Is because ancient cosmology is not basics, but ancient cosmology is way more defined and and has as much history behind it as anything that the new wave science is going to tell you. So if you take a person who studies ancient cosmology and syncretism, they have 10,000, 12,000 years worth of information that they can study. And if you're going to try to tell a person who studies 10,000, 12,000, 20,000 years worth of information that, oh, but this shit that we've been telling y'all for the past 200 years, 300 years is more valuable than what the hell the people been writing for 12,000 years, then you're going to have a hard ass time to argue with some other people, right? This part may be true. This part might be true. But I'll tell you what I'm getting at, Archon. I'll tell you what I'm getting at. Is that the same way that a scientist can say that the earth ain't flat, and I say, well, look, the problem is that the scientists will say, if we don't know it, you don't know it, to the flat earther. Then they say the same thing to the Muslim. They say the same thing to the Christian. They say the same thing to the Hindu. You see where I'm going? Is that nothing exists outside the mind of the scientist to the scientist. The only thing that can ever exist outside the mind of the science is things that the science is going to find out, and it will have to be within the confines of science. Nothing will ever, to the scientists, nothing will ever exist that isn't in the confines of science. That's where they have a problem at. That's where the problem starts at. That's where the problem lies at. And that's where the problem ends at for the flat earther. Because at a point, they just say, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with science. They don't believe shit that nobody else got to say. I don't believe shit that they say. The earth is flat. Fuck you. The earth is flat. Prove it's not. Walk outside, ground is flat. You can't prove to me. See, that's the basis of it. And it gets real tricky from there. Because then what they do is they say, you know, all the stuff they say. And then they get so engulfed in it that then They do the same thing to the Muslim, the Christian, the Hindu, that they feel like science is doing to them because they get so entrenched that they say nothing is real outside of flat earth. No God, no, nothing. Right? So this is how, you know, these types of conversations get. So no such beast as the confines of science. Only is that for the ignorant. Huh. Hmm. Interesting. That's interesting. As it pertains to science, or as it pertains to theology, as it pertains to cosmology, who's not ignorant? Who's the not ignorant in this equation? Or are we all ignorant? Theology is a different animal as it tends towards the dogmatic and typically is the antithesis of philosophy. Hmm. Also interesting. That's also interesting. So philosophy and theology definitely are relative. Theology and philosophy definitely are relative. Um, come back to that. The question is not the question is who is not stupid. We all are ignorant of something. Stupidity is a choice. That's true. Stupidity is a choice, but but I would suggest that the thing that identifies to me where a person has embraced their stupidity is when a person foregoes the ability to accept the lack of knowledge in an area and just accept the fact that somebody else might have that knowledge. Just because it doesn't fit in, you hear me say this all the time. If y'all feel a way about something basketball related and I don't see it, I just don't see it. Don't mean that it's not true. It just means that I get the opportunity to learn something from you all. So it might be something that I don't see, you know, might be something that I don't know. And I might have to go back and relook at it, you know? So whereas a scientist can outthink, you know, the box and they can think their way out of the box and think their way around the topic and talk their way around the topic with all the jargon and technical stuff like that and still not have zero shit for answers about the simple things is the same way a flat earther can say, hey, look, you don't have the answer. You don't want to accept my answer. Fuck it, the earth is flat. I don't have to listen to nothing you say because you can't prove to me that this shit is round. You even said it's an oblate spheroid. So if you say it's an oblate spheroid, it's a pear, I'm gonna say it's flat. Because first you said it was round. See? And I sit back and I go, hey, I don't really care if it's flat or round or whatever. You know, I just um I don't think so. I I tend to disagree with this. I tend to agree with this. The average, yes, the average flat earther, yes. But I think often the more advanced flat earther that's actually seeking are either entrenched uh entrenched in the search for something that's realer or more real than what we've been told. That's how a lot of people get caught in. And then you have the ones that's at the very top of the food chain that probably walked into it, found found their way to a resting place, and that they don't even really fully believe is flat. And the proof is in the pudding because if you ask a lot of flat earthers, are we living in a simulation? They'll say yes. And I'll say, well, how can the simulation be flat? And then that's usually when I get booted off panels, right? So even the majority of flat earthers don't believe the earth is flat. They just don't believe that is what the hell people tell them. And they know that those people aren't gonna they're not willing to learn nothing or listen nothing or tell the truth. So it's like, okay, I'm riding with the flat earth. The simulation earth, flat earth, multiple suns, you know, firmament, all that shit. Give me all that shit because, you know, let's see. Ignorance is a choice too. You choose to ignore the information which make you ignorant. True, true, true. So oftentimes you do very well have the information and you choose to ignore it and thus become ignorant to that information. Maybe you don't choose, maybe you haven't ignored the information, maybe you just can't understand it. And since you can't understand it, you ignore it. Something like that. Something like that. I see it. I see the shit over there, but I don't really know quite what it is, so I'm gonna look the other way. Right? Like I see this phenomena. I see this phenomena. I've experienced the phenomena before. I know exactly what it is to be in love. I know exactly what it is to be in love, but I don't quite understand it. I'm gonna be a hoe. I don't understand the phenomena, thus thought. Something like that, right? Something like that. But yeah, what actually, what actual scientist says shit like that? None. And don't name DeGrasse or somebody like that. That is called popular science. Something like what? Something like what? Um. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't know exactly what it is that you're saying. What you're asking about specifically. Specifically. So shoot it down there in the thing while I ramble this off right quick. I honestly, so let's say I'm an atheist. Let's say that I'm an atheist and a scientist. Let's say that Buckmo is a flat earther. But Buckmo believes in the Bible. Now let's say that Archon is philosopher and a scientist who's open, agnostic. He understands the Bible in interpretive form, not really as a literal thing. So he interprets the Bible as he, understands it to be able to be interpreted, which means he doesn't really take it literal. Here's what I'm getting at. That me as a scientist, I can look at both of those guys and say, hey, we don't know what the fuck time really is. The only thing we know about time is that we calculate by it to organize our lives. We don't know if it ever started. We don't know if it'll ever stop. We actually have no idea what the hell we're here doing. Right? We don't know about spirit or thought process. We actually don't even believe in it. We have no fucking idea why it is that we reflect, think, internalize, look out into space and wonder what shit is going on. We have no idea why that's going on. But we'll make up some shit. And if you think you know what the real answer is, you are a fool because we don't know what it is. Now, Buckmo might look at the shit and say, hey, look, the ancient said that somewhere along the line, we ate some mushrooms and we met God. We ate some mushrooms and we met God, or whatever he want to say. And that's his answer. But because I'm a scientist and I got some books and shit, and I can see some shit I heard that I can see, all of a sudden the shit that he read, that he knows what he read, he wrong and I'm right. How can I be right when I don't have no information? I have zero information about the topic. But the person who has the information about the topic, to me, has to be fucking wrong because it's not the information that I want it to be. Now, with that being said, give me 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. Hold on. Let's see. Now, with that being said, I'm gonna bring up Archon. Appreciate you putting up on me, Archon. Where you at with yours?
Hey, let me start with this one. Great game by the Rockets. You know,
Great
uh,
game. Great game.
everybody performing the way that we expect them to perform. So happy about that, right?
Right.
I'll try to, I don't know, maybe get a torrent or something, try to watch the whole game tomorrow or something like that. I don't know, or just deal with the highlights. But highlights, they lack a lot. Uh, Outside of that, appreciate you keeping the stream up. earlier today because wanted to hear what you had to say about the game at the end of the game.
Right, right, right.
That was the main thing, you know.
Yeah.
Uh, Next point, as far as the uh debate on Wednesday,
Uh-huh.
bro, I don't know. I mean, like, you might have to buckle up. King might put belt to ass. I don't know. We'll see what happens there. Uh, I don't know what's gonna happen. You're gonna have
But
to
look,
use a lot of style. Yeah,
it's gonna
we'll
be good.
see.
It's gonna be good.
Um, so the uh, let me make this statement before I start talking. I'm not debating. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. So I'm not debating. Um, but I am going to say this because it is a little bit what I would say annoying. I would say it's a bit annoying. Uh, and I understand your approach. I understand where you're coming from, but I think the other side is rarely heard from. You know, so
True. That's
you
true.
you you made you made a lot of assumptions about what like a scientist is thinking or what they actually study or what they would say. When I mentioned Neil deGrasse Tyson or Michio Kaku, those are physicists that are very popular. They work in a realm that's literally called popular science. They sell books. They they break things down Barney style for people that have never studied past algebra 1, right? And they're talking about like you said, cosmology. Cosmology is nowhere near basic physics. You know, I happen to have, I mean, I'm not trying to make an illogical, because that would be an illogical argument for me to tell you what I've studied. But I will say that, my level of physics is not high school. I'll put it that way. And that doesn't mean that I know anything, because I wanted to make that very specific point. It's something you learn in physics very, very early, is that physics is the basic science. And I've told people this. I've even had arguments with a lot of my friends, engineers. Uh, you must understand philosophy first in order to really approach physics. Okay, if you don't understand philosophy and you have a certain level of physics, that makes you a level of an engineer, I would say. But engineers are not physicists. It's two different things. So there's a very philosophical concept. Now, you talk about theology. Uh, Theology, most people don't understand that either. You've got, the barbershop or corner store people talking about religious systems, right? Perhaps some type of mythologies at some level. And most of them are coming from a position of bias. A lot of what's being said is not objective. It's not scientific in any form or fashion. It's not philosophical. It barely even qualifies what the ancient Greeks would call rhetoric, to tell the truth. So when you start talking about, theology, uh, someone to approach that seriously, you have to really go on pretty deep into the respective system of study, right?
Hmm.
Uh, so I don't want to sound insulting, but in this country, most of the people that are in the quote unquote clerical space of religion are not qualified theologians. They're
Hmm.
not qualified to discuss theology at all. So having said that, uh, if you talk about, because you're kind of going a little bit, you're what I want to say, you're not focused on the subject at hand, right?
Hmm.
If you talk about uh, cosmology, right? Well, what are we talking about in cosmology? Are we talking about what exists, 3 light years from here? Or are we talking about, the solar system, or are we talking about, uh, you know, the planet itself, right? Uh, you cannot equate talking about the shape of the earth with some concept of a deity or any pantheon of deities, cosmology. Okay, so the those things are very separate, right? They come from a different space. They have different traditions. So if you're talking about, like you said, about what the ancients, some ancient knowledge, I've run across these type of people every now and again. Like I said, that's kind of very basic. If you understand who Eratosthenes was, that's how you know how to prove that the Earth is round,
Mhm.
because he's the person that proved the Earth was round 2,500 years ago. That's like super basic. It's nothing to even think about. And to be able to demonstrate that methodology can be demonstrated, but it is difficult, especially if you don't know, right? If you're not aware of that, then it's impossible to prove. So if we're talking about, someone studied a bit of, like you said, okay, I got this guy, he studied a bit of, something about some Mayan mathematics. So he learned that the Babylonians theoretically created algebra. Oh, he heard something about this, about the pyramids, and he heard this, and I even heard you bring up something that a guy he's from the 60s, 70s, late 70s, Terence McKenna. Like, oh yeah, human beings developed some sentience because they crawled around and they ate some mushrooms, and then that kind of like opened up their minds. He was this big kind of psychonaut, if you will. I don't know if you've ever heard of him, right? And I've ran into a guy that was a big Terence McKenna, and surprise, surprise, the guy, he loved drugs, right? So, and he could argue, from here to know not one, as far as human sentience coming from eating psychedelic.
Right.
Right. Well, it is true. McKenna did teach at some university, right? And it's true that he may have published a paper, but that's not the whole story, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure if you went over to TSU and said, I'm going to teach some about, basketball, sooner or later, you probably can do it. Doesn't mean it's going to be sound. Doesn't mean it's going to be peer reviewed. Doesn't mean that, it doesn't mean any of those things, right?
Right.
So there's a lot of, even if we go back, like when we were kids, people run around there, you talking about religion, Hare Krishnas and stuff like this, kind of a holdover to the hippie era. Is like, oh, I'm going to go to India and I'm going to study this, I'm going to study that. Like we say Hinduism. That's something that you learn very quickly if you ever actually know anything about Hinduism. No such thing as Hinduism. It's many systems of religions in the subcontinent. But people here, for some reason, they have a tendency to pick and pluck what they like. Right? I've seen that with Buddhism a lot here. Just like they say, oh, I love Buddhism. Well, what the hell is Buddhism? Right.
Right.
Pick and pluck, and they take a lot of stuff that sounds good or sounds like what they like, and it kind of fits in with where they are in that time in their lives, and it becomes very personalized and blah blah blah, etc. And that's fine and good. You can do whatever the hell you want to do as far as religion is concerned, but those things, that's not theology, right? At the end of the day. And when you talk about a serious study of cosmology from that aspect, let's say from the religious aspect, that's not that, right? And then when we talk about science, right, and we come up with something like flat Earth. If someone says that the Earth is flat, like I had a guy come up to me, I don't know, this is like 2 or 3 months ago. He said something about, flat Earth, right? And he starts talking. And this is all unsolicited because people, they love to talk. He starts talking about how the Earth is flat and blah, blah, blah. And if you go to a certain edge, you'll get into Valhalla and all these things. So immediately, you see there's that mixture with the so-called what I would call the structure of Earth, right, with some cosmological system. So it's like, okay, yeah, I'm going to come up talking about uh, flat Earth, and then I'm going to bring in Valhalla. I'm going to bring in blah 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 blah, and that's where these things are. All right, and yeah, nobody can prove. You can't really prove that. Look at the North Star. Look at Polaris. Why doesn't Polaris move? Why doesn't Polaris move? And the same thing you said about the horizon. Oh, look at the horizon. And I think these people, it's an echo chamber of the same. They read and they talk about the same shit all the time. And if he had a basic understanding of classical mechanics, just a basic understanding, which that's saying a lot, because like I said, most people don't have a basic understanding of classical mechanics. You don't study it in school, just straight up. But you have a basic understanding of classical mechanics, then you will know why it appears that that star does not move in the sky. It's very basic. Okay. So, for someone that does understand these things and can actually give you analogies, translatable analogies, that should work out in a reasonable person's mind on this planet, right? You talk about, be it relativity or anything like that, then they should have the capability to say, oh yeah, that shit that I was saying doesn't make sense. But the problem is that they are so, and I'm not knocking that, like I said, there's nothing wrong with someone being ignorant, but they are so ignorant of basics, and they try to jump a million steps to the point of talking about, oh, are there black holes, or oh, what's inside of a black hole, or where, that's, you can't really talk about those things if you don't understand, the laws of motion. This is the basics. If you don't understand laws of motion, how can you talk about black holes?
Right.
It's impossible. It's not possible. So that's what I was saying. Like, you can't do calculus if you can't add. Those things are cumulative. They happen in steps. So, that's why I'm not a fan of popular science, because popular science tends to talk about these questions about, oh, are there aliens, or all, and like I said, that's why it's popular. It's just there to get you to think, but it's not real science. It's just a conversation piece, because if you do not have the understanding, like I can ask you I'm gonna get you with something that's very simple, and then you'll see where I'm coming from. You remember when you were a kid, you were in the house, and then you open the door to the house, and then, and it's summertime, it's Houston, right? You open the door to the house, and you going in and out of the door, whatever, for whatever reason, and then your mother, your grandmother say, close that door. You
Right.
letting all the cold air out.
Right.
You've heard that, right?
Oh yeah.
Right. Well, guess what? That's nonsense.
You can't even do it.
You can't do that. It's not physically possible.
Right.
Cold air doesn't go to hot air.
Right.
Right. So this is literally, you have to understand, like, which is not basics. It's not basics at this point, but it's literally like zeroth law of thermodynamics. Okay. So if you don't understand what that is, there's a lot of things you cannot explain about our reality. I always try to say that if you have an understanding, which most things I think in reality can be explained with the first law of thermodynamics, but to understand that, you got to go through a whole lot of steps to really understand that. Okay. So, kind of a very basic way of catching it is that if you think about, let's say I got a cup, I got a Coke from Burger King or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That thing's of a certain temperature, right? Now, you go out and you get one of them coolers, like a Igloo cooler, one of the red ones with the white top, or
Okay.
Coleman, I guess it is. You get a Burger King one. That thing's like ice cold. I mean, it's like, it's literally got ice in it, right? You put that in a cooler, and then you're going to take a cup of hot coffee. You put that hot coffee in a cooler, and you close the lid. What do you think's going to happen inside?
What's gonna happen?
Both materials going to come to the same temperature over time. They're going to come to the same temperature. They're going to come to the same chemical equilibrium. uh, same energy level, they
Mhm.
they will be in equilibrium over
Right.
time. Okay, so that concept, just is a basic, and like I said, to really understand it, you have to study that. You have, it's not just like, oh, I read it in a book and I understand it. Because a lot of things that are reality are non-intuitive. The same as, like I said, about the close the door, right? A
Yeah.
lot of things that are reality are non-intuitive. So the thing that I know that is is more intuitive to understand, right? Or easier to grasp, and you don't have to go out on a limb and talk about aliens or, you know, uh, pre-Socratic, philosophies or ancient Aztec philosophy, anything wild. When you say like, oh, the Earth is round versus the Earth is flat, right? Okay, so I get it. At a certain time, a very short period of time in the history of human beings, from what we know, some people thought the world was flat. But for the most part, most people knew that the world was not flat. As I said, that was known in the ancient times. So why, if we know someone proved that it was not flat in the ancient times, 2,500 years ago, why would someone try to argue that into being a new thing, right? It doesn't make sense without any type of mathematical proof, without any type of physical proof at all, right?
Mhm.
And so if we say that, if we say that I'm gathering a lot of information, like I said, information is not knowledge at all. It's nowhere near knowledge. So I've got all this information that I'm going over. I've got all this information that's like, oh, this guy's saying it's flat. Oh, this guy's saying it's flat. This guy's saying it's flat. But you don't do the groundwork, or you don't have the tools, or you're refusing to use the tools to determine that there is no curvature to the Earth's surface, or to determine that I can go to point A to point B without falling off the edge. You've done none of this. There's no evidence of any of this. None of these people has ever mentioned this. There's no evidence. There's no groundwork. There's no footwork. There's no nothing. It's just anecdotal, repeating
Mhm.
things,
Mhm.
nonsense.
100%.
That none of that stands up in any sort of argument, right? It's not academic. It's not even common sense
But
because Mhm.
that's where you're wrong at. Because in an argument, now tell me if I'm wrong. In an argument, there's a thing that you can do where you say something super outlandish just to get your opponent to be off of their game with their arguing points, right? That's an actual strategy, right?
you're talking about in debate.
Well, yeah, I mean, any kind of argument. I mean, women do it all the time.
Well, I can't say what women do. Hey, let's just start with that. I can't tell you what they do. I don't think like a woman. you
Well,
know,
I mean, if you ever, have a conversation, with around moms or whatever, and you try to make a point, and then they just say something that has nothing to do with the actual argument. It's something that's all the way off kilter the argument, because it has nothing to do with making a real reasonable point. It's just about making you not argue back your point. I mean, you know, but the reason I'm bringing it up is because, you know,
I see what you got on the screen at this point. Go ahead, continue. I wasn't looking at the screen until now. Go ahead.
so the reason I'm bringing it up is because is that
Wow.
this is how they this is where I kind of get the idea. What I was saying is, I'm the kind of person that I can take in what somebody's saying without judging whether or not I agree with it or not. That's really
hmm
how I'm wired. So I'm listening to a flat Earth argument debate, right? I'm listening to a debate. They're actually having a debate, and the flat Earth person says Newton Geb, right? The stars on the
hmm
outside, the sun is
hmm
on the inside. Why the hell is the sun in here? And y'all telling me that the sun is supposed to be 93 miles away? Why would they draw the sun in here inside of the stars with the firmament is covering or whatever, and the sun is in here with us, and the stars is on the outside of the sun?
hmm
So I say to myself, I say, you know what? That's a good point. Not that not that I don't understand that if you look at the sun, it looks closer than the stars look in real life, right? Right. If you ever laid outside at nighttime and watched the sun go down,
Yeah.
then watch the stars, you would think that the stars are further than the sun just by looking at it, right? So my point is that some of the this is what you would consider syncretism, ancient cosmology, syncretism and ancient cosmology kind of combined together, right? You know, and they would say that this light over your head is really a projection or something that's coming that show is basically some kind of symbol about the higher self, and that the stars are really, each individual star is really a soul that's going to be coming to earth, and our ancestors believe. And then you would say, but yeah, that's not what's really out there. But then, yo, see, I don't believe the stars is there in real life. I believe that those stars that we see are just lights that's
But
illuminating.
see, this is what I'm saying. You're talking about every. It's not an argument. None of that's an argument because everything that's being said is talking about a belief system, right? I'm
Mm,
talking about what I believe,
exactly.
and
So,
so go ahead, go ahead.
no, the only reason I'm cutting you off because it's Saturday, and beat and teach start
Hmm.
beat and teach
Hmm.
start about 2 hours ago. So I kind of got to cut you off. It's part of the Saturday thing. But
Yeah, yeah, no worry. Hmm.
no, but it's my exact point. It's my exact point. So when we have things about the big bang or the big crunch or the crunch and bang, crunch and munch and all that stuff, it's all belief systems. They can say that they've seen a crunch in the future, but they can say that they've seen a bang in the past. But they can't say that the world started from absolutely nowhere. The only thing that they can say is that they have no idea what's going on other than the stuff that they can observe. So,
Well,
so
hmm
if I come along and I say, well, there is a thing called a Bible. There is a thing called consciousness. Can we put the two together and say that there was consciousness before time and there'll be consciousness after time? And can I worship that consciousness as God? They
no.
will say,
See, you made a big jump right there. You made a lot of jumps.
they would say they would go into this thing to where they would talk around the fact that there's a God.
Who would do that?
Most scientists will say,
I
well,
don't. I don't. I don't. I
if you
don't
want
think
to
so.
believe in God, if you want to believe in God, you can believe in God. I don't have a problem with it.
Hmm.
They would go down that path, and I would say, hey, if you want to believe that the Earth is round, I don't have a problem with it.
But they're not related. It's not really related. You see my point? It's like again. You're talking about a belief system, and then you have something that for the most part can be proven, right? You have something that's not really tangible.
Like consciousness,
Yeah, I'm not going to argue consciousness. I mean that's philosophy. Cogito ergo sum. I mean, come on. That's something else. It's not has nothing to do with science per se. I mean, have there been attempts to simplify human existence in a like in a materialistic way, to say that, oh well, consciousness is just a collection of a bunch of cells that have actualized into some type of singular being. That doesn't, even in
right?
science, that doesn't make sense.
Right.
Okay, no serious scientist. That's mainly more of a biological argument that you may hear from a doctor or something like that, but from a scientist, you're not going to hear anything like that. So if you're talking about what is consciousness and those things, again, no serious scientist is going to be involved with that. I mean, physics in itself is about measuring that which can be measured. It's not about measuring the immeasurable, right? Um, it's measure what can be measured. If something is not measured, is there a way to measure it? So when you go to the edge of something like I said, the Stephen Hawking things and all of the and I mean, I actually study astrophysics, right? It's not my specialty, but I did, go pretty deep into that. Again, in order to understand that, you have to have studied many, many, many other disciplines to even come close to that. And already knowing that when you're going into that world, that's very far away from reality. Everything in that world is literally about theory, theoretical mathematics, uh, constructions of things that do not exist in reality. I'll tell you what one of my professors said, one of the first lessons I had in astrophysics. He says, well, what is a black hole? And then, you got a couple of guys who are like, oh, yeah, black hole's this and blah, 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 blah. And they rattle off for like 30 minutes. He says, black holes don't exist. And then you just hear this big silence. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? They exist. I've seen them. I've seen a black hole. He said, wait a minute. Let me ask you something. You've seen a black hole? Yes. Well, what does a black hole do? Oh, it sucks up all the light. It sucks up everything. Blah, blah. It sucks all the light, right? Yeah. So if it sucks up all the light, how can you see it? He said everything that you see of what a black hole looks like or what it's shaped like, that's movies. That's artist rendition, right? Black hole is literally a mathematical, theoretical concept. Okay, so if we're talking about any of that type of stuff, to can you kind of equate that, like you said, okay, I'm gonna deal with Anubis and blah blah blah, and all these type of things, that big scale talking about black holes in the universe. That's like on an edge of, is damn near not science, because it's so far away from reality, and it's very difficult to study, right? The best way that it can be studied is through some form of observation, and even then it's very speculative, because a key point in science and in philosophy is, if you don't know your point of origin, how do you know what you are looking at or measuring? So that's one of those key factors that you never hear from some of these fancy cosmological things about, oh, this is the way the universe is shaped and blah 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 blah. But none of them can tell you, like, well, where are we in the universe?
Right.
You can't do that. Then everything that you're talking about is just nonsense, right? So that, my point is not to argue that some quote unquote knowledge or information in that space, which I'm clearly stating is not really science in many ways,
Right,
is something that, validates the equally non-scientific flat earth theory. Because to talk about the shape of the earth, which is something that's more tangible, it's difficult to prove, but it's more tangible. It's immediately here. Or anything on this earth, on this planet, anything here that we can observe, we can touch, we can taste, blah, blah, those things we can deal with. There's no there's no theory, there's no speculation to that. It's very cut and dried, right?
but is it safe to say that if I feel like you're gonna lie to me, then I can say whatever the hell I want to say? I mean, just straight down the brass tack. If I feel like you're gonna lie to me about some shit, then I should just be able to I should be able to claim whatever the hell I want to claim.
Well, see, that's illogical to me. I mean, like, I'm very strict on this type. I don't, like I said, maybe that's something that some, cackling, handsome old women do when they get together. I don't know. But for me, when you talk about a serious discussion of things, maybe that's why I don't have serious discussions. But when you talk about serious discussion of things, it's not about right and wrong, number one, right? And it's not necessarily about who won. If you're talking about a serious discussion of some particular thing, it should be approached in all earnest, seriously, right?
I agree.
So, for me to say, like, in an argument, and not saying a debate, but just like a argument, of that fashion, I have never employed the tactics that you talk about, right? That's just me. I've never employed such thing. I don't find it a need to be. If it's like that, then you know you don't have an argument.
Well, I
If
don't.
you're if you know that your thinking is so weak that you're gonna go with the frivolous out the bat, then why
Mhm.
are we talking, right?
Well,
So mm,
go ahead. My bad. I ain't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
no, so at the end of the day, like I said, uh, I didn't engage like the guy that was telling me about the flat Earth stuff. I don't engage with anyone like that, because I don't because it's like like you mentioned, religion, the Bible. What does the Bible say? Don't throw pearls amongst swine.
Oh yeah,
You
I
know,
have.
so I don't have time to bring you on the same level, or
Mhm.
or even bring you on an elementary school level of understanding. I mean, this is like, okay, I see I'm dealing with a product of the American school system at this point, because there ain't no way in hell that somebody had a basic education that's going to believe that at
Right.
all.
Right. Well, here's the thing. The thing is that some people do, and the reason that they do is because ultimately they resolve like there are people who resolve like this. Now, I agree with you. I holistically agree that in a genuine discussion, you want to be genuine to the point that you can. Get the most out of the discussion and be as fair as you can in the discussion. But I think what most flat earthers deal with is this. It is the thing that some revolutionaries deal with likewise, is that I'm not just doing this because of my beliefs or what I think. I'm doing this because I'm fighting back against something that's bigger than all of it. So, so if there is an element that will lie to us about certain things, and they would hold information, gatekeep information to a degree, then the gloves off, and I'm gonna muddy the water, and I'm gonna do what I have to do to murky up the water because I feel like they're being disingenuous and they're being intellectually dishonest when they have all the cards in their hand. Where I'm a
Okay.
little person, I'm a little person from the street, I'm a little person with a little small platform, and here they are 700 billion dollars they spend in a year on NASA shit to tell us that some shit is this or it's not that, and it is that, or it's not aliens and it is aliens, or it is aliens and it's not aliens. They have found them and they haven't found them, or they haven't found them and they have found them. We don't know, and they're keeping information from us. So if you're gonna be that dishonest, hey, I'm gonna muddy the water. I'm gonna come out here and I'm gonna say that the earth is flat, and I'm gonna keep saying it until it annoys the hell out of you, until you say no, the earth is not flat because aliens came here and we know it's not. So it's kind of a thing to where it's like I'm not just saying random shit. I really have an end goal of trying to fight the system, and I've gotten so in depth, overwhelmed in trying to fight this system that I've wrapped myself up in this cocoon that I would say, keep it frankly, a cocoon of bullshit in my mind's eye. And then the people who have listened to me fight this system and that are now starting to want to fight the system back have also started to wrap themselves in a cocoon of bullshit because they want to fight the system too. Now it's not just about this one little small pile of bullshit that we wrapped ourselves in. It's really about fighting this system that's bigger than all of us, that really got us in the palm of their hand and could crush us at any time. So what's bigger? What's the bigger deal? The fact that I wrapped myself in the bullshit, or that this system has the whole entire humanity in the palm of their hands and they're willing to crush us to keep their secrets secret? Which one is the bigger issue?
Well, it's interesting you say that, and I think there's a lot of truth in that, unfortunately. But I think that uh, the problem that I have with that is that, going back to the basics, uh, when you talk about learning, right? Learning, when we talk about how do you, if you ask a basic philosophical question, how do you know the things that you know? Okay. Um, there's, like I said, it hasn't always been that way, but here there was a public education system. Now that system's not is not that old, right? Um, and so inside of that institution, who determines what's to be taught, right? And we can, not to go super deep into the weeds, but we can see that what was taught has changed over time. The overall outcomes or desired outcomes have changed over time. The people teaching, the quality of the people teaching has changed over time. A lot of paradigms have shifted over time. So, of course, a child, say somebody that's like 11 years old, 12 years old, doesn't necessarily have, I'll use this word, consciousness, to be able to say that, oh, I don't trust what the teacher is saying at that time. Okay, I'm talking about in a pre-internet world, right? Because when you're a certain age, your trusted source of information, all knowing, all knowledge, all reality, is going to be your parents.
Fact.
From the age of 2 to damn near, like I said, around about 11, something like that. The end all be all authority is going to be your parents. So the reality is the amount of time that one spends as a child inside of the institution being taught by these people, sooner or later you start to shift and get exposed to ideas and information that your parents don't possess, right? History lessons, English lessons, whatever it is, right? And so your kind of bag is a little bit expanding. You still don't have the capability to say, is this true or not? So you have a whole group of people that said, okay, this is the trusted source of it. I know this because I learned it in school.
Okay.
Period. The teacher taught me that. I learned it. That's it. Okay. Well, see, the problem is, and like I said, not to go down the rabbit hole of that, but it is something to think about. But when you get to a point where a lot of these people, they didn't even really learn in school, what they were doing in school, what the priority was in school wasn't really school, wasn't the lesson, wasn't really doing so much. So they learned about, out of all those man hours that they spent in school, which is thousands, they got 5% of the damn lesson, maybe 10% of the lesson. So you get out of that, and then you're expected to work as an adult. Okay, well, yeah, our society is brutal. Most societies are brutal. You have to, there's a hierarchy. You have to work within that hierarchy. You have to deal with these different institutions. And for me, like I said, being an observer of this for many years, you get into the irrational about even understanding who has effect on your everyday life. I remember I came back here one time. It was before Obama was elected. Obama was got basically elected, but he wasn't the president. And you got people like, oh yeah, okay, everything gonna change, yeah. Oh, we're gonna get free weed, we're gonna get out. You're always like irrational shit, right? And so basically, the fact of the matter is, if I ask the average Joe Schmuckatelli, really what is the the structure of the government of this country, they couldn't tell you, right? So thinking that the president is going to be able to have some sort of effect on your everyday life doesn't make a lot of sense. And especially in that time, it didn't make a lot of sense. So you go from one place of ignorance, and then you just didn't, you wanted to, you get around in those echo chambers, like you want to bitch about taxes, you want to bitch about crime, you want to bitch about this, you want to bitch about that. But you didn't take any effort to understand the who, what, when, where's, or why's. Even when you talk about, you said about the hidden things, most things are not hidden, right? So if you're talking about how the government operates or whatever, it's not really hidden. The budget has been available in the public library since I've been alive, but I'll be damned if I've ever seen anybody go to the library and read it. You remember Iran-Contra scandal. They got the documents right there in the library. Been in the library since 1990. I ain't never seen nobody check it out, ever. right?
Hey, so the dude who with the NSA dude, what's his name with the glasses? The one that leaked all the information and he had to flee the country. What's his name?
Well, who you? There's been a couple of people. Who you talking about? You talking
Well,
about Manning, or you talking about damn? You talking about these recent people?
okay,
There was
the guy. Let me find it. Let me find it. Go ahead, talk. I'm gonna look for. Him. I'll look it up.
well, you had Bradley Manning. He was in the Air Force, or so he leaked some information. You had Assange didn't work here, but he leaked a lot of information supposedly. Uh, there's a couple of others. So, what are you going to ask about this person, or what are you going
Oh,
to say about this?
but I was just gonna ask. Well, the fact that is that he leaked the information, and then they said it was like treason because he leaked the information and he had to flee the country. And I'm
Yeah.
like,
Okay.
it's stuff like that. That I mean, it's so much stuff that you know. I mean, it is things that's hidden. It is things that they try to keep, and I guess you know, it's to me, it's a difference between government security or homeland security and just shit we want to keep because we got an agenda and we don't want people to know our agenda. We don't want the people to know our agenda.
As I said, most things are not hidden. So the things that have something to do with your everyday life, not hidden. The stuff that I'll be very frank, those documents, or supposed information that was leaked by these individuals that you're talking about, have you read them? Has anybody of these people that the so-called conspiracy theorists read them? Have they taken the time to look? And I'll even go out on a leaf to say if such documents even exist. If one were to read them, would you even understand them? No, right? And
Yeah.
then it does it have, and then even if you did understand it, does it have any bearing on your life? No. So it's like looking for. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I like conspiracies because it keeps people away from the truth. In some ways, you can tell I used to work for the government, right, Ef?
Mhm.
uh, I like conspiracy because it keeps people from the truth.
Okay.
Because conspiracy is very far from the truth. Put it that way. So, something to kind of imagine is that some shit you don't want to know. Let's just be real, right?
Okay.
And if you did know it, like I say, it has no. What could you do about it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. But generally, things like I said that happen at the federal level, stuff that have more bearing on your life is right there in Harris County, right there in HISD, right there. You know, that type of stuff has a lot more bearing on the police department, right?
Yeah.
Washington D.C. doesn't have nothing to do with that at all, at all.
Well,
Now, this current, which I don't want to get on that, but this current person, they want to, get their hooks into certain stuff. But in general, in the past, no, has no bearing on that. So, people, like I said, the people like worry about these aliens and wild ass conspiracies. It's just a waste of time. And nobody that has any power cares about that, is listening to anything like that. And it doesn't influence them. If you've ever read the book 1984, you'll know that that society or the societies there, or the society in question is like divided into three different classes or sectors. So you've got like a kind of a inner party and a outer party, and you got these people called the proles. The proles, they got music, they've got goods and services, they got all kind of shit. They kind of do what they want to do, but for the most part, lived in a depraved state. But the outer party, is the people that we can see what they're doing. They live controlled lives. They're being monitored. They have jobs, blah, 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 have a lot of rules. And then you have the inner party. The inner party, does not care. The people that have actual power do not care what the pros are doing at all. It's immaterial. We can have you doing whatever the hell you want to do. And really think about this, EF. In our society, I can have a whole group of people, a whole class of people, a whole demographic of people do whatever you want to do. Smoke dope all day, fine. Commit crimes, fine. Do whatever you want to do. Have, conspiracy theories, fine. Do whatever you want to do. As long as you do engage in some type of activity that I can extract from, and you're under relative control, fine. And then if I've got, like I said, our core group is controlled and aware of what is closer to reality, I'm secure. But as far as trying to manipulate the mass, there was 330 million people in this country. Is it feasible to try to manipulate and control actively every person? No. Nor would it be profitable.
Yeah. So, yeah, the dude Eric Snowden.
Yeah.
That's his name. The dude Eric Snowden. And here's my point in that is that there are situations like this, for example, global surveillance thing where he leaked the information that they was doing the global surveillance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like now all of a sudden he's the biggest criminal in the world. Why is it so important that y'all hide the fact that y'all are spying on human beings, that y'all watching human beings? Okay, now
So how do you think? I'm gonna ask you this question.
go ahead.
So let's say that I'll put it this way. The people that ran the airplanes into the towers and into the Pentagon,
Okay.
right? One way that became feasible
Mhm.
is that we have what's called it's called an open system. Damn near anybody can come here, right?
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
You can come here, you can set up shop, get a social security card, blah blah blah.
Okay.
So you can't do that in North Korea. Put it that
Okay.
way. That's a closed system.
Right.
So in an open system, there's an emphasis on personal freedoms.
Okay.
So by law, this is what a lot of people fail to understand. By law, to be able to collect information on American citizens inside the United States on the part of a intelligence agency is illegal, and it's been illegal, right, for a very long time.
Okay.
I'm not going to give you the exact law. I'm not going to give you the exact time period, but it's been a long time, right? So now, when September 11th happened, certain orders were all this can be read in the September 11th Commission, if you want to understand that. Okay, again, they don't read that. So certain stuff allowed for the surveillance of persons of interest that may or may not have been American citizens on U.S. soil or outside of U.S. soil to be monitored. Now, the monitoring of individuals outside of this country, yeah, that's part and parcel. That's what those agencies do, right? But inside, like I said, that's normally illegal. But just as you would deal with like an FBI case, which FBI is technically not intelligence, it's law enforcement. You have to have a warrant, justification in order to watch this person.
Okay.
All right. So is anything nefarious about that? Oh, I know this dude got like some trap house. He's selling this many pounds. It looks like that. Okay, I'm gonna get a warrant. I'm going to watch this house.
Okay.
If I don't have a warrant to watch the house, then how am I going to gather evidence in order to make the arrest and then make the prosecution? I cannot. So the same thing, if you're talking about certain individuals operating in this country, if you did not have, which they didn't have in place at first, certain controls, and you don't have those controls after the fact, then how can you prevent those type of activities? You can't. Now, what does that have to do? Those type of activities, those monitoring type of activities, what do they have to do with Joe Blow in South Park?
Let me tell you.
Absolutely nothing.
Well, let me tell you what it has to do with Joe Blow and South Park. Let's say, Sharon. Let's just call a person Sharon, for instance. Let's say Sharon is dating Joe Blow in South Park.
Hmm.
Now, Sharon happens to be friends with Karen. Karen
Okay.
happens to be the ex-girlfriend of some fat schmuck that went to the fucking army for 2 years and got out and went to the FBI. And Sharon gets into it with Joe Schmo in the trailer park.
Hmm.
She tells Karen. Karen says, "Oh, I know a fat schmuck." She calls Mr. Fat Schmuck. Now Fat Schmuck decides he wants to target Joe Blow in the trailer park.
Not happening, yes.
Well, let me tell
Eh,
you. Hold on. Let me tell you.
mhm.
100% is happening.
Huh.
100% is happening. 100%.
Number one, you're talking about, you said FBI,
Well,
FBI.
anybody agency that can use any one of these things, and I just named a random letter group, you know, but I'm not putting on them specifically. I'm saying anybody agency that could be anybody. It could be
No
anybody.
federal agency is going to be involved with that.
Well, maybe not.
It's not. It's not happening.
Maybe state. Maybe. I mean, it could be. It could be federal agency. It could be city. Could be state. It could be anybody. It could be
Well, see,
anybody.
that's we have to differentiate because, as I said, the things like what Snowden is talking about and what those things are talking about, that's federal stuff. Those are totally separate from what you talk about, the power, which it proves my point, the power that can be exerted at the state level and more importantly at the municipal level, county municipal level, have nothing to do with federal law. This is the United States. We have separate laws. State law, city law, totally separate from federal law,
And
right?
what I'm saying is that that out of all the people that I've heard mention some situation, some random situation with a Joe Blow and a fat smoke, right?
Hmm.
Between the fat smoke and the Joe Blow, there's something going on there that definitely is weird as it pertains to this ability to surveil Joe Blow in trailer park that only a fat smoke or somebody aligned with a fat smoke be able to do, right? And you're able to trace it back almost every time through a Karen, a Sharon, a fat smoke, and a Joe. But I mean, so and it's just what I'm saying is just the thing to where if we didn't have the information, which is what I'm getting at, the point I'm getting at is if we didn't have the information to say, hey, maybe this has to do with the Snowden shit. Maybe this has to do with the shit that Snowden was talking about. Then Joe Blow, he would have no idea to be able to trace this shit back through Karen and Sharon. He would have no idea, what the situation was to even be able to trace it back. But since he now that we know that okay, there is a thing that's going on that Eric Snowden has leaked some information about. Now he kind of can say, "Oh, I remember Karen. I remember Sharon said she had a friend named Karen, and Karen knew the fat smoke from high school. And now I kind of can put two and two together. So it's kind of a thing where if you're hiding information like this from the people, and this, all in all, it gets to the grassroots of the problem is that if you're hiding certain information from people, you really want to hide this information from people. Why do you, if all you want to do is get a warrant and do your job legally, why do you have to hide that from the people? The point is
Okay.
that you don't want the people to know that you're doing this thing. Why do you not want the American people to know you're doing something right?
Okay. So let's roll back for a second. As I said, number one, there's no connection between Eric Snowden or anything federal with the situation that you're talking about. There is no connection. There's never been a connection. It's almost physically impossible because it's physically impossible in a lot of ways, and it's not reasonable because the type of assets that you're talking about at a federal level are not going to be used for Joe Schmuckatelli in those cases. It's just not happening. So now, as I said, the thing that's more plausible and that I know has happened, that happened right here in Houston, Texas, from my recent memory. If it was not like it had to have been about, I guess it was 5 years ago. I have to think about the case, but it was something very similar to what you're saying, where they were monitoring the wrong for whatever reason. They were like, "Oh, we're gonna monitor this house," and this is like local police. It's not, obviously, like I said, it's not FBI. That's federal. This local police, they decided to monitor this house, and then they claimed that was a drug. It was an apartment, and they claimed that was like a drug thing. And then they went over there with the whole SWAT team. You probably know the case when I get to it. They went over there with the whole SWAT team, and then they busted in the house. And then the guy, he pulled a gun, didn't know who was at the door, and then they killed him. And then the girl was still alive, right?
Mhm.
And that was all based on faulty premise, and a lot of actually falsified documents on the part of some of the police that were involved, right? It was a woman and a dude, and that's what that was. Now, again, that has nothing to do with Eric Snowden. There's nothing to do with anything federal. That's local stuff. Now, to be fair, if you want to say, are the police really hiding? Have the police hidden any of their techniques, tactics, and procedures as far as monitoring criminal activity? For the most part, no. Right? I mean, the concept of classified information doesn't really exist at the local level. It's a federal designation. So again, like I said, that has nothing to do with any documents that have been leaked. But to give you an example of why it's not necessarily a good idea, even on a local level, to talk about what you're doing, your techniques, tactics, and procedure. For instance, if we're talking about, okay, there's some type of criminal enterprise going on here in Houston. That may be drugs, could be human trafficking, a mixture of things: human trafficking, drugs, prostitution. In order for us to break this, we're not going to be able to get into the inner circle of this with just a common, okay, I'm posing as a John, or whatever.
Mhm.
You're gonna have to use some other techniques. Those techniques of monitoring and gathering information, if you tell the public, hey, which the police generally tell you, like I said, most of the stuff that they do is already known. Oh, we're going to use these drones. Oh, we're going to use these cameras. Oh, we're using this. Oh, they're telling you what they do. There's nothing hidden about it. It's in the damn plain daylight. But if they did, which generally the police don't have access to anything interesting like that, because it's, like I said, again, it's local shit. It's not federal stuff. But even if they did have access to something like that, like, oh, we're tapping into phones, we're breaking into computers, and busting encryption and doing all kind of weird shit. If they told you that, yeah, we are regularly monitoring bank accounts of interest for these type of irrational transactions, and that's public knowledge, then guess what? That stream of information and potential intelligence will disappear overnight, because the people that are criminals will no longer employ those methods. And then it becomes even harder to detect and catch them.
Well, let me ask you this. Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Okay, so you say it. You say, hey, look, we're monitoring bank accounts. Um, if you deposit X amount of dollars, we monitoring bank accounts or whatever it is, right? We're doing something, whatever, right? And then the people stop doing whatever they're doing, right? So whatever the crime that they was doing, they stopped doing it.
No, they found a different way of, and I'm gonna give you a perfect example of that. It's not on the local level. This is big level shit, very big level. In particular, the you probably have observed this, but there's a thing called hawala, okay, and well, there was at a time. I mean, it still exists, but not the scale that it used to. So the way hawala works is that okay, I'm from Pakistan, all right, and then I have a cousin that has a DVD shop here in Houston or a restaurant here in Houston,
Okay.
and then what I need to do because I'm funding some type of whatever terrorist extremist activity, whatever it is. What I need to yeah. Uh, so so what I'm going to do is I need to send money to him to distribute to my cell, right? I'm not going to send that money through normal bank wire, right? The reason why is because, yeah, this is at the federal level. It's already known that any type of transactions that happen within a bank account, American owned, that's exceed at the time $10,000, it's reportable. It will be reported. Okay, so I need to send a lot of money. I need to send it fast, and that means I can't use Western Union. I can't use any bank. I can't use anything like that. So I'm not going to get into the details of the mechanism, but the thing is that we're both business owners in our respective places, and we're able to send funds or clear funds damn near instantaneously between ourselves because of the cash flow that we have with our respective businesses, and we can use those businesses, like I said, to channel funds to do what we want to do. And hawala, what it translates, it translates into trust. The system is called trust in English, trust system. So at a time you had huge network of these trust systems all over the United States, man. I mean, United States, UK, whole bunch of places. And they all went back to Somalia. They all went back to Pakistan. They went to the Arab countries. So in order to monitor hawala system, you have to use some pretty inventive techniques in order to understand how it even works. You can imagine, because like it's not necessarily computer based, right? A lot of stuff happens on a telephone. A lot of stuff may happen in the mail. Stuff's going to happen, a lot of different ways. But the point is to be able to understand and to get into it and to be able to monitor who, what, when, where, why inside the system. We have to use a lot of techniques. We got to use a lot of people. Some of those people may be in some damn risky positions, meaning life or death stuff, right?
Right.
A lot of trust, is involved.
Right.
So if I start talking like a damn bird, saying that, well, this is how we caught them, this is how, which they did at the end of the day, if you paid attention. But like I said, most people don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. The minute you say, hey, we're monitoring this, we're catching people using this system, and we're shutting these little networks down, we're shutting these DVD shops down, we're shutting these bodegas down. What happened? Just the same way that they were not using the banks, just the same way that they stopped using Swiss bank accounts and the Caymans, once hawala system basically was shut down, they moved to a different system. This is like, that when Napster was alive. Okay, when Napster was alive, I raped Napster. Okay, it's like period. It's like we all using Napster, but then they started to get into Napster and they started to screw up Napster, and viruses started to get in Napster. Basically, Napster got shut down. After Napster got shut down, what happened? You had LimeWire, you had BearShare, and eventually BitTorrent, right? Pirate Bay, BitTorrent. Went to that. That's a totally different system, totally different protocol, different methodology how it worked, totally different system. Worked on that. Once they got up into BitTorrent, boom, that was shut down. Once they got shut down, the rest were made. People have moved on. They moved to different platforms. They moved to different methodologies. So that's my point, is that if you have a way of uncovering the thing that is covered up, and that stuff is very deadly, life and death stuff.
Mhm.
And I'll get away from the federal levels because I said it's not really, they're not the same, because they're not connected. But if you talk about, like I said, at that, because the local level, like I said, they don't have secrets really, but at the federal level, yes, there are secrets. So, but even if we were talking on the local level, if on the local level it's well known how we're doing things, then that way of gaining information is no longer viable, right? Now,
Yeah.
and I'll make this last point. Now, of course, on a local level, there are certain things that law enforcement will do in order for you to self-regulate yourself. So they let certain quote unquote methodologies be known, which may not actually even be working, like traffic cameras, right? Those traffic cameras may be on, they may not be on.
Right.
I just need to demonstrate that a few people are getting arrested or a few people are getting fined, and then put it out in the media that people are getting fined over these cameras, right? And then people will self-regulate themselves. It's the panopticon effect.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that that's their primary means of catching real crimes, right? They're using other things that they're not necessarily going to tell you.
Right. So
Right.
here's the quick tie-in to everything that we've been talking about. For those of you who've been listening, I appreciate you listening because we're going deep tonight. You know what I'm saying? We just kind of split this down the middle from just basketball to everything, and I'm gonna show you how we bring it back full circle. Okay. So kind of the reason we here is because obviously we start talking about, people just saying random shit, like flat earth and whatever. But and, hop echo chambers and whatnot. That's basically how we started with echo chambers and whatnot, which is why I appreciate Archon for coming up here and having this conversation. It's important that we able to have different kind of conversations and push back, get our pushback on, back and forth and learn stuff from each other, which I've learned stuff from him. Maybe he learned something from me. Same time, likewise. It's good to have that kind of discourse back and forth and not just be an echo chamber in my mind's eye, or to be able to challenge something that you feel like whatever for the sake of even if it's just for the sake of getting it off your chest or just, venting out something in a safe space where you're not going to be judged for getting it out, whatever the case may be. Now, I don't think that's his case because he's a rational person. I don't think he have to get nothing off his chest to where he feel like he have to discuss it with me. But if that's your reason for having to say something, feel free to say it. With that being said, I'm gonna bring it back full circle. Um, so in the situation like we have with the NBA and the investigations, the federal investigations, what go on and so on and so forth, it would be very hard for me to believe with the NBA's close association with the letter agencies and whatnot and the way that they're tied in together. It would be very hard for me to believe that it's only two people or more that's tied in with these gambling groups, and there's only been a small amount of gambling done since the Tim DeHage shit over damn near 30 years ago. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. And to assume that they're sitting back and they're letting all this shit go on just so they can do one or two small things, maybe bust three or four people, two black dudes and maybe three or four members out of a crime family. You might get five or six member out of a crime family. Nothing that's going to do major damage to the crime family, or or preserve the integrity of the game. Maybe just stop some extra people from making a little money on the side or whatever they're doing. whatever the case may be. But you're not doing the major shit that you need to be doing. But you're gonna make all this shit go on for 30 or 40 years. It's been gambling and shit going on this whole time. But now all of a sudden you come out of nowhere and you pop off, you arrest a couple of people, you make this big scene about gambling, and all to the ends of saying, "Oh yeah, but we were sitting back watching them." Yeah, you were sitting back watching them. Why? I mean, who the hell got spy goggles? Who the hell got who the hell got the cameras and shit, small cameras that they can put and look up on the cars? Where they get X-ray vision goggles from? You think
The
fucking China?
Crackerjack box.
Huh?
The Crackerjack box. Everybody
Exactly.
know that. It's
Exactly.
COD. Come on.
You see what I'm saying? Chauncey Billups don't know where to get no damn spot goggles from, bro. It's just ridiculous to think that Terry Rozier know where to get spot goggles, man. You can never convince me that Scary Terry know where to get spy glasses from. Even the motherfucking kids on even Richie Rich and them didn't know where to get
Hmm.
spy glasses from. What I'm saying is this shit comes from, in my mind's eye, this shit is a cesspool. I hate to say it. Our government is always been into internal type shit, and it's always somebody. I'm not saying that the whole thing is all everybody's all corrupt. I don't believe that, but I do believe there's a level of corrupt that goes behind closed doors, and instead of just flushing it all out, they always just kind of swipe it or swoop it under the rug, and then they let the rest of the shit just play out however they want to play out. And it's usually about, you know, letting this big money cash flow fluctuate wherever it's going to and fro, and then just scooping off a couple of curds off the top and making it look like it's some big ordeal when really the influx of drugs is going in and out of the fucking country, and millions of dollars coming in and out of the country on drugs and whatever else. All this shit.
Well, well,
I mean,
let me keep you away from drugs. Let's stay on NBA real quick. Let's stay on
well,
that.
let me tie it all in.
Hmm.
The point I'm making is this. The point I'm making is that it's one thing to be said that, okay, some things, go unsaid for national security reasons. It's a total another thing to say that it takes so much secrecy to do little things when all you really have to do is just say, hey, look, there are things that is wrong with the system. And then we get back to the point that oftentimes what happens is when somebody says, hey, look, it's something wrong with the system, but we're not gonna admit that there's a flaw on our behalf. We're just gonna say that you all are stupid. Then people throw up their hands and say, oh yeah, well, I'm stupid, flat earth. That's just like that's just the ramifications of it. It just boils down like that. It's like, you mean to tell me that this shit ain't rigged? You mean to tell me that the NBA haven't been rigged this whole time? Metaphorically, flat earth. Oh, am I back? Okay. Yeah, no, I'm sorry about that as well. My everything shut down. Like I don't know. Kicked me out of my phone and the internet. Everything just all my whole entire system of every kind of communication, anything just went offline. I don't know how my internet on my phone went out and my internet on my computers went out all at the same time. Yeah, at the same time. The computer kicked me out when you went off. Right when you went off, I looked at the computer. My computer shut down, kicked me out. I looked down at my phone to see if I could check and see if you could still hear me, and my phone dropped dead at the same time. So everything just went off at the same time, and it just let me back on. Amen, bro. Who you telling? Who you telling? Who you telling? You know I got a 10 for a hat. Y'all know I got a 10 for a hat, man. Y'all know I got a 10 for a hat. And that shit just happened. That shit just happened too quick.
Make you think, right?
Absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely.
they listen to me a lot, but I ain't worried about that. You know, but go ahead. Make I didn't. It was like I said, I dropped, so I lost you kind of mid sentence there.
Oh no. I was just closing on the point that it's just funny that they have so much that it's hard for me to believe that they sit back and they watch all this shit happen and it has nothing to do with you know, money gets to flow in, all the money flow in, and then later on they pop out the corner and they be like, oh yeah, we was trying to do this one thing, but all the while billions and millions and billions and billions of dollars been made while you was trying to do that one thing. But the one person who made like, you know, did one little small crime, like this person did a small crime. You know what I mean? This person, you know, magically had some spy goggles. This person threw a game, but at the same time, you got people running around doing major crimes, and you never bust these people who do the major crimes.
Well,
It's just funny to me.
let me throw this in here. I mean, like one, I'm not. I don't like to, you know, I don't want to, do like that and say about, oh, these people do these crimes, but these people you know, get
Yeah, yeah.
nicked for the small stuff.
I'm trying not to do it as well.
But I'm gonna bring some, just to keep it within the realm of sports, right? I'm gonna bring up something that uh, baffled me, at the time when it happened, and I'll just give you a little backstory. So, you know, so the Pete Rose. That's all I have to say, right?
Oh yeah, facts.
So, Pete Rose was not gambling on his own team. And
Right.
we know Pete Rose wasn't throwing no damn games, or anything like that. But Pete Rose got blackballed. And that's that. Now, I'll say personally, uh, just to throw something out there, if there's a crime I've ever committed, uh, I did gamble on sports at a time, long time ago, which it was, illegal, right? Uh, Nobody else was really, I mean, few people were into that, gambling as a whole, right?
Right.
So, me, I'm more of a horse, gambler. Uh, Casino, I understand that. I don't fool with that so much, but I made a lot of money on football,
Okay.
college football and NFL. And that was back in the 90s, right? Early 90s. I bet on NBA game maybe 4 times in my life. I ain't including that shit with ticket. So, Jalen screwed me on that. But anyway, uh, you know, I would say that in those days, like I said, the average person, most people was definitely not involved with that. You know, like I had to go through a book in the Caymans, right? And it wasn't no nickel and dime shit. You know, it's basically $1,000 bet every bet, and made money. Like I said, on I did it for about a year and a half.
Okay.
Made money on the NCAA and football and the NFL football. And you know, it wasn't, you know, it's like, you know, that's like a full-time job. You got to really understand, you know, sports, the players, the team, you got to go kind of balls deep to make money on it. And you can't bet every game. You got to know when to bet. That's gambling is just like that. You got to know when to see a sure thing, right?
Right.
I observed in my time dealing with it, two funny games. I observed a funny game in NFL once, and I observed a funny game in basketball once. And Bulls were playing actually,
Oh,
and
who would have thought?
yeah, who would have thunk it, you know?
Yeah.
And I learned very fast on NBA. It's like, do not bet on NBA. It's a fool's bet. Doesn't make a lot of sense. And there's just too much that can go wrong. And lost money on that Bulls game. And it was another game. It was another basketball. I forgot who was playing. Another basketball game. Lost money on that. I was like, just something not right about it. You know, just doesn't conform to the math. You know, something just not right. I don't like it. I'm not saying it's rigged. I'm not saying that, but some just kind of not right. And then, like I said, there was one football game. It was Pittsburgh Steelers and Indianapolis Colts. It was Colts definitely, and that was a fishy ass game.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember I had a guy. What I used to do, had a guy that you pay him a little bit of money, he can make some picks for you, right? And then you share some of the winnings as well. So I had like two guys like this, and then I do my own analysis for football, not basketball. And I remember that game. It was that Colts game, and he was like, "Dude, what do you got to put down?" I said, "Oh, I'm thinking about putting down." He said, "No, put everything down. Put everything. Do like this. Put everything down. Sure thing. You know, just everything." And he was very confident. Knowing, you know, that I was like a, you know, not no $50 bet person. He's like, "No, you do like this. You do like this." I didn't bet on that game. Sure enough, it turned out exactly on the nose, like you said. You know, oh, by 3. Oh yeah, by 3 it was field goal.
Huh.
I was like, son of a bitch. I was like, son of a bitch. And then I watched another game. It's like, oh man, you know. And like I said, I used to call it the Sinatra factor. If I got to some game where I thought that Sinatra factor was going to be too high and certain people were involved, meaning they have money involved, I didn't fool with that game, right?
Mm.
So in my short sports betting career, you know, I got out of it, and because I don't like those variables like that. And the reason I bring that up is like the key is that at that time, the people that would have had money in it is not like a large amount of population. It's not, you know, these are like kind of big fish, right? Fooling around with this. And for the most part, it's controlled. You know, it's not like a pariah on society.
Right.
What I don't understand, because, you know, like I said, I kind of hadn't been here, but so I don't know when they start to allow this DraftKings and all these type of cats in. I guess it's been the past, I don't know, 4 or 5 years. When they got in the bed with those people, now, uh, everybody's got access to it, right? And so the amount of money is huge, very huge. Uh, Not a lot of oversight, right?
Mhm.
And the temptation, especially something like NBA, where the rules are kind of funny. They dick around with a lot of the rules and the calls, and it's fast paced. It's not like football or baseball per se, right?
Mhm.
It's kind of fast paced. A lot of it's based on individual performance. I'm not saying it's rigged. I'm just saying that there's a lot of potential for that Sinatra factor to happen.
Oh yeah.
Case in point, like I'm not saying here or there, but that crap with the Warriors and the Rockets, man. What was that, 2017 or 2018?
Yeah, where
That
everybody missed all the shots.
the missing the shots, but it was a lot of, like I said, the calls. There's a lot of weird calls happening. A lot of
Chris Paul got hurt randomly, just hamstring.
yeah. It was a lot of random stuff aligning.
How
Mhm.
many times have Chris Paul went down in a big game with a hamstring? I mean, like, come on now, let's be serious.
Let's
How
be
many,
real, right?
yeah, how many times has it been? I'm on the fucking one of the fucking greatest teams in the league, but
Yeah,
my hamstring. I can't because of my hamstring. I mean,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like some of this stuff just don't. I mean, and and you have to say at some point, you have to say, hey, the movie Casino. You know the movie Casino?
yeah.
One of my favorite lines. One of my most quoted lines in all movies. Either you stupid or you in on it. Either way, get
Yeah,
your ass, get your shit, and get the fuck out of here. This was
yeah,
one of my. It's just one of my favorite lines. Either you stupid or you in on it. It just got
yeah,
to be.
yeah.
It just got to be. But
So I mean, like, I think that, I mean, I'm a wrap up my point is that I think that, uh, let's be real. I mean, I don't want to be insulting, but a lot of the players, they ain't the smartest tools in the shit, right?
right,
So we talking about, like somebody like Chauncey Billups. I'm not saying he did it, but how damn stupid do you have to be, or deep in the hole with certain characters, to be involved with some rigged poker game? Because
right.
none of that makes sense. None of that makes sense. Now, if you talk about, you know, the bust, and like we're like putting some the government, because now like you said, it's not local, this is federal, right? We're looking at gambling and whatnot at this level, and we're looking at NBA in particular, and we're gonna, you know, hit certain people. Well, I'm gonna say it like this. They don't have a problem, right, with the general populace gambling.
Right.
It's like I said, it's a huge revenue stream. Uh, it's open. Once you open that door, you're not going to close it. Okay, but we have to understand the, how do I say in English? The drama.
Mm.
Okay, so in some places, a lot of what happens when you talk about in politics is a total drama. You see something on stage, it plays out, and then when there's a curtain, you can never like look behind that curtain. You just have to accept what's in front of it, right?
Okay.
And so what happens in front of the curtain may look legitimate, may look semi-reasonable to the uninitiated, the ignorant,
Exactly.
the people that just don't know, right?
Exactly.
There's a lot of prestige and all that type of shit going on. But the thing behind the scenes, I can give you many real examples of this, and it's not a conspiracy, it's just a damn fact. It's a well-known fact. Like I said, there's certain governments that run like this. The U.S. doesn't run like this, which is what I'm saying. I mean, I know this because, like I said, I have lived outside this country for a very long time, and I'm very well aware of what other systems are doing, right? So it's not as bad as some people think it is here. Um, would certain people like that, do like that? Perhaps they would. But as I said before earlier, this is a large, we're dealing with a large populace. It's hard to control it like that. But what I do think is that because the gambling is legal, and that people are going to have a narrative of, like, some being rigged, or the refs, or you're going to have that guy that dropped half his that home equity loan on a damn game, right? You're going to have that type of stuff. The social boo-boos, right? We need to present a drama, and a drama that appears as if everything is on the up and up. And that drama is going to have some casualties. There's going to be some people's going to get stabbed in the back. Somebody's going to get murdered, right? So I don't care if it's some old ass star. I don't care if it's Humpty France or whoever, right? Now technically, it's going to be a home run if me knocking that, and I don't want to go too deep down that road, but you probably piece the dots together. Yeah,
I'm walking with you already.
Is that if I can get a dude that fits this type, he's this type of dude, and I can get him caught up in this stuff, and I hammer his ass. It serves multiple purposes. The primary purpose is that, yeah, it appears as if we have it under control. Everything's still clean. Everything's on the up and up. Keep betting, keep confidence in the betting, because we're getting revenue off of this, right? Keep the betting up, keep doing it. It's clean, it's regulated, nothing for you to worry about, right? All the bad apples, right? Which is, like the steroid shit, right? There's only a couple bad apples. Let's get those bad apples out. Everybody talk about it. There'll be a big buzz about it, a lot of drama about it. Get them out of there, right? And then we're going to have our, like some clean cut dudes like LeBron. He's clean cut, right? Right. Now we know the real clean cut dudes like Curry. Curry ain't gonna ever be involved with nothing like that, right? Right. So he never had no knowledge of nobody, flopping or anything. Okay, fine. So
not in high school, not in college, no, none of that shit.
So we got, and I'm not shitting on Curry, but I'm shitting on LeBron. So we got clean cut dudes like LeBron. We've got our little icons there. They're not going to be touched because they were never involved with that. But all these other, these other dudes, yeah, hammer them, and we'll round up about 5 of them, maximum 10, and that will secure the betting revenue for the next 10, 15 years, right? So that's all that is to me. Because, like you said, when Scott Foster and all them people was, implicated, or their names came up with certain stuff, oh no, we didn't have any serious investigations into anything, right? There wasn't, like you said, the spy glasses and all that stuff wasn't coming out. There were no deep FBI investigations or anything.
Well, look, I read a book. I want to ask you about this thing. I don't know if you can see the screen. I want to ask you what you think about this before we get off of here. It's just something totally unrelated. But I read a book when I was
I know what you're talking about. Remote viewing?
No. This is walking through walls training system, a training system to pull your body out of dimension using hyperspace energy so you can walk the walls.
Yeah, that's that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the remote viewing is another one. I got that one. I got that one too in my little research. But I read a book, and I guess I might have been like 13 or 14 years old, and the book was called Summer something. I don't remember exactly what the name of the book was. It might have been Summertime or Summer League or something like that. and it was about a white kid who um got baited into throwing games. I think it was like in late high school and early college, right?
Hmm.
And the book was hella interesting. I had never thought of basketball like that at all. I had never even imagined it at all. But what I'm saying is that was, you know, I mean, that was late 80s, early 90s
Hmm.
that I started reading about this shit. And the book was written, you know, 10, 15 years before that. So that means it was
Yeah.
damn near coming out of the 70s that somebody wrote a book about them or about somebody getting in a situation like that in high school. So I mean, how far does this shit go back to where they've been getting people to throw games and shave points and all this and that stuff? So I mean, this has to have been going on since the 60s and the 70s, the point shaving and the throwing games and all that shit, in order for this book to be out, in the late 80s or the early 70s or whatever it was.
Hmm.
My point being is that I've always had the knowledge of it because I read that book at such a young age. So it's never been a time where, you know, since I was middle school or something that I could watch a basketball game and not wonder, hey, is this the same thing I read about in that book where this kid was talking about he was shaving points and they was making him shave points and he didn't want to do it and this, that, and the third. So
Hmm.
I've always had that in my mind, but you never hear nobody get busted for it, right? You never hear nobody really get in trouble. So from the time I was young, all the way until now, there hasn't been anybody to get busted for point shaving. Nobody,
Right.
not one person. They got the refs and shit back, whatever. Tim DeHagen, they didn't really get him. He kind of snitched on himself after he got, in trouble. Like after the shit happened, he kind of told on himself. I don't even think he did no time or none of that shit. So it really wasn't like they even arrested nobody for that shit back then. The rest of the refs was still kept refereeing. They had their job. Nothing happened to them. They just kept right on working. But
Hmm.
I'm saying that to say this. I knew about it this whole time. Nothing ever actually happened about it. So you just look at it and you say, okay, well, they don't really care about the crime. They care about when certain people making money. And I don't think it's about um the gambling. I think it's about the people making money or setting themselves up to make money without the aid of certain organizations being the governing body over that money making endeavors. That's what I really think it's about. Certain people want to have the power, and when other people find a way to make money, those people come in and they say, you know what? If we don't control how much money you make, you can't make the money. And that's just
Okay, that's interesting. Let me throw 2 cents in on that. That's interesting. I think when you start talking about, maybe that's true for low level people. I don't mean government people. I mean you know NBA people, mafia, whoever. Uh, they may be having that mindset. But my mindset, when you talk about the government with respect to money, and I think this is something that people fail to understand, it's not your money in the first place, at all. Whatever your job is, whatever you do, you go to the job, you get some money, uh, you get some paper that technically guarantees you the ability to exchange it for some good or service,
mhm,
right? The value of that paper fluctuates every day,
mhm,
right? It's not guaranteed. So if if the government, which is the issuer of that money, that certificate, wishes to recall it at any time, they have the right to do so because it belongs to them, not to you. Um, and they do recall it every year in the form of taxes,
right,
right? Taxes do not go to, despite what people want to think, taxes do not go to build roads and all that type of shit. That's not at the federal level.
No,
Taxes.
the Caesar what belongs to Caesar.
Yeah, at the federal level, taxes. Federal level. That money is not for that. It's for something else. So I think that when you talk about, at the federal government level, the concern for money, by those that manage money has nothing to do about who gets money. The only problem with people getting money is the very rich, right? You can't have people in this system. You cannot have people accumulating a lot of money and not spending it, right?
Or not laboring for the people or not doing the labor that keeps the other people getting money at the top of the food chain.
Well, I think, like, if you, for instance, I'll put it like this: like, if I say that a guy, let's say in the NBA, look at the salaries in the NBA. The government doesn't care. Nobody in the Federal Reserve cares about how much Fred VanVleet is making. Okay. Be it like I like that today you said about somebody sleeping, some Negro sleeping in his rack. He getting paid 40 million, right? That's fine. They don't really care about that, because one, these dudes, they're going to consume. We already know that. They got a $10 million house. They got how many cars? They're going to consume. They're not saving that money. That money is still in the system. It's circulating. Now, the people that are more problematic, keyword problematic, is somebody like a Warren Buffett, somebody like a Bezos, somebody like that. These are more problematic people because it's a huge amount of money that they get, and they don't necessarily have to spend it. These people are tolerated because they do inject a certain amount of money into the overall productivity of what's going on. So there's I'll use Reagan's terms, there's a trickle down that occurs with these people, right? So if this guy has a certain amount of money that he can never spend in 10 of his lifetimes, it's problematic. But at the same time, he does employ 50,000 people or 60,000 people, however many people they employ. So we'll tolerate that. We're fine with that, right? If you're talking about somebody, using your term, somebody that gets a certain amount of money, doesn't labor for it, right? I don't know who falls into that category, because even with gambling, right, just due to the nature of gambling, it's very difficult. I mean, I think the standard of somebody that's called what you would call a professional gambler is it's someone that can win 60% of the time on either baseball or horse racing, because those are two most difficult things to handicap. Those two most difficult sports to gamble on. Any other sport or any other thing, you're definitely not. Your success is not based so much on skill, right? It's a lot of luck involved.
Okay,
so
go ahead. I'm sorry.
So yeah, I'll just say briefly. So even an actual professional gambler, if I can win 60% of the time, my profits don't make me any different than somebody that works a 40-hour a week job, or something on this order. I may bring down 100. I may bring down 60. I may bring down 60 one year. I may bring down 100 another year, right? But no gambler is going to be bringing down millions and millions and millions of dollars consistently and storing millions and millions of dollars consistently.
Right. No, I agree with that. But I think, okay, let's say, for example, that there's a farmer, some white farmer in the backwoods of somewhere in Texas, let's say Sweetwater, Texas, or some shit. And and he decides that, you know what, I'm just going to go off grid. I'm only going to eat what I produce. I'm not going to work. I'm going to live off the land, out of the land, and I'm just going to sell what I sell, pay my taxes, and whatever. Right. So that's what he's doing. But for some reason, one of his fruit becomes very popular. He just has a small form. Well, have you seen those new apples that they say like red or something on the inside, and they supposed to have a different kind of flavor? Have you heard of those?
No, I hadn't heard that.
Okay, so it's some kind of apple. I don't know if it's real or not, but I seen somebody talking. And they was like, "Oh, this apple tastes like a strawberry lemonade. It's red on the inside, and some kind of new apple." So let's just say it's something like that. Well, this guy has, you know, some kind of zucchini or something on this farm or cabbage, and it becomes very popular, and people start to buy this cabbage, for absorbent amount of profit or absorbent amount of money or whatever. Just some outlandish amount of money.
Price.
Yeah. And he starts to make very good on his product. He's paying his taxes. He's paying his taxes. Why is he paying taxes on shit that he's producing? Who knows? Who knows? This is just coming off his land. He's paying land taxes on his land. He's paying taxes on the stuff that he's selling. We have no idea why he's paying taxes to begin with. But okay, well he's paying them. But yet and still, he still continues to make more and more and more and more and more and more and more money because this fruit is so good and so rare that when people come to get it, they're paying him, you know, big amounts of money that he can live off of. Let's say that this like some rare fruit. I'm just being hypothetical.
Like I
So
said, the red pink apple, we never seen it.
right,
It's super rare. Ruby red.
right, some shit
Screw
like
it.
so my belief and my understanding is at some point there's a hidden power that will either sabotage him, try to strong arm him, or find some way to arrest him because he's doing too good without laboring for somebody else. And that's what I mean. I mean that not that it's not the labor, it's the laboring for somebody else. And that if you can find a way to get ahead, too far ahead, and nobody is contributing but you, from you getting ahead, somebody will always come in and sabotage it. Something's gonna happen. And it's just been that way throughout American history.
So
It's
that's
just
what happened to them turkey leg hood people.
probably so. Probably so.
uh, I'm just joking, but
So do you know anything about this pull your body out of dimension and using hyperspace energy so you can walk through doors? Do you know anything about that?
bro, you shifted the. I was about to make a point, but on that thing, like this going through walls and all that sort of stuff,
Uh,
it is connected. Like you said, the remote viewing, but it's
mhm,
kind of connected with that movement in a certain sense.
mhm,
But the fact of the matter is that, and you'll see exactly what I'm saying is connected to remote viewing. The fact of the matter is that you're not going to be able to to move through walls, right? This
okay.
is physics. You're not going to be able to do it. In theory, and I mean in a very, very deep theory, technically, you don't touch anything anyway, at least not in a solid sense,
Right.
right? So if we expand upon that to say that, okay, I'm not really touching anything,
Mhm,
is it possible to pass through something?
mhm,
Uh, Again, in the physics of it, if you put your hand in a wall, it would require, think about it as a solid, the molecules in your hand are very tightly packed, right?
mhm,
And the molecules in the wall are tightly packed. That's why they're both solids. So one of those solids, the density by which the molecules are packed would have to, the distance between each molecule would have to increase. So that means that your hand would have to expand in order to pass through the wall, which means your hand goes from a solid state to some type of gaseous state, pass through the wall, and then let's say your whole body goes into this type of gaseous state, passes through the wall, and then you would have to hope that, which is inevitably going to happen, all those particles are going to collide with the lattice, the solid particles inside the wall. So as you pass through the wall, you would hope that you would be able to draw all the molecules of yourself out through the other end of the wall. But again, due to the physics of it, there's a charge, and therefore there's going to be some sort of attraction. It goes back to what I was talking about with that the heat transfer.
Mhm.
The risk with that is that you're going, as you pass through the wall, is you becoming in equilibrium with the wall before you could fully pass through it, right?
Okay.
So the concept of being able to pass through the wall without being stuck in the wall, I mean, because like I said, one is for calculus to think that you can change yourself into a gaseous state to pass through the wall in the first place to penetrate it. But let's say you could, your problem is going to be passing through it, and then passing through without being getting into equilibrium state, and then going through the side, and then coming back and reorganizing into a solid state. So at the basic level, that will require an increase in energy in your body, because the increase of energy would lead to a speed up in the particles, which would lead into the distance between each particle. And then you pass through, and then you have to decrease the energy state to come back to being a solid. So you would have to have a device to do that.
Okay. Hey, let me do this right quick.
Mm.
Real quick. What up with you, KRD, man? Appreciate you popping up early morning with us, man. We're riding up with the sun this morning, man. What you got going on?
Man, I'm glad I missed however this conversation started.
Oh, that's king.
Oh no, this is the continuation.
What's up, Uncle?
No,
Hey, man.
This continuation to the flat earth shit. We just never stop.
Yeah, I missed that too. I got busy at the gig, and goddamn, me came out here to feed my face, man, and seeing you was still out. I'm like, damn, these niggas still out popping it. And y'all talking about particles and floating through doors and shit. I said, man, I'm glad I wasn't listening to this shit.
Ridiculous.
Nah,
man.
Pulling up patents, pulling up some US patents from the some shit that the government got patent.
I got
you.
Yep. But
so,
on back to the Rockets.
Go ahead. What was your take on
the game? Yeah, man, I thought they played well last night, man.
Yeah.
I thought at from the end of the second quarter through to the third quarter, they really turned the corner. You know what I'm talking about? They turned it up. Them boys was moving that ball around, man. I love seeing that ball just hop around, even on when they miss shots. Because I seen Jabari miss a couple wide open corner threes.
Wide open.
KD missed, a couple wide open. Like, so dudes was missing wide open shots, but it's the point that ball was hopping, bro. I love it, man. I love seeing it. We still got to improve defensively, but offensively, man, I feel like it's coming together.
Yeah.
Me personally.
One of the things I had broke down earlier on my plays to the game was how he made offense is totally unique, bro. It's totally unique to what most people talk about. And although he made not a good offensive coach, man, that shit got to stop at this point, because I seen, that little wrinkle where Armin bring the ball up, pass it to Shangoon at the top of the key, and then Jabari's in the corner on the same side of the floor, right? Okay. Armin come down the right side of the court. Jabari's in the far right corner. LP is at the top of the key. Armin passed the ball to LP at the top of the key and run down the floor in front of Jabari. So they standing like 8 feet apart. They not even they not even 8 feet apart, bro. They literally can dap each other up on the right side of the court. And then Alfred hand the ball to KD, give and go with KD, get the ball back in the middle, throw the lob to Amin. That was the one Amin did the reverse layup. The alley oop, the
Right,
alley
right,
yeah,
yeah.
play that's a wrinkle we haven't seen in the NBA in years and years. Who does a play where you have a man at the 3 point line and the point guard throws the ball to the center at the top of the key and then runs to the baseline in front of a man that's already in the corner. You see what I'm saying? How close they are? They literally stacked on side of each other right there. Like nobody can tell me shit about about Ime Udoka offense no more. That shit that was
Yeah,
so
but they had to play. They had to play with and I don't think it was this game. I think it was the last game where Reed Shepard come down the floor, gives the ball to Steven Adams, runs off to the left side, and they run. It's looking like they're trying to run a pin down or a flash screen for Reed Shepard, but he goes back door and what's the name hit him with the bounce pass. Steven Adams hit the winner with the bounce pass. He gets an uncontested layup.
yep, yep. Boys, I'm
So
telling you.
that's Emma not only drawing up the plays, but he's using, his players. Like putting Reed Shepard in that type of action, and the dude basically overplayed him because he's like, man, this dude is knocking down shots. They trying to free him up to hit a three. Reed Shepard comes back door, wide open layup.
Yeah, he
Let,
made that.
let me ask this, King, because I listened to you earlier tonight.
Right.
You talk about the offense, and like I said, I not disagree with that, but uh, the one thing I'm skeptical. Like I said, I'm a little bit skeptical, so I'm asked this question: what do you think is going to look like in the? I'm not saying that's going to happen. Knock on wood. But we don't have KD at all. No,
Yeah,
that
well,
ain't dysfunctional. That ain't dysfunctional. That's a legitimate question. Shit.
look, I don't think that it's gonna look a hell of a lot different.
Hmm.
Now, that is another shot creator, ball handler that'll come off the floor. KD can get the ball at the top of the key, create his own shot. Like we know what he is. But at the end of the day, the way that they are running the offense, how much they're moving the basketball, they're
Hmm.
creating actions on and off the ball now, and off of penetration, there's a pass, then another pass, then another movement, then another pass. Like if they keep doing that, even when KD, because look, I came into this saying I expect KD to only play about 60, 65 games. That's
Right.
been his
50,
MO for the last few years.
56 for me would have been high.
So if they gonna move the ball and share the ball, and you know that you got LP who can get and create a bucket, you got Armin who can get and create a bucket. Everybody else will kind of feed off of that. What the one thing that I'm seeing KD do that I think would triculate through the rest of the team, he's finding it was last game. Jabari is really trying to come towards him to set a pick. KD points at him because he's on a mismatch, and he points at him and he tells him, "Post this little dude up." And he threw the ball to Jabari, who was on the right side of the court. Jabari gets the ball, one or two dribbles, pulls up, bucket. Like that's the type of thing that he's showing as a veteran of being able to point out mismatches, go at mismatches. Jabari is 6'10", 6'11", is a damn good shooter, especially in the mid range. So that's something that they could still use. He could be the quasi KD clone in games where we don't have KD. Not saying he gonna give us the production, but us having a guy of that size, that shooting ability, you know what I'm saying, where we can get him in spots, get him the ball in spots, and let him do his thing.
100%. I was going right there to the same spot. It looked like Jabari is in KD training the way he running the offense when he get the ball. how he's 2-3 dribbles into right directly into his shot, 2-3 dribbles right
Yep.
directly to the goal. He's learning how to be efficient as possible. He's not taking no wasted move, not doing no fancy shit. I done seen him hit the backboard 2 or 3 times this year already, more than he done shot off the backboard in all his career. So it seemed to me like the bar is a KD training. And if KD have to go out, Jabari gonna step right into that role. Be able to play the three. He done played some three already this year, right? He done played some three already this year, so it's not far fetched. Where people can say, "Well, Jabari can't play the three. He too stiff." Well, we already seen him do it. If you have to play the three, he can play the three. If if we end up having to run Reed Shepard, Okogie, and Jabari play the four, cool. We know Okogie can play the three. We know Ahmed can play the three. So Ahmed and Okogie on the floor together with Jabari instead of KD, I expect that our defense will be better without KD than it is with KD. To be honest,
KD been
Hmm.
playing damn good defense this year though.
he have, but you know what I'm saying. You got Ahmed and Okogie and Jabari, already there, 1, 2, 3. But then all you doing is moving them down, and you putting Reed Shepard in there, who also been playing great D. So
Yep.
you see what I'm saying. So now your defense just gets a little bit faster. Your defense gets a little bit, well, not faster, but a little bit smaller. A little bit more scrappier. You know, you reduce
I
the
mean,
size.
I understand.
Yeah,
I
and so
understand Arton's point. It will be more difficult because the one thing that I will give KD credit for
hello attention.
is his gravity.
Yeah, that too.
The type of attention that he gets when he's on the court, it has opened up the court for other guys. It has created open shots for other guys. And if you want to look at the difference between last year's team and this year's team, is that most of our guys are getting far better looks
Shot.
at
Hmm.
threes
Hmm.
than when we had Jalen and Fred dominating the ball.
Hmm.
Wow.
Like that's just the fact. Like they're getting far better looks at the 3-point line this year than they got last year. And then you look at Fred and Jalen led our team on pull up threes, so they wasn't even like getting shots as catch and shoot threes. Majority of their shots, a lot of that was just pull up threes, and they shot a horrible percentage, which then sunk our 3-point shooting percentage as a team. This year, the difference is it's far less guys just you doing pull up threes. Most of the
Hmm.
threes this year have been off of passes, off of ball movement, and these dudes is catching and shooting. That's why I think our 3-point percentage then went up this year as opposed to the previous years.
Facts. Yeah, yeah. That's fact. I mean, like, I think, like I said, the thing about, I'm not trying to, get on Fred, but Fred is predictable and stagnant to me. And then Jalen, well, yeah, he took a lot of bad shots. I mean, whatever. I ain't gonna talk about Jalen. Uh, so yeah, like you said, removing those two changed the offense exponentially. But
It did.
that key, and I'm not saying like you're not right about Jabari, but see, this is the thing about Jabari for me. Like tonight, yeah, he put up what 20 points, something like this.
Yeah,
I was
22.
expecting, I was expecting him to put up 20 the other game, the last game we had, and so I need to see Jabari kind of like. I'm not saying he can't do it. I want to see him do it. I want to see him be able to get into that role, But obviously, he's not going to draw the gravity of KD.
No,
So
no.
I think some adjustment. I don't know if I'm not trying to shit on Adoka. I'm just saying that I don't know if that adjustments, what adjustment that need to happen, is going to happen when we don't have KD. Because I know damn well we're not scoring. It's just the math tell me that we're not scoring no 130, 140 points without KD on the floor, right?
No,
You know,
no, no. But that's where your defense has to kick up a notch. Your offensive rebound has to kick up a notch. And who's gonna dominate the ball more is gonna be Almond and LP, and they're gonna have to create that gravity and that attention to open it up for other guys. They're gonna almost have to be more unselfish in their approach while picking their spots to just dominate and score the basketball.
Hmm.
And I think that's what, if you look at KD, I've seen several times this year
Michael Jordan
him
fans.
talk to Jabari when he passed up a shot, talk to Reed Shepard when he passed up a shot. He's really encouraging these guys to look for their own shot, to be aggressive and stuff like that, to play within their game. And I think that that's going to benefit them if or when, however you want to slice it, he does miss a game or two. You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So, and by and large, most of this team was together last year. A lot of these guys played with each other,
Right.
so it's not gonna really be foreign to them playing without KD. I mean, they played without KD last year,
True.
so but we are gonna miss his scoring and his gravity, no doubt. Even his defense. He's been playing damn good defense, and people don't really even talk about it. They just talk about his scoring and his efficiency. But KD's been playing pretty damn good defense this year.
That's true.
So we would miss those things, but I think MA would emphasize to them, look, we can't be having these lapses on defense. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to really turn it up on defense. The Kogi effect is real. We're gonna have to pressure the basketball,
Totally.
force turnovers, force turnovers. You know what I'm saying? Get out there and run. And I think we could hold it down without KD. I don't think the team would just fall off a cliff,
Hey,
when
Dorian
he missed a
Finney is
game.
supposed to be back on the 24th, right?
I don't know. I still ain't seen no return date for him.
I seen one. Let me look for it right here. I think I seen it the other day. It said on the 24th.
I'm finna get back on this clock, man.
All right. I appreciate you pulling up on me, King. I'm
Yeah,
finna get
salute
ready.
to you boys, late night cooking. I'm gonna have to go back and hear this flat earth nonsense y'all talking about.
Shit. Yeah,
But
absolutely.
I'm happy I came up to give my take on the game last night.
Yeah.
Yeah. See it.
Hey,
Yeah.
Carl, stay away from that flat earth shit, man. Go
No,
listen.
no,
Go
that,
listen to. Go listen to Professor Dave, man. Professor Dave be cooking them flat earthers.
Man, Professor Dave be running from some flat earth too.
Nah, I ain't seen that. I ain't seen that. I done seen them dog walk several flat earthers.
Hey, look,
Dog walk them.
I'm gonna tell you like this right here. What's his
Well, I'm gonna
name?
listen. I'm gonna listen down in the chat, man. I gotta get
Hey,
back on it.
Lord
Salute to y'all,
Jamal.
man.
Lord Jamal
Is an idiot.
told Lord
Go
Jamal
ahead.
told he basically said, hey, well, if you bring Professor Dave back on Vlad, I'm gonna bring my boy with me. Now the same dude that Lord Jamal said that he gonna bring with him on Vlad, that Lord Jamal cool with, I'm cool with them too. Nigga been
okay.
trying to challenge Professor Dave for years. Professor Dave will not debate him. Will not debate him. He didn't call Professor Dave out so many times. Professor Dave will not debate him. Salutes to you, SSB 2828. Shout outs to you. Shout outs to you. Where you from? You watch the game tonight? Did you watch the game tonight, brother? Tell me what you think about the game. Appreciate you pulling up. And I appreciate your like and subscribe too, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thumbs up you, man. Thumbs up you for liking and subscribing to the channel. You definitely caught. Hey, you came right at the perfect time, man. You came right at the perfect time because you joined the channel right at the perfect time. Because this week, if your subscription is pressed when this one-on-one debate go down between me and King on deck, it's gonna be fire. You don't want to miss that. So make sure that your subscription is down if you want to catch this one-on-one debate. You see that? is gonna be fire. Um, obviously he popped up and he didn't mention it. I know why he didn't mention it. You know, it's safe.
It's safe.
It's safe to say, you know, we know why he didn't mention it, but you know, all's well that ends well. You know what I mean? Um, what you think about the debate, Archon? Yeah, go ahead and give me your take on the debate.
Well, I don't know. You fishing for idea?
No,
um,
I'm I'm
I
I'm
mean,
I'm well prepared.
I think that because the debate is about T Mac and Harden, who's the most overrated Rocket, right?
Basically, what it's going to be.
So, kind of like what I was telling you, I can't. Well, I'll say like this. I don't want to use the word can't, but you're going to argue that Harden is the most overrated, right?
I'm going to argue. This is my exact what I got up here. James Harden is the most overrated Rocket player, not T Mac. So that's what I'm pushing.
Yeah, yeah. That's the government position there. So, I mean, um, I, I'm not getting into the actual arguments, but from the Harden, from your approach, uh, I can kind of come up with a few things. I can, see that, I
Mhm.
guess. Um, as far as T Mac, I can't say much about T Mac because one, like I said, I really didn't watch him. I wasn't even here to tell the truth. I didn't watch the Rockets at the time period. I know of T Mac,
Yeah.
and I know that like Bill Worrell and some people like really had high praise for T Mac. I
Right.
think T Mac he the one that he dropped like I don't know, was it 12 points in 4
35 points.
minutes?
Like was it 12 points in 35 seconds?
Yeah, something like that, something crazy. Um, I know he did that,
Yeah.
but outside of that, because that team, I guess it was T Mac first, or was it Katino Mobley first?
But it was T Mac. It was Tino Mobley and Steve Francis that they traded to get T Mac.
All right, okay, that's it. So I was trying to think about those mediocre. um, but like that time period, I think it was like you said, Mobley. Probably, if I had to debate, I mean, maybe Katino Mobley probably would have been the person I would have brought up. I don't know.
Hmm.
I'm just throwing it out there. Like I said, I'm not an expert on that time period, but uh, T Mac, yeah. Again, what did you really produce at the end of the day, right? Entertaining basketball, I guess.
Right. Right.
So um, I can't really say, but and then I guess a lot of the popular argument because it was Yao was playing, right? So
Hmm.
I guess the popular understanding is that if Yao wasn't hurt, and T Mac got hurt too, didn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. So I think like if they didn't get hurt, they would have been the thing.
Yeah.
I guess that's the narrative of that time period.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, it should prove to be I mean, educational. I'll say that much because like I said, I don't know. I mean, Harden. I would even say I'll even pull out the bag and say it was Ralph Sampson was one of those overrated Rockets. You know,
Okay.
uh, because not so much of anything against Ralph Sampson, but he just never became what we wanted him to become. You know,
Right. Right.
um, but nobody's talking about Ralph Sampson in this day and age, right? Everybody still talk about Harden, everybody still talk about T Mac, right?
Right.
So, I can't say. I mean, I think it's a good, you know, debate. Some valid points should come up. I mean, it's. I don't think it's easy. I mean, it's maybe your position is a little bit easier because Harden's more recent memory, and there's going to be some bias involved. If somebody would have judged the debate, it's going to be like some bias involved. Be like, yeah, screw that guy. You walked out on it.
Yeah.
But
Well, I'll probably do something like ones in the chat, for Harden, twos for Tracy McGrady. It'll be something like that, or ones if you think I won, and twos if you think he won, and I'll let the chat decide, what they think. Really, it don't really matter.
Yeah. See, I see your style, because like you probably had what we call the Oxford Union style of debate, where the audience decide, right?
Yeah.
When you in school, yeah. See, I didn't do that. We had the British Parliament style, so it's like pretty strict as far as how you score, right?
Like yeah.
But either one, either way is having merit, has its merits. But I think the Harden, I just throw this out here. One thing where you kind of can't touch Harden is that as far as success, general franchise success, you wouldn't have got that if Harden wasn't here.
Okay.
It's just Harden produce, Harden and the D'Antoni system produce the closest the Rockets have gotten to championship contention since, was it 93, 94, 95, right?
Okay. Yeah. True. That's true.
Right. So
that's true.
But that's what I think about it. Nothing more, nothing less, really. I can't really say I can't say I don't have any opinion on it.
Right.
Put it that way. Right.
No, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. I think much like last time. Well, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and just because I was gonna choose a different player and take a different approach, right? But since he said he wanted me to tell him who I was choosing before the match, I say, well, I'm gonna go this player in this approach, right?
Yeah.
And so,
no, it's fine. Like you said, you framed it, and it's clean cut. Whatever. Because like the one, I don't know, that other one you had about Rudy T. I don't think that's a good debate topic, honestly. That one is kind of not debatable.
Why you say it's not?
I don't. I mean, because like, what was the topic again directly? It was is.
Let me see. Let me get to it right here. I had it here. Oh, did I move it? Oh, it was Rudy T's success. Did Rudy Tomjanovich's success hinge on circumstances, or was it generational genius or something like that?
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, that was it. Like, that particular, like the individual genius or circumstance. So, like, I'm gonna tell you something I heard that I'm not gonna say who said it because a couple of people were saying some shit today. I just was like, what are you talking about? Fun, like I said, fun facts. When you talk about 3-point shooting, right? In that time period, nobody was jacking up no threes.
Right. Yep.
But the Tomjanovich system,
it was,
and how the team was constructed under the Tomjanovich system, they were shooting more threes than anybody.
That's right. And wanted to shoot. Yeah, he actually said he wanted Vernon to shoot 8 to 11 threes.
Like you said that tonight, right? So I didn't miss that, right? So the point is that when you look at the numbers, is that because I think they were asking, it was somehow, have we ever seen a 3-point shooting team as good as this one currently, right?
What?
And immediately, I was like, well, yeah, 93, 94 Rockets,
Easy.
right? Easy. Because if you look at the numbers, it was, like I said, Rockets was 400 some odd made threes. The next people under that, which was the Magic, was like 360 or something. I mean, it was damn near over 100 threes more,
Mhm.
right? As far as made threes. So everybody on that team could shoot.
Right.
Kenny Smith could shoot.
Mhm.
Like I said, Maxwell could shoot. Everybody on that team could shoot.
Scott Brooks, Matt Bullard, Mario Ellis.
Matt Bullard, Mario, who I don't was Pete Chilcutt on that team. Everybody was on that team could
Yeah.
shoot,
Chris
right?
Jensen. Yeah.
So the so-called no names, everybody could shoot on that team, and it was set up like that. So this team is not like that. Let's
Right.
be real. We got some non-shooters that are performing very well under a good, setup, but they're not like that, right?
Playing
So
above their heads.
perhaps, perhaps I'm not one of these guys that say, oh, they're going to come back down to earth per se. I don't think so much like that, because I think the key to 3-point shooting is not jacking them. It's about shooting good threes.
Mhm.
And that's what like King was talking about. It's like people got good looks. It's not like just pull up, bull. So this team will shoot good threes. I think they will continue to shoot very good threes. But I think Rudy T was not the type of coach, and I'm not to name names or anything like that, but you got certain coaches. We talked about that last time. You got certain coaches. They're just like, well, shit, I got LeBron James on the team, so we're gonna, give him the ball, and you guys do what LeBron does, right? You do what you do. You follow after him, right?
Mhm.
That's not coaching to me. Now, a lot of that's modern coaching. Just give me a superstar, and then we're gonna win. And I'm gonna be very honest. Certain people that I listen to with respect to the Rockets, they kind of advocate that, about, you know, not holding Ime to a certain standard. They're like, well, if we get KD, then well, shit, you don't got to do too much. He's going. No, you still got to do something,
Mhm.
right? You still have to coach. You have to set something up, right? I'm not a big fan of that. Talking about plug in a superstar, that's your offense. And luckily, that's not what has happened here. This Adoka has made, adjustments. He's made changes. But Rudy Tom Donovan definitely wasn't no coach like that. Talking about, oh, I got like Hakeem, and that's our offense, because it wasn't like that.
Right.
If you listen to some people that don't know, they be thinking that Hakeem won everything by him damn self.
Right. Exactly.
Hakeem was the franchise player since he was drafted for the most part, but they didn't win anything, right?
Mhm.
So Bill Fitch was a hell of a coach, but
Yeah.
he didn't win anything. Let's be real,
Well, yeah,
right?
he didn't trust his teammates a lot, because the thing about it is, you got to realize that a lot of Akeem's career, he was playing with guys who was coked out. He's the oldest
They're
boss,
coked
man.
out.
He just really wasn't feeling it. You know what I mean? He wasn't
Mm-hmm.
feeling it. It wasn't until he started to get some guys who was coked out and they could at least maintain it, because obviously we know that some of the guys that was on that 93, 94 team was on drugs as well. But
Maxwell.
I mean, a couple of them. It was at least three at least that I know I can name right off the bat, that I pretty much seen in
Mm-hmm.
situations. But you can, but it wasn't as bad as it was when he first came into the league. So he still had to learn to trust those guys and build a camaraderie with them before he really started to feel like, hey, I'm gonna pass the ball more than I'm gonna just not give it to him. But he still was like, give me the damn ball and let me do my thing, and that's ultimately what he had, the level he had to get to before he could win. But with the Rudy T things, I really don't think I'm going to take that debate. It's the same. It's the same. I really could argue both sides of it, but I could see where, if a person looked at the Rudy T situation and said, "Hey, well, you know, he was kind of it was kind of circumstances surrounding his success that if those circumstances wasn't like that, he might not have won." You know what I mean?
What are you a Jordan fan now?
You have an
Because that, you know,
and that's another example of why I call you Michael Jordan fans, because you're not
Exactly. I got inconsistency in my argument.
yeah,
No, but that is a point somebody can make. That's a point somebody can make. Somebody could
it's
easily.
not. I don't know if that's valid, man.
I mean,
Because
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say if it was valid either myself. I mean, I don't
yeah,
agree. I don't agree. I honestly feel like the Rockets would have won anyway, right? I do.
they were beating the Bulls during. They beat them all the time.
Yeah,
Shit.
they were 6-2, like 4 and
Yeah,
9. I mean, like it was 6-2, 9-4. They had a
yeah.
winning record. But if a person wanted to say, "Hey, look, his success hinged on the fact that he won, in the regular season and in the playoffs. If he doesn't win in the playoffs, what makes him better than, say, Mike D'Antoni? You know, or Bill Fitch or whatever. You know what I mean? So if he doesn't win, if he doesn't beat Jordan, you know, is he better than Bill Fitch or whatever the case may be? So it could be some arguments made about his success that I think could still make that a legitimate argument. For example, he didn't put the team together. He didn't put the team together. You
What
know,
I mean, what? Well, I mean, I don't know if that's. I
I mean,
mean,
it's a circumstance. He came into a circumstance that was already the way that it was before he got there. It's kind of like Steve Kerr getting the Warriors. You could ask the same question about Steve Kerr. You could ask the same question about
well, I think Steve Kerr's situation is not analogous because the Warriors had specifically, I mean, before Kerr was there, they were specifically kind of from the front office level engineering a team. They were trying to engineer uh, a system, kind of Moneyball thing, right? And who was that? That was there? Was it Mike Brown, or whatever?
Mark
Uh,
Jackson.
Mark Jackson, thank you. I've heard people say, "Oh, well, Mark Jackson's the one that set that up, and then Kerr came in." Yeah, I don't know about all that, but I know that the organization was making the moves to build a foundation for success. I don't think the Rockets were building a foundation for success. Hakeem could have been traded. I think it was what was it 92 or 91?
I think it was 90. I think you're right. I think it was 92, 91, or 91, 92 season, maybe. It might have been that right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the Rockets was kind of like on the edge of saying like, well, we damn near thinking about a rebuild. Honestly, um, I don't. They weren't. I don't think. And who was that? That was oh man, Leslie Alexander. I think was the owner at the time. I don't think they were really that savvy about building no championship team.
What they actually had been putting together a team for years at the time. Like, you got to think about it. The Rockets had been good since '84. They was already good in '84. Matter of fact, they had been good since like '80, '82, and obviously
No, they were good back. They were good since '81.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Maybe
exactly.
like one or two bad years in between, and they had the drug era with the Lewis Lords and all those people like that, you know,
Hmm.
and they had just gotten Kenny, Vernon came over a little bit earlier. And so that team was just starting to build under Don Chaney, if I'm right.
Mm-hmm.
Under
Mm-hmm.
Don Chaney, that team was just starting to build when Rudy was brought in because Don Chaney was fired because of Kenny Smith, right? So Kenny had a problem with Don Chaney, if I'm right, that got Don Chaney fired.
I
That's
don't remember that. I don't remember the story on that one.
yeah, that's what I'm kind of remembering what I was told at that point. So
Mm-hmm.
um and so Rudy was a assistant coach that came in and took over the team, and he already kind of had familiarity with the team. Now, obviously, the people liked him already. You know, the team already liked him as assistant coach, and he took over as the head coach, and the rest is
Mm.
history. So
Mm.
you know, with a little bit of spinning here and there, a little DJ, get a little spin, a little scratch going. You know, I really could argue either way. I can argue, hey, look, um, you know, the system had a lot to do with it, and then I'll pull out my dilly dally and I'll do my thing. Then I can say, well, you know, some of the stuff he did was in fact genius. So I could argue, no, this solely, you know, I think the success was predicated on genius because of these reasons. Right? I think it's predicated on genius. Not only do I think it's predicated on genius because of these reasons, I think that it's more predicated on genius than it is the circumstances because of XYZ, XYZ, XYZ. And then I would just do my little dance at the end, you know,
Hmm.
bam, bam. You know what I mean? Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And if I was gonna say it is because of the circumstances. Hold on, let me see. I think King over here talking shit. I'm pretty sure that's King talking shit. Oh, Carol, CD Carroll was supposed to coach. CD Carroll was supposed to coach and got sick. Okay. The boy Buckmo in there with the information. CD Carroll was supposed to coach. Um, if I was going to say, hey, I think I think if I was gonna say I think it's the circumstances why, then I would just go like, hey, look, I think, you know, the Jordan situation and the the team being built and, you know, some other things circulating around the team, you know, the circumstances lined up perfectly. And because of this, and this, I think without this and that, these circumstances wouldn't allow for him to be successful and you know I would run it that way. So either way it go, I think it's a good debate, and I think anybody can pretty much take either side if they make strong arguments. If they make strong arguments, if they feel a certain way about it, I think it'll be a good debate for anybody to take. Kind of, kind of the way I see it, and because it's so much you could go into that can like you say can be entertaining and informative about you know the different levels of you know of that era, shine a little light on Rudy T, both sides. Which you know I'm a big Rudy T fan. I'm a big Rudy T fan.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's still one of those things where, I, I mean, I'm not disagreeing. It's just kind of, I have to think about it. It's a question that we could, like you said, we can. I'm not saying it's a truism, but it's one of those things where I could throw Steve Kerr. I could throw the same question on Steve Kerr. I could throw the same question on Phil Jackson.
Joe
I could
Mazzulla.
throw. Oh, I wasn't even gonna go that low. Uh, Joe Mazzulla. I wasn't gonna go that low. I was thinking more about what you call him from the Lakers. Damn,
J-
Pat Riley. I
oh,
said
Pat.
you can you could even you know
Who was it? Was it Frank Vogel that got LeBron and got the championship with the Lakers? Frank Vogel got a free championship
is
that
that
was a
right?
team that was already built.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Uh, it's you could circumstance. I mean, it's kind of I don't know. Maybe I'm being nitpicky, but um,
It is kind of generic. I mean, kind of general.
I mean, I get it. You know, I mean, it can be argued. I can't argue it personally. I can't argue it
It
because
is.
I just can't. I can't say in good faith that his situation was any different than the situation of any NBA coach. I think that
Oh.
uh, I think that he, you know, maybe it was fortuitous to have the quality that he had and to have support that he had. But I think, look at this. I'll even throw this out here just to just kind of, you know, throw a wrench in it. The coach have to have the support of the organization and the players, right?
Mhm.
So, so if you've got certain tools, you meaning the players, and you've got certain support, and that aligns with what's going on with the rest of the surroundings, your probability to win is quite high,
That's your circumstance.
right? That's circumstance. So, you know, you look at like Ty Lue, right?
Mhm.
Or Doc Rivers. In any other situation, a person like, you know, uh, Doc Rivers, and I'm not trying to say like Doc Rivers is a bad coach or anything like that, but Doc Rivers have a huge body of work.
Mhm.
Okay. So in order for Doc Rivers to win, I think it's easier to say that he needed certain circumstances,
Mhm.
which I think is the reverse of Rudy T. I think for Rudy T to win, he didn't necessarily have to have things aligned in a certain way. So if I say like, oh, Tyronn Lue won because of X, Y, and Z, well, there's certain circumstances. Then he's dealing with. He's got a certain tool set, and he's dealing with these circumstances. And okay, he won. Or like I said, you know, the East Coast stuff, right? Oh, Joe Mazzulla. Well, boom, Ime and these guys, they kind of built up the team. They got these excellent tools, and oh, it's the East on top of that. Then Joe Mazzulla came up in there on the back of controversy, etc. And boom, they won or whatever. So
Get the fuck out of here, King.
what we
Not
oh,
talking about.
uh, what are you talking about?
Talking about I'm over here with my notepad.
No, I see. I read it. He's scribbling away. Ridiculous.
I'm out here giving away jewels, hoping somebody else take. See, somebody else could have wrote all this down and went on ahead and argued the debate. I was gonna tell you, King, that I think it was Lero that said he would have bet however much money on that debate, on that Rudy T debate. I think it was Lero that said,
Yeah.
I bet however much money. Anybody want to bet some money? I'll bet any kind of money on that debate. And I was like, I don't think nobody really want to bet no money, man. Well, too much.
I don't know about all that. Yeah, I
I
don't know
mean,
about that.
I had to go ahead and say it because I was like, for one, I didn't want to take his money. I wouldn't have felt right taking his money.
Okay.
You know, because I mean, it's me. And then for two, I was like, you know, I don't want to have it like, oh, they gambling over there on the site, and then
Mm.
all of a sudden they pull up on me and be like, oh yeah, you gambling, you gambling on your site. So I was like, "No, we ain't doing no gambling over here, man. Now, if you want to tip somebody some money, and then you want to tip me some money, and then I just happen to tip somebody else, I just happen to get him you give me a tip, and then I get him a tip for for doing a debate. I'll do that, but I'm not gonna we're not gonna do the I bet you any kind of money on not on the platform like that, because I can't afford to get my little string taken down, or have the hot boy pull up on me, or none of that. I don't want none of that.
Hmm.
Yeah. But we can do some tips, you know what I mean? And I do got some prizes. Like I said, I do got some prizes that we put together a couple of debates. Um some working to get some more some more gear on. My site, my website, acting funny. I don't even know what happened to it. My website was acting funny. I had got some new merch on the site. How Nerks, how Nerks merch. Um, the the coasters, some Rockets, Houston Rockets coasters, Houston Rockets dominoes, stuff like that. You know, probably gonna be getting some of that stuff in like that. So we put together a couple of good debates. Then I'll either give those to the person whoever win the most, or the person who something like that, something like that. Whoever win the most, or we'll do a tournament. Once we get a couple of people in, we'll do like a tournament, and I'll do like first, second, third place, and everybody will get something. Or I'll just but when I reach a certain number of subscriptions, I might just give everybody something. I don't know. I'm working on some shit. I'm working on some shit to where
Well,
um
you got to have an entertaining debate. I mean, it has to be controlled, but you got to have an entertaining debate. And
yeah,
so, that's going to bring other yahoos in there.
right.
So you got to, like I said, you start out. I mean, King. I don't think King is going to be no scrub, but you got to bring a couple scrubs in, right? So I'm thinking, you know, bring Laro up in there. That might be entertaining. I don't know. Um, I don't know what you would debate though, but you get some in, get Laro in there. That should be interesting. He might surprise you. We don't know.
Yeah.
Uh,
I have to. I just need to get some more people in that I can pass off some of these debates to, because I don't want to be just smacking people around. I mean, it's bad enough doing
that's
things like
ridiculous.
you don't want to bring people in your house and then beat on them in your house, bro. That's not fair. You know what I mean? I don't think that's cool. I just
You you want to know the last debate that I had?
what's that?
It was should Turkey join the European Union? Should Turkey be allowed to join the European Union?
Oh, that's a good one.
That was the last debate that I had. Um, so I don't know, EF. Maybe we may have to go toe to toe one of these days. I don't know. May
Okay.
have to do
Okay,
that.
man.
May have to do that. I'm not
Okay.
sure.
I mean, I don't dug no smoke. I don't dug no smoke, Archon. I
It's
don't,
been years. It's been a long. I mean, obviously, it's been a
if,
long
if,
time. But
if William Buckley called me and said he wanted to debate me,
oh, well, see that. See, hey, Will Smith Buckley, man. Okay, so
I'd be like, oh, okay, let's get it. Let's get it on. You know what I mean? Let's get it on, Mr. Buckley. Yeah,
yeah, yeah. That's funny.
yeah. But no, I say, his bark definitely bigger than his bite. Uh, okay, whatever. Um, yeah, man. But I'm trying to teach King how to debate and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Then maybe once
Oh, you
King
teaching King. You teaching King. Okay.
once once King learn how to debate, then I'll let King, clean up all the little, whoever want to come in and debate like that. If he want to make him a little something on the side, he can make him something on the side. You know what I mean? I let
Mm,
him run loose on the stream, because obviously, here's the thing. Here's the thing. King is, like I said, King is one of the better talkers. You know, he do got a more dominant way of addressing things. I'm more passive aggressive, like yeah. You know,
mhm.
I donated with that title. Yeah, with you donated with. Oh, you don't agree with the title? You don't agree with the title? What you don't agree with? You don't agree with the title. James Harden is the Rockets' most overrated player, not T Mac. What you don't agree with?
This technicality would only apply to saying, well, the title should be James Harden is not the most overrated Rocket. Point blank. I could see that, but I don't think that's his gripe.
But I mean, in essence, um, I guess, you know, I don't know.
It doesn't change. That doesn't change anything, to tell the truth.
It kind of do a little bit, but not a lot, not a lot. I mean, not yeah, you're right. It really don't change nothing. But I already know what he getting at. He know that. Well, basically, well. He might see it. He might not. He might see it. He might not. You know. But he said he don't agree with the title. Here's the thing about King. He pretty much know that he gonna lose. It's gonna be hard to win, and I don't mind. I mean, like I said, I'm gonna take it easy. I'm gonna take it easy on it, and I stack the deck in his favor. I stack the deck in his favor. You know, and so it is what it is. Um, I wonder, how long, because I have had people come on and say they was gonna take the base. Buckmo said he was gonna take a debate. I think he was the one that said he was gonna take the Yamin Ralph Sampson debate, and then I think Smooth said he was gonna take. I don't know if Smooth said he was gonna take the most underrated player, and then Laro said he was gonna take the Rudy Tomjanovich debate. So really, all the debates could have been off the board, and you know, I could have started filling in different ones, which I still got some more. Your title allows you to only argue against Harden, not to have to actually make a case for T-Mac. No, it says no. That's not true. It says I have to make the. It says I stacked it in your favor, so I have to make two arguments. I have to make two arguments. I have to make the case for that Harden is the most overrated and not T-Mac. That's what it says. Not T-Mac. T-Mac is not. Harden is. So I have to make both cases. I stacked it in your favor. Yeah, I can take the T-Mac off and just have to argue for Harden. Or you want me to just say the most overrated player and just leave it. If you prefer just the most overrated player like that, it's gonna get dirty. I'm gonna tell you right now. If that's what you want, it's gonna get real dirty. I try to make it light on you. I try to make it real light on you, King. If you wanted to just be the most overrated player, it's gonna get real dirty. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right now. If you take off all them words and you only have to argue that Harden by saying not T Mac, it allows you to avoid T Mac completely. No, you just you reaching. You reaching. He said not T Mac as if I'm saying that T Mac. I don't understand. No, that's not what we're doing.
No, yeah, like I said before, you have to still address T Mac, because if you say that, okay, James Harden is most overrated because of X, Y, Z,
Yeah.
or if you say, because you don't have to, even if the title says the proposition is that is James Harden and not T Mac,
Right.
being very strict about it, you could say Harden is most overrated because X, Y, and Z, and not say anything about T Mac.
Hmm.
Would it be technically a demerit or a deficit overall? Yes, but it doesn't necessarily put you in a losing position. Um, Now, what would be proper is, yeah, you would have to say, well, yeah, Harden is most overrated because of X. Harden is most overrated because of B, and it's not T Mac because of Z. And then that covers the whole proposition, blah blah blah. And that's fine. So then he would have to argue, well, you said James Harden is most overrated because not is most overrated because of this. Well, he would have to first say T Mac's most overrated because of this, A, and then
But
uh
I think overall, he just wanted to be the most overrated Rockets player in history. If that's what he want, that's what you get. I tried to warn you. I tried to warn him. Tried to warn him fair and square. Okay. I tried to warn him. You see how I do? I tried to warn him. I tried to give him a free out. I tried to give him a free out. But, you know, that's one thing about it, man. That's one thing about it. You can't do nothing for brothers, man. Brothers, you try to help a brother out. You try to help.
they, they
You try
slap
to
your hand.
fight the hand that feeds you. He make you have to. See what I'm saying? He make you have to. Let me see. The most overrated Rocket player. Period. Boom. The most overrated Houston Rockets player. Okay. Overrated. Real quick. Player. Boom. Real easy. Bang. Most overrated Houston Rockets player. Okay. Boom. That's gonna be light work. That just made it. That just made it that much more easier for me.
Mm, mm.
And he just trying to make all the rules, man. Look. You go how many more rules you want to give me? You want to give me okay, I tell you what, you just make a whole new game called the debate strategy of king, and you just give me all the rules you want me to go by. And then I just go by all the rules, bro, that you write down. You just give me a whole list of rules that go for your special kind of debate that you need in order for you to have a chance. It's none of this shit's gonna help you, bro. None of this shit's gonna help you. You can give me that rule. You can change the title. You can tell me you can only say 2 words at a time. Um, you, you got to do only words that start with vowels.
Damn.
You- if you use any word that start with consonants, I automatically win. He got, he got the most rules, bro. King, how many more rules you got, man? How many more rules you got? Let me see. Nah, you want to alter these debates so you can argue everything except what we actually debating. Are they altering? It ain't altering the debate, bro. We just set up the we just set up the thing. I tried to make it easy on you by saying, "Hey, this is an actual, real live, boom, boom, whole full sentence." Because most overrated Rockets play ever. Okay, hey, you in there now? You just set the title and the date. Okay, it's T Mac versus Harden. It's plain and simple. T Mac versus Harden.
Mhm.
It's gonna be a long day. Do I need to put some more minute on the clock? Is 3 minutes enough? Because it looked like to me like I'm I'm gonna be busting ass, Paul. I'm gonna be busting ass for about 5 or 10 minutes per round. I might need more than 3 minutes. Is 3 minutes enough? Did you feel like 3 minutes was good for you? Because 3 minutes is cool for me. I can get mine out. I can spit this shit out. We be through with the debate in like with 30 minutes. What it took us last time? Like 30, 45 minutes to get done with the whole debate. Boom, 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 boom. And we was done real quick. Yes, it's Harden versus T Mac. Not Harden, not T Mac. You know what I'm saying? Everybody trying to figure out something. He trying to Look, I'm gonna tell you what's going on in his mind because I know what's going on in his head. His head is like, damn, what is this nigga gonna do to try to win this debate? I gotta try to figure out what he gonna do. What is he trying to do? Why did he take James Harden? I can't fathom it. My mind, I can't take it because we know he's a Harden fan. So you know in his mind is collapsing in on itself, trying to figure
Mm.
out why I would pick James Harden over every other Houston Rocket. Why would I pick James Harden? And the man's mind is collapsing on itself. It won't be until like maybe tomorrow he'll wake up and he'll be like, "Oh shit, I kind of see what he gonna do." So then when he wake up and then he be like, "Okay, I think I got a point." He gonna probably come up with maybe one of my strategies that I'll use, maybe one idea that I'll use to make my argument. And then he'll come in here, he'll throw that out there. He'll either save it for last as he know that I'm strategic. So he might try to save it for his last round or something like that. But if you don't use it out the gate, if you don't come out and Eminem me with my own shit and just say, okay, this is his point that he gonna try to make, then he gonna let me make the point clear, and I'm gonna make the point clear. Either way it go. Either way it go. I mean, he beat. He beat. I mean, either way it go, he beat. Because I know all your moves. I know everything you can do. And even if you try to play my hand first, boom, I'm just gonna step on it. If you don't and you let me play it, well, I'm gonna smack it out the park. So either way it go, by the time he wake up in a couple of days or tomorrow or the day after that, and he be like, "Oh, I know what he gonna do." And he come up with one idea. He come up with one idea, and then he's going to try to use that one idea to try to galvanize the people behind him, and that's not gonna work.
Mm.
See,
Mm.
it's just it's gonna be fun. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Wish you could have been here for the weigh-in, but it's gonna be a fun debate. It's gonna actually be fun. It's not gonna go well for you. Listen, listen. I have so much fun debating, bro. I have so much fun debating. You have no idea. You have no idea. He know. He really in real life true story. If you was somewhere quiet where I wasn't at, and you said, "King, that dude good at debate night," he'll be like, "Man, that dude awesome. That dude
Ridiculous. Awesome.
awesome." He'll tell you if I wasn't around. But I know how it is, man. I know how it is. After this one day, you know what I'm saying? We'll sit on here. I might give me a cold tasty beverage of choice. You know how we do. We'll chop it up after the match. I'm gonna probably stop it. Now I'm gonna let it run. I'll let it run, and then I'll just cut it up afterwards, like I did. Cause I kind of like that. Um, yeah, just kind of cut it up. Give me a cold tasty beverage of choice after the match, and cause I don't want to drink during the match. I want to be nice and sober, so my shit come out articulate. I like I like to be articulate when I
Okay.
so that everything will come out fluidly, and then when I get through, then I can start popping brewskis on you, so we can talk shit. Um, yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be nice. It's gonna be exciting. I really hope we get at least, I hope we have a decent audience. Well, I know. The thing is that do we play on Wednesday? Let me look and see.
I think so. Cleveland,
We play
I
Cleveland on Wednesday.
believe. I don't quote me on it, but I think.
It's, oh shit, is he in the building? Let me see. Hold on, I'm not in the thing right now. Just let me check and see what this. Uh, Eastern Rock. I didn't say Eastern Rock versus Boston Celtics. Let me get over here so I can let you in. You can say what you gotta say, man. What's up with you, Cal? Yo,
Yo, can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Shit,
I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you, King.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you fine.
I can't hear that. I'm gonna leave out and come back.
Okay. Oh shit, the game on there. What's it called? Okay. Okay. Can you hear us now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you say be there for the weigh-in. Here I go.
Nah, hey, look, I'm 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 glad you took the debate, bro. I'm glad you took the debate. But I noticed you put it on Wednesday on the game day. It seemed to me like you trying to cut.
Now listen. That's my only off day.
Okay.
Now we can push it back, but because I don't want to do it on the game to say I didn't know the game day. I didn't know that was a game day.
Oh, so you off that day?
That's my only day off.
Oh, so I can make it earlier, and we can do it before the game, or
Well
you want to?
now because listen, so as you know, I work overnight.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So I sleep.
So yeah, I hear you.
I
All the
sleep
time.
until about 7:30, 7:45.
Okay.
You know what
Okay.
I'm saying? So usually when I get up, the basketball game's already be on. It'd be like second quarter
Okay.
when I get up and start getting ready for work. So I didn't know that was a work day, but that's my only day off.
Okay.
Like I work, tomorrow, but the rest of this week and then all of next week except for Wednesday. That's my only off day. So I
Okay.
mean, we could push it back, man, to another time. But you asked me, and I don't know why I ain't even look up the Rocket schedule to see
Well,
if they was gonna play that night.
I mean, look, if you gonna watch the game,
Of course,
okay. This was
especially if they play it on my own day.
this what we can do.
I get to see the whole game in time.
This what we can do. We can do it after the game, or you can fly over to Greenleaf and chop it up with them, and then I can just push the time back to what 10:30, 11 o'clock, and then
Oh,
we
you
can just
don't you
do
don't
it.
want nobody to witness that ad whooping, huh?
No, I'm saying
Then
that
you can go back, you can edit shit out, you know what I'm saying? Do like you did last time. Put your little clips out, to make it seem like you was something.
hey, I'm just saying I'm trying to make it light on you, bro. We can
Yeah,
do it before the
yeah,
game. We can do
my
it during
brother.
the game.
Yeah.
Huh?
I rock with you, man. Don't do this to yourself, bro.
Listen,
Hmm.
Don't do this to yourself, man. You want to tap into people's emotions, about James, or it's a lot of raw feelings about James. He never won. He came up small in some playoff games, and he left the team high and dry. You think you're gonna tap into them emotions to get people to press that button for you, at the end of the debate. But you gonna get embarrassed, man. You try to put him up against T-Mac. Pick somebody else, my nigga.
hey,
Pick
listen.
somebody else, dog. I'm saying I want to have a real debate. Like something. Like when you go like you listen to battle rap and
Mhm,
they say a bar, you just make that somebody pooted face. You know what I'm saying? Like who
mhm,
the hell? Like that. I want that type of debate. Me arguing against James Harden for most overrated Rocket?
mhm.
Come on, fam.
Hey,
Come on,
well,
fam. That's not real. Like you gonna get dog walked, and you gonna be doing the same thing after that debate that you did after the last one. You gonna keep on telling yourself you won, but then in actuality, you gonna got your ass beat again.
hey, here's the thing. Uh, just like you can talk very well. I can talk very well. Not only can I talk very well, I'm kind of poetic with my shit. You know what I mean? So it's gonna be very hard. It's gonna be very hard for you to win a debate, bro. When I'm just as articulate as you, I'm very, very smooth with the way that I put my words together. I put my shits together, man. I tailor my shits together when I sit down and I write my shit. Because see, you just gonna do like you did last time. You're gonna come over here, say a bunch of words. I already know what you're gonna do. Now maybe this time, since I
No, I
smacked
had
you,
stats. I had concrete facts and stats, which
since
is something
last
that you
time,
did not provide. I came up with facts and stats.
I didn't have stats.
And
I didn't have
yes,
stats.
I was like a Picasso. I
I
painted
didn't
it
have
so
stats.
beautifully.
I didn't have stats. I didn't have stats on my PowerPoint. So what you mean to tell me is on my whole PowerPoint presentation, I didn't have stats. That's what you're saying. That's what you're telling the people right now. That on my PowerPoint presentation, first of all,
Listen.
first of all,
Listen. Couldn't nobody see? Couldn't nobody see that damn PowerPoint
you
here?
had no idea you was walking into a debate where I was gonna pull up a fucking PowerPoint.
Yeah, it didn't matter though. I beat your ass without it. All I did was talk, and I still
I bet
painted a more vivid picture than what you did with your PowerPoint that couldn't nobody see.
you come up here
Only
next
person
time.
could see it was you.
I bet you come up here next time with something more than just saying some fancy words.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
I bet you have some
I'm not,
hard,
dog. I do this. This what I do. I told you I didn't whoop a couple people's asses, in debates. And you picked James Harden, which was a bad person to pick, because I had told you before that I had already whooped somebody else's ass in a James Harden debate, and you turned around and argued James Harden.
See how he's still trying to argue James Harden, and then when I tell him that you lost it, he gonna say, "Man, you trying to argue James Harden, but you just brought it up."
No, I'm telling you, you picked the wrong subject. I told you that before the debate. And so here you go again.
Want to argue about
here you go again, trying to throw James Harden into this debate, fam. He's not a one fit all, bro. Like, you can't put him in every argument thinking you're gonna tap into people's emotions and that's gonna put you over the top. It ain't gonna work. It didn't work last time. It ain't gonna work this time. It ain't gonna work the next time.
Look,
you know what, King?
Huh?
You know what, King? the thing that I knew that lost a lot of debates that I've witnessed in our format was emotional appeal. So emotional appeal scores 0 points. If you don't have, like I said, evidence, you can't back it up. You can't really rebut what the opposition is saying. The emotional appeal don't work, even though it may be sexy. It may work, right? I mean, from a rhetorical concept.
In a court of law, in front of a jury, you can do that. You can tap into You can show the murder pictures. You know what I'm saying? You can have the daddy
the
come
blood
up and talk about like you can do all that and tap into the emotions. You know what I'm saying? And you can win that argument whether the jury will vote to convict that guy. That's not gonna work in a sports debate.
Well,
you're not gonna beat me with an emotional appeal to people's anger and bitter thoughts about the player.
Here's the thing. What I really did, I'm gonna tell you what happened. After we talked last time, and then y'all was up here, and then Alcon said this, what he said, and I sat there and I thought about it. I said, well, now I really don't have to rebut everything this dude say. I can run my strategy how I want to, because even if I lose a point, I won by like 1,600 points anyway. It really don't even matter if I lose 1 point. So then I sat there and I said, you know what? Since I smacked him so bad on the James Harden debate, I'll give him another opportunity to defend James Harden. So I just say, you know what? Let me give him James Harden again. Since he lost the first James Harden, I give him James Harden.
Well, I'm gonna say what I've been saying just because you said don't make it true. But I'm telling you, EF, why you got me now and you don't pull you know because you move kind of shifty. I told people that last debate that you was the dude. If anybody seen the movie Malcolm X, at the very end, before they kill Malcolm, somebody stand up and say, "Get your hands out my pocket, nigga!" Like, you that dude. You know, you the dude with the cups on the thing, and you got the ball and you moving it around like it's sleight of hand with you. So unless you last minute you pull somebody out on the dead of the debate and say, okay, I ain't gonna argue hard, I'm gonna argue this other dude, or you gonna argue everybody in the organization, Matt Maloney. You know what I'm saying? Like you just start pulling out people and saying, well, all I had to do was prove that T-Mac wasn't the most overrated, which that's how your title was, and that's what you was gonna do. You just wanted to prove that T-Mac wasn't the most overrated, not that you necessarily making an argument that Harden is more overrated than T-Mac. I'm asking you, bro.
Hold on. So, okay. So what you're saying is you want me to make the argument that you want me to make.
No, the argument is you're picking Harden as the most overrated Rocket.
Mhm.
I'm picking T-Mac as the most overrated Rocket.
Okay.
And so we have to make our case and with those players.
Okay.
Not that you get a free fall with everybody and I only got this one guy.
Any more stipulations you want to add to the rule?
No, that's why you gave me a name, right? That's why you said you was going with James Harden. That's so that you can make the argument against him.
Look, hey. All I'm asking is any more rules that you want.
I ain't got no rules. This your channel. I'm just participating in the debate. I do get a do I not get a say so in how the debate go? I ain't got no say so. I just gotta show up.
Huh? I mean, it's all our channel, bro. It's the people channel.
Nah, I ain't say nothing about no channel. I said, do I get a say so in how our debate go? Or is it just your rules? I gotta take my shoes off at the door. I understand it's your house. but if me and you gonna play dominoes, I can't no say so. We gonna use chips or paper? Like, I mean, is it like I'm just asking.
The bottom, and look, you can Tehran. Hawks win the championship. Jalen Johnson MVP. If the Hawks win the championship, shit, you the MVP. If the Hawks win the championship, if the Hawks win the championship, you the MVP.
Is the Hawks making the playoffs?
No, they said that the Hawks win the championship. The Hawks versus the Denver Nuggets.
Man, stop it.
Hawks versus
Stop.
Denver Nuggets. Hawks making the championship. Making the championship, but Denver win.
You talking about 2K? He on this game right now. He on this game launching all them threes with Trey. And so that's why he's talking. Okay, I got you, bro.
If any more rules that you want to add, this is what you do. Write them down, email them to my people, right? My people will get them to me. If they get them to me by time, then I'll also implement those rules into the debate thing.
If they get them to you in time, huh?
If they get them to me in time.
So you cutting them off for the next couple of days. Just be safe, huh?
Oh man, look, I don't trust you, man. I don't trust you. Once you start making the rules, I'm like, oh, this nigga here, this nigga go. Look, you done made a rule. You done came over here and guessed about 27 different things. What you think I'm gonna say?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. All I said, Archon is my weakness now, so you can't move the goalpost. Take it off. I told you, put it down. I only said only thing you can do is try and tap into people's emotions and negative opinions of James Harden. That's all you got.
Then you said something else. I'm gonna go back and listen.
That's it. That's all I said.
What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna listen to everything you said, and I'm gonna do that. That's what I'm gonna do. Can we say? Hey, Tarn. Let me tell you something. No, you cannot trade for Armin Thompson, bro. What you gonna give us for Armin Thompson? The franchise?
No, your firstborn child.
No, I mean, no. This is what we need for Armin Thompson. We'll give y'all Armin Thompson, and we want the whole Atlanta Hawks, the stadium, the parking lot. We want to put that whole shit in Field 1.
Ridiculous.
We gonna put the whole shit in Field 1.
Fact.
That's the only way y'all get the bro. You know that little park in Fifth Ward that's right there off the what's it called?
Right.
That's,
Right.
that's what we gonna put it there right there by them apartments. We gonna put it right there by them apartments, man. We gonna move that little park. Nah, we can't do it, man. We can't. We
Yeah,
ain't gonna
man.
do
Y'all ain't
it.
got nothing to give us for army, man. It's like there's nothing y'all can offer us, bro.
Shit, nah. Shit, nah. If y'all want to Reed Shepard, we still have to be like, I don't think we'll give you Reed Shepard and Fred VanVleet for Trey.
Nah, we're not giving up Reed Shepard for no damn Trey. Hell no. The
Nah,
defense Reed Shepard played with alone is more valuable than Trey.
hey, that boy, hey, you see how they had that boy hyped up? I told you they're gonna turn that boy to. If they keep big up in that boy, they're gonna turn that boy to a beast, man.
Yeah, he
He
gonna be
get,
a monster, man. He
yeah,
getting more and more confident, bro.
yeah. They gassing that boy up, had that boy flexing a little bit today when he got up off the ground. He don't got that little dog in him. He got it in him, but he don't really show it. He clean cut mama's boy type shit. But when he get that flexing,
Well,
get
yeah, so if you talking about he don't got that
that raw raw.
black boy swagger.
Raw
you
raw.
know we gotta goddamn me pump our chest out for every play. Like and it gets on my nerves sometimes. You down 30 and you make a tackle and you jump up, you know what I'm saying, celebrating like you just, you know,
Right.
made the biggest play of the night. But yeah, he don't celebrate nothing.
You know, he do that shit.
Even when he hit 3-4 threes in a row, you know what I'm saying? You don't see him do nothing. It's just business like.
Give you high five and go to keep on going.
Yeah, even Tom Brady, will yell at somebody, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Tom Brady will pump his fist or something, but hey man, I don't care about that.
I do.
His play is winning people over, which I've been an advocate of his from day one.
You have. I give you that. You've been an old ship. You've been an old ship advocate as much as I
Yes,
have.
sir.
As much as I have. And to be honest with you, King, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think me and you were the only two that never really just wavered. You know
Wave
what
it
I mean?
off of him. Yeah.
No, no, no,
Yeah.
no, no. I've been on Shepard's side since day one. I just don't say nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of
Okay.
lot of
Okay.
I hear a lot of shit, but I don't respond to everything, But
That's
Okay.
Arkansas really don't be saying nothing about nothing. So
no, because
But
like
but you know what? To be honest, what's the name? Wavered a little bit. Yeah.
who that?
You.
Mm-mm.
You when you because
so you,
I remember you was kind of trashing old Shep because he ain't have no flair to his game.
Okay.
Remember that?
Yeah. What I
Man,
said
he
what I
he
said.
he dribbled the ball. He dribbled the ball like Bob Cousy.
I said no, not like Bob Cruz. I said what I said. I said Matt Maloney. I said what I said was I need him to get some flair in his game. I need him to do some. I need him to do a no look pass, a dribble, in and out dribble or something. And I kept saying that little shimmy dribble that he did in the summer league. I need him to bring that shit back out, and I need him to shoot the ball with confidence. That's all. That's my whole thing. I need him not to turn his back when he cross over. Little shit like that pisses me off. Do a no look pass, scare somebody with your game, make somebody scared to hold you. That's gonna make you better. That's all I was saying. Do something that makes somebody scared to hold you. That's gonna open up your game. Just do something to make somebody not want to be that feel like they can do you however they want to do you. Now we're not worried about 3-point shooting because we got Reed Shepard. As long as we got Reed Shepard, we don't have to be worried about 3-point shooting. We got one of the best shooters in the league already. Um, but that was my thing. And like I said, like I tell you, I couldn't have been out on him because I said I'll
No,
know.
you wasn't out on him. I just say you was a little stanky leggy. You know what I'm saying? Like when
Yeah,
a boxer get punched and his legs get shaky,
yeah,
get
nah.
wobbly.
I
Like
was I was
I
standing
think
I
you
was
I
standing
think you was
10
a
toes.
little bit like that. You know what I'm saying?
I was
And
standing 10
I
toes
get
down.
listen.
Huh?
One thing I will say because I said this in the offseason. I say I want to see if Reed Shepard could come into the game and be efficient and have a positive impact on the game in his limited minutes because it was seeming to me like he was a volume shooter.
Volume shooter. That was
Like
it. That was it.
in order for him to get his points or whatever, he needed to shoot the ball a lot, and he wasn't gonna have that opportunity on the team, with everybody on the team. So what he's done is he's turned it around, and so I can say he's shown that he can be efficient on a limited amount of shots, and he's making this impact felt. I always felt he could be a plus defensively, even if he's undersized. People do get by him, these guards, they are fast and quick than him, but he never quits on the play. And so he makes up for it by deflecting the ball, blocking, getting blocks on shot attempts. So even if they get by him, they can't feel safe when he's around.
Hmm.
Now, do you not think come playoff times teams will pick on Reed Shepard defense?
Yes, the same way they did Fred. They undersized guards, so they're gonna get picked on when you get into the playoffs. The
Mhm.
point is that he's able to make enough plays where he's not a negative on the floor. And the way that he plays, where he gets deflections, he gets steals, he gets blocks, he jumps off into passing lanes, his shooting ability, he's attacking on closeouts, his passing ability. If he plays his game, then he gonna play too well for Inmate to feel like he got to take him off the court. And as a team, you just have to give him some help. He got to be smart enough to understand it, and they gonna coach him up. Look, just send him this way,
Right.
right? Send him to the middle, send him to the baseline. There's gonna be some help for you. But as long as he's not just, not playing sound defense and understanding where his help is and sending guys to his help, well, then that'll get him, played off the court. But any undersized guard gets picked on, come playoff time, bro.
Facts. I agree with that. Um, what you think about it? What you think about his defense? Archon?
I think that a lot of what's
Y'all
been
keep
said.
cooking, man. I'm gonna be back.
Okay.
Yeah, I think a lot was been said in the past with respect to Reed Shepherd, is overblown because it's exaggerated in my mind. Because I think a lot of guys they say things on this team. They've been saying things for a couple of years now about players that they just don't want on the team.
Hmm.
And I've said that before, is that people complain and moan about somebody because they want to see the game played the way they want to see it played.
Hmm.
And in order for them to see it played the way they want it played, you have to have those players that they think about, right?
Right.
So, if you saw somebody said in the chat earlier today, this is just a personal thing to me. Like I said, just the way I know basketball, the way I've watched basketball all my life, or any sport for the most part. The flash and all of that stuff, that's entertainment. That's fine. But when it come down to winning, right? And like I said, it probably gonna make a lot more sense since I told you I used to gamble and stuff, right?
Right. Right. Right.
I don't care about who dunked on who. I don't care about athleticism. I don't care about any of that. I care about, first and foremost, how does the team work? You know, is the team, are they playing team basketball? Is this team viable to win on whatever game, on whatever every night? Is it possible for them to win? And that's not based upon individual talent or anything like that, or even style. It's about the meat. Like, I need to know that these guys are no shit fundamental, right? And to
Okay.
me, like, fundamentals went out over any of the other stuff all day, every day. If I've got solid coaching, I've got solid support system, I've got solid no shit system, and I've got solid fundamental players, I can beat out damn near everybody most of the time. So that's kind of what I bet on. That's what I bank on. And Reed Shepherd, in my opinion, uh, when he was drafted, why he was drafted, what they were thinking about, what they were kind of in their brains, what I think they were thinking about, and then considering what we needed at the time, and technically what we still need. Um, I think that Reed Shepherd is probably never going to be, you know, super flashy, high. He's not going to be no Shea, right? We know that.
Right. Yeah, you still there? You still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry about that.
Oh.
So I'm talking about, you know, what we need on this team to make this thing fundamentally sound for the win. So as far as Reed Shepherd defense, you got a lot of people, like I said, media heads, a lot of other people talking about, oh, you know, he's undersized. He's on, you know, and it seemed like he gets shorter every time somebody be talking. Oh, he's only 6'1". Oh, he's like super short and blah, blah, blah. And oh, the arms are short. And, you know, you've heard the same thing about Shingun, right? Same stuff. So, you know, all these guys are undersized, blah, 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 Humpty France. The point is, Reed Shepherd defense is producing stops, turnovers, disruption. Okay. Um, I don't expect him to be this great one-on-one defender like a la, you know, Amen Thompson or something like that. I'm not expecting that. And technically, I'm not really expecting Amen Thompson to do that every day.
Right.
You know, so because the thing that people tend to forget, and it's the same people that made these arguments. And again, I'm not shitting on the guy, but let's just be real. When with Fred and Jalen, when they were on the court, backcourt was horrible. The defense from the backcourt on this team has been pure ASSS since the Silas years. We go back to that drop coverage BS that Silas was running. A lot of people, you know, you had the narrative, oh, LP is like a horrible defender. That's a horrible defender. You getting cooked, you getting burned. You know, bro, do you understand how a basketball game works? Do you understand the defensive scheme? Do you know? You know? No, obviously you don't. So the way that Silas had the team set up on defense was not set up for no damn success. When Adoka came in here, we saw some radical changes. We saw Jalen starting to buy in there because Jalen before he was kind of like on that Harden program in my eyes. You know, it was just turnstile. So Jalen started to buy in. You know, different people started to buy in. But let's be real, it was not. It was still a work in progress. The team was not really there yet as far as defense. Backcourt was still horrible as far as defense. So now we into this year of Adoka. Everybody's maturated with as far as the defensive system. I think because Reed hadn't had the reps, you know, as everybody else, he's going to be lacking. But his activity, his engagement, his effort shows, and it shows the what do you call it, room for improvement. So the point is that you have to run a team defense anyway. That's why I don't really consider the arguments when people start, you know, bitching about the zone. Oh, we got to get off the zone. Bro, you got to play a team defense at the end of the day. You have to play some semblance of some type of hybrid zone. You got to play some type of modified defense anyway with how this squad is constructed. That's just facts. So I think I don't really have a lot of defensive concerns for Reed Shepherd. And then when you talk about going into the playoffs, will he be attacked? Yeah, fine, whatever. Um, you know, but I think that what he's going to contribute as far as his defense, be it disruption, turnover, pressure, as you said, you know, or I think King said, you know, whoever even goes by, they're not comfortable, uh, is going to be enough to hold the fort. And then it's going to be offset with his offense, right? So, you know, you've got other teams that literally got people that just don't defend. Jokic doesn't defend. Luca, those people don't defend anything. They get by just fine, right? The key to this team is everybody have to one work very hard on defense, and then you have to have multiple people scoring, and we'd be fine. So I don't really have any concerns about Reece Shepard defense. My only concern about Reece Shepard is, getting the reps, settling in, and getting a more concrete game in a certain sense. Because to me, it's still kind of like, what are you? Are you off ball two guard? What are you, right? What are you really going to be? So I want to see what Reece Shepard is really going to develop into being. Is he going to be a point guard? Is he going to be an off ball two guard? What is he really going to be? That's my only concern.
I tell you right off bat, as it pertains to his defense in particular, I agree with everything you said. And everything King said too. Reed Shepard's defense. So first of all, let me say this: I did push the time back since the game will be on at 8. Um, I guess I should make it like 10:30. I'm pretty sure I'll move it back to like 10:30. That way, King can have opportunity to go over there, get warmed up on the other platforms before he come. Walking to the lines then. Um, and it's beating Teach Saturday. When it'll be beating Teach Wednesday that day. It's beating Teach Saturday today, so I might be back on later on today. But with that being said, I agree with everything King said. I could just really just stay on. I could just flip this thing on, boom, boom, shoot up here, come right back, boom, boom, and keep rolling and stay on all day today. But this is what I'm gonna get at. I agree with everything King said as far as about Reed's ability to be disruptive, and then the key thing that Archon just mentioned about team defense. The team defense is valuable, and Ime's ability, something that y'all hear me mention a lot of times. Ime's ability to make adjustments on the fly. You blah, we fry. You know what I mean? You
Hmm.
buy, we fry. Hot, hot, hot. You want your chicken fry hot? I fry hot, hot, hot for you. You may make them adjustments real quick. You know what I mean? The minute you realize that you think you got something going, he can switch that shit up mid play. How Ime is, he don't have to, you know, tell you when you pass the half court what he doing. He can wait till you get all the way in position, wait till the guard get down there and start setting up the offense, and then make that little signal in the defense automatically know that we going into a zone. So that allows Reed to be in position right here. And you seen him telling Reed today something about when somebody was making the pass, you got to get back before after they make the pass, you got to be able to get back. So don't go that far down. Don't play it. He was like, don't play it like that, because if you make the pass, you got to be able to get back. So whatever he was telling them about that, that's just an adjustment he making about the probably 9 times out of 10 it was about his own, and he was probably. It seemed like to me like he was telling them, if you shade in the zone, don't how far not to go, or don't go too far down, just only go so far. That way, when they swing the ball, you can still get back. Seems like that's something like what he was saying. But I'm not worried about Reed because he's going to be smart enough to know where to be and when to be there. Also, that when they have video sessions or whatever in the film study scouting reports, he's going to be locked in on the scouting report because he understands that his best advantage is lock in on the scouting report that gives him the best opportunity against his man, and then come in, shoot a million shots whenever you got to shoot a million shots and be the best shooter you can be. That's going to make sure that your man doesn't get to take off on defense. So if your man is engaged on defense, that means he don't get the rest, and then you hounded him when you on defense. Guess what? Ain't no what they say, fair exchange, equal or fair exchange. Ain't no highway robbery. There you go. Equal or fair exchange in the highway robbery. You got to bring some ass to get some. Got to bring some.
Oh, oh, okay. You pulling that out?
you know, you got to bring some to get some. And I think as long as he had that mind frame, that's just what it's gonna be. Um, so now I'm not too overly concerned about his defense. He do got the quick hands and all that stuff, but I think it's more of a mentality, and I think that's the mentality he got to have. You know, they and again, they big up him today, not on the threes, not on the layups. They big up him today when he got that steal and got on the ground. Ripped the man. The man tried to get him. He got in the chair, had both his hands out to his side. The man tried to cross him. Quick hands, got the steal, knocked the ball loose. The man tried to dive on the ball. Reed dived on the ball. They wrap each other up. Reed come out with a ball, and everybody got hyped up. Why is that important? Because that's saying that I'm taking the initiative not just to be uh I can make up after you beat me play. I want to be able to lock this man up that's in front of me. I want to be able to do something while he right here in front of me before he get on side of me. I don't want to have to reach behind him where he least expect it and knock the ball loose. I'm gonna sit right in this chair with my hands out, and you're gonna have to get your chicken. You're gonna have to get to the chicken with me right here in front of you like that. And and one of us gonna win, one of us gonna lose. And today it was Reed on a couple of occasions he won the battle. And overall, I think that kind of validation for a young point guard, it drives you to be hungrier and do it more often now. Not to say that just because somebody pat you on your back mean you can go and above and beyond what your limitations is. But when you show that I can do it, that kind of motivation to make you want to do it every play. It's not going to be a lose focus because now you're chemically wired by the dopamine in your mind from getting that reward. Now your chemicals in your brain are wiring you to play defense like that, which is something that you have to also account for as it pertains to basketball. That the dopamine release that you get from from having that accomplishment. So when your mind is going into defensive mode and that if I get a stop, um I'm your the way dopamine work is, once you achieve that high, that
Hmm.
shit gonna release. And you don't know it, but once you achieve that high, that shit gonna release. It's gonna release into your brain. So your body is fiending for that craving, just like you FOMO, fear of missing out or whatever. So when you out there on the basketball field and I'm trying to get the steal, I'm trying to get this steal, your dopamine is already like I'm ready to get it, I'm ready to get it. You know what I mean? So now you're being chemically wired to play defense on a harder level. And I think that's something that's gonna over time, is gonna be more and more embedded in him. And that's what when people say you building the culture, it's not just about building the culture, it's almost like making a robot. You know what I mean? It's almost like making these players into actual animals out there on the field. And that's a progression that he's far from, but it's somewhere that he can get to. You know.
Well, let me ask this question very briefly. Um, Tari Eason. So I'm not so much talking about the clip that came out. I guess it was today. Um, but some I saw earlier today, or not today. It was the other day. Uh, when at the end of that damn Bucks game, when Shingun had done Jonas dirty, right?
Hmm.
I was looking at the bench, right? Looking over at the bench, all those people on the bench, and the one thing that wasn't like the others was Tyrese. I don't know if you saw that.
He was just chilling, like he didn't care.
He was standing up, but he was just like, yeah, like he didn't care, like he just like no emotion. And the reason I bring this is like you talking about dopamine. There was like nothing there, like nothing. Like everybody else is like, oh shit, yeah, okay, great, yeah, yeah. But he's just like nothing.
He he's been different since he lost his dad too. So that could have something to do with it. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna say that that's just automatically what it is, but that could have something to do with
And when did that happen?
it. It happened last year, I think, if I'm right. It happened last
Uh
year,
huh.
and it was times because it was times that I remember seeing him super excited, and I could Google it and see it. I could be wrong, but it was times where I remember seeing him super excited. But it has been times where he do something and he just don't really have a lot of expression on his face, and he not really, he's not looking like the Tory of old where he was always on the bitch screaming for somebody. Now that could be other things. It could be other things. It could just be over focusing and whatever it is. Um,
Yeah, I'm not trying to say anything
yeah,
because to me it was uncharacteristic of Tari. Because like I said, from what I've seen of Tari all the time was like you said, he's always been hype,
right.
because to me the value of Tari Eason was what we saw last year. The last time I'm gonna just throw this out here for a second. Last time I saw a guy play that hard was when we had Gerald Green on the team.
Right.
Like, you know, somebody that put like everything in the game, right? Not saying that, the smartest player, not saying the best player, not, but you got to have a guy like that. If you got a guy like that, you destined to win one way or the other. Somebody that really high skill, high athleticism, but more importantly, that their heart is in the game, right?
Exactly.
And so like uh what worries me about Tari was like when I noticed that, like at first I was kind of like, well, I mean, yeah, I was one of the ones that said, oh, we gotta get rid of this motherfucker. After them two games, I was like, I don't like that. I don't like that, and I still don't like that that because yeah, okay, it was a bad game, but some of that behavior to me is like you better than that. You way better than that. So I don't know what it is, but it seemed like he's not totally right to me.
Yeah.
Or I'll say that what I saw that game was concerning. And then I saw, what is it, like after Wizards, some conference, like he was talking. Still, it just kind of what's going on, what was happening here, right? So is he in that? Is there no reward system? Like, because were you talking about some type of psychological reward with respect to activity?
Yeah.
Is there no reward system happening? Is there no rush? Is there no passion? Is it
That's
just
a
we going through the motions?
that's a great question. That's a very great question. To be totally honest, I have seen times this year where it looked like he was doing well. Like it looked like he was doing okay. Um, he was starting to get into a point where, and this all could be related to playtime or whatever. It could very well be all related to playtime. Um, but it was times where he was shooting the ball well, and you could kind of see him hyping himself up, and then he would go down or get a steal and pass the ball and just run down the court with a straight face. So it's been a little bit of both. It's been a little bit of both from what I've been seeing from Tar. Like he hasn't been, he definitely not the chaos engine of old. You know what I mean? He not the chaos engine like he used to be. Um, it's something different there. I would I would have to pay more attention to it. I'd be a lot of times watching this game. I only really paid attention to his face like 2 or 3 times, and I haven't seen like one time he was hyped up, like 2 or 3 times he wasn't. So you right, you spot on to recognize that, but it has been other people saying that he ain't been his regular self, and I know I read the article about his dad passing and stuff like that, and I don't know if that was even this year or last year, or why they even brought that up and wrote the article this year. Just now putting it out. If it was some shit that happened last year, that's kind of fucked up. You know what I mean? That's kind of
Mm.
how media play with people and shit like that. Like you put out an article about a man losing his pops, right in the middle, right after he have a contract year and a couple bad games, and then he has 2 good games, and here you come with some shit about his dad passing away. Oh yeah, his dad passed away and he fought through it type shit. Like His dad passed away and he fought through it. He don't need y'all to remind him of it. Let him keep fighting. It's a little too soon.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? But you know, they did just release that article like last week. It's been circulating for about 2 weeks now. So I don't know.
Mm. Mm. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, it is. I was wondering about it too. I was like, damn, his daddy passed. And then when I started reading, I'm pretty sure that it was like, yeah, his dad passed, and let me tell you how he got through it. That was like the article. I'll tell you how he got through it, and this, that, and the third. And then they had an interview, had him talking about it. They asked him about it, about the article, and he talked about it a little bit. And so, yeah, I thought about it. I was like, it's kind of crazy that they bringing that shit up right now as he start to have a good game. It's almost like you trying to tank him again, like you trying to, like you trying to pull him
I
under.
think some of these guys, I mean, this is opinion of mine because I've been, like I said, I observed it kind of closely for the past, I guess it's been, what is this, 2025? Yeah, 3 years. So, and not just on the Rockets, I noticed this on Astros as well. I kind of, because it first came to my attention with the Astros, I kind of think some of these people, well, one of them, they're not from here. I know some of them, they're not even from here. And then so, but they do Rocket, the Houston sports coverage.
That's true.
But then I'm like, are these cats like, they don't even like this team?
Some of them don't.
I'm like, they don't like this team. They like come up with all kind of crazy stuff.
Hmm.
It just, how do you say that? Like, I don't want to call it fake news, but just controversy, you know?
Hmm.
And there's a couple I'm gonna call. I'm not gonna call a name, but it's I'll just use the media name. There's a couple of them on there on the ESPN stuff, man. I can't deal with them. I stopped listening to them a long time ago. It's like, what are we talking about, and why are we talking about this? Because there's nothing positive coming out of your mouth about the team, coach, manager, player. Everything is just shite, you know.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know. Maybe that, like you said, that's what happening. Whoever put out that arc, I mean, is not really timely or sensitive. And as you said, are we trying to do something? You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
crazy.
I mean, well, I mean, are you gonna write an article about everybody who loses a parent? You know what I mean? Like, is that your thing, or is it that or is it that Tori did something amazing that you felt like you wanted to bring light to? Or was it just like, okay, oh, Tori had a loss in his family. Let's make a big deal. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'd be curious because it's hard for me to think like everybody who loses a parent, you're gonna write an article about it. You know what I mean? Or everybody who loses a family member, you finna write an article.
Hmm.
That's craziness. I don't know. But you know what? Oh, I'm gonna get out here and get me some sleep. Walk on.
Yep.
I'm probably gonna jump back on tonight and see if I can get some smoke. See if I can get some smoke tonight, cause beating T Saturdays, man. It depends on how I feel. I'm still under the weather. I done did 12 hours tonight. Arcon, you've been on here for like 5 hours with me, 4 hours with me, or something happened
I don't count.
to you. You've been on here like 4 hours, bro. We've been on here talking about all kind of shit. We started out talking about flat earth and all kind of shit. We ended up talking about walking through walls
Yeah, ridiculous.
and
Yeah.
all kind of shit. Lero would have loved that. Lero like to talk about other stuff besides basketball. That would have been right in his wheelhouse.
Mm.
Um, but yeah, man, like I say, I appreciate you, man. Let me do my rundown. Taran, VL5. Shout out to Luce you, pulling up on me, going crazy in the chat for the last couple of last hour. KOD, King on deck. Appreciate you, my bro. Appreciate you, my bro. You always pull up on me, man. Bugmo in the background. Lurking. He got the Black Panther, so he in the lurking in the background. I see what he did. He got the Black Panther in his icon. Stay looking in the background. SSB at SSB 2828. Shout out to at SSB 2828. pulled in and shouted out. Hope you got your like and subscribe button down. That way you can pull up on us next time we are on live. Let's see. And if I'm right, then a mean more pulled up on us today. And it was another guy, Tiz Tib, I forgot your name, Tiz Tib, whatever your name is. Sorry, it's not on the thing no more. I had changed up everything. And shout out to you. Shout out. Matter of fact, let me go look for it right here so I can tell you. I can tell you who you is right here. Oh shit, it's not up in there either. But anyway, shout out to you, man, for subbing up. I appreciate you for subbing up today. Everybody who hit the sub, who hit the like. We did great numbers today. You know, not that it's all about the numbers for me, but you know, it just shows that we growing, man. And I can appreciate the fact that people stopping by to listen, being entertained. You know, you want to come up, you want to help be part of the entertainment, you want to come up and say what you got to say, get it off your chest. That's all cool with me. You know, uh, everybody, you know, like to hear from different people, hear different stuff from y'all, man. That's all. You know, that's all we are. Just a little community of people that want to hear different shit from different people. Let people get off their little knowledge, get your wisdom off, basketball wisdom, regular wisdom. You know, we'll shoot the shit over here with y'all. Now, with that being said, if you haven't hit the like and subscribe on your way out the door, I know it's only a few people in the building. If you're in the building, I appreciate your like and I appreciate your subscribe. You want to come back on Wednesday? Pre-game show will be 6 o'clock on Wednesday. If I do a pregame show, because we're gonna be after the show, guaranteed. Because I'm guaranteed to be on after the show at 10:30, 10 or 10:30, doing the debate during the debate, I'm guaranteed to be on. So I might not do a pre-show on Wednesday, as I might be getting prepared after I get off. I might have to go ahead and prepare. So, but you do want to be locked in for the debate. So hit the like and subscribe. That way, when we go live for the debate, you will be notified. You can come in here and you can see blow for blow who's going to take this debate, who's the most overrated Houston Rocket player of all time. Face off. KOD, EF Hutton. It's going to be a knockdown drag out on November the 19th, 2025 at 10:30. I'm reaching for 10:30. That'll give you 30 minutes to get your ass over there and get back. If you ain't here, I can push to 11:30. I mean 10:45 or something. Now, with that being said, salutes to everybody. Stay tuned, stay tapped in, stay lit. It's EF Hutton signing off. Peace. Salutes. One love.
Peace.
I'm your host, Hope Champion, and this has been another exciting edition of Red Alert Rocket Zone. If you haven't already, make sure to like and subscribe so you don't miss any of the great things we have coming your way. Want to jump into one of our one-on-one debates? Email us at redalert.rocketzone@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. While you're at it, head over to the website and check out the KG1 merch. And if you want to show support or buy us a coffee, you can send it through Cash App, $2 6KG1. We truly appreciate your support because every show needs a spark. And for us, you are it. So come back again and blast off with Red Alert Rocket Zone.
Another night, another stat I can't defend. Another hope, our hope never ends. Every loss feel like deja vu, but every win reminds me why I do. The lights fade, but the passion don't. The city fans got pushed back for the smoke. Even when the shots don't fall, I'm still here to talk that talk. You can't believe I'm still tuned to this tone. Still taking off in the rocket zone. All the heat, all the pride, you know what we own. Yeah, welcome home to the Red Alert Zone. We're gonna break it down like how to break down the zone. He is an alien man, Mike calling on the phone. Every fan's a debater at heart. Every stance to take is part of the art. Oh, they say the data never lies, but numbers can't feel what's on the heart inside. So we clutch city till we die, even if we
tune it is tone. Taking off in the rocket zone. All the hate, all the pride, you know what we are. Yeah, welcome home to the red alert zone. No alien man, he is an alien man. He's an alien, that's a man, and he is a Rockies fan. Oh, alien fan, calling to talk about the Rockies. Oh, alien man, alien, he's an alien man. Oh man, he just an alien. He's an alien, alien. He's an 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 alien. Oh, 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 Leon Welsh wouldn't know more about Rockets, man. He's an alien, he's a Rockets fan. Who would know more about Rockets than alien man, area 51 dude. He's an alien. To the red alert zone.